It's video, but it's just a wait.
Yeah, it should be.
Okay, great.
We can make sure it goes.
I'm the first speaker.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Thanks to everybody for joining us on this cold February day and braving the half an inch of snow that we got last night. Thank you to those of us watching us on live stream who were smart enough to stay home. We're really excited about this event. Before we start, though, I'd like to read Michigan State's provisional land acknowledgement. We collectively acknowledge that Michigan State University occupies the ancestral, traditional, and contemporary lands of the Anishinaabe, Three Fires Confederacy of Ojibwe, Ottawa, and Potawatomi peoples. In particular, the university resides on land ceded in the 1819 Treaty of Saginaw. We recognize, support, and advocate for the sovereignty of Michigan's 12 federally recognized Indian nations, for historic Indigenous communities in Michigan, for Indigenous individuals and communities who live here now, and for those who were forcibly removed from their homelands. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm Indigenous sovereignty and will work to hold Michigan State University more accountable to the needs of American Indian and Indigenous peoples. So we have a very exciting day planned. We have some really excellent scholars from both Michigan State University and also excellent institutions across the country. As you are aware, there are 3 panels throughout the day. There will be, lunch is going to be a little late today. It's at 1:30, and that's going to be in the Red Cedar room right down the hall. But we are going to have various snacks, if you've seen, outside the door there throughout the day at 11:30. Or 11 maybe. There'll be another round of just snacks and drinks to keep us fueled as we get through these panels. I do want to note in your program there is a change. So 2 of the scholars who are going to take part in the ethics panel were unable to join us because of unseasonable winter weather in North Carolina. At least for North Carolina it was unseasonable. They're not really sure what to do with snow, so their flights were canceled. Jeffrey Ward, who is the director of the Duke Center for Law and Technology, will still be joining us via Zoom. And Andrew Kettler, president of HNET, will not be joining us, but I will be sitting in on the panel in his place. I just realized as I'm just talking here that I didn't even introduce myself, which would be helpful. My name is Jesse Draper. I'm the executive director of HNET, Humanities and Social Sciences Online. I'm also a core faculty member in the Digital Humanities program in the College of Arts and Letters. This event has been put together by myself, HNET, and LEADER, Lab for Education and Advancement in Digital Research, as a part of the History Department here at MSU. I'd also like to recognize that we've had a number of units across campus that have made this event possible. HNET I've already mentioned, the History Department and LEADER, the College of Social Sciences, College of Arts and Letters, the Office of Research and Innovation, Digital Humanities at MSU, the MSU Libraries, the Digital Scholarship Lab, the Center for Digital Humanities and Literary Cognition, and the Center for Teaching and Learning Innovation. And so this type of collaborative work is really what makes these types of events possible. So I'd like to thank all of our sponsors. Please do take a moment at some point throughout the day to familiarize yourself with them in the program. A number of them have provided some information about what they do, and so it'd be great if you could check that out. So I will also note in terms of the program, you'll note that the teaching panel is longer. We created more time for that panel for a number of reasons. One, we wanted to give those panelists time to demonstrate some of the things that they actually do in the classroom in terms of practice, but also increasingly that is a source of confusion and oftentimes frustration for teachers in the classroom. What do we do with students who are using AI? Do we ban it? Do we incorporate it? You know, in what ways do we address that? And so we imagine that there will be potentially more questions for that panel. So there's a little bit more room for that panel. So why are these discussions important? Why do we put this together? First and foremost, the obvious, right? AI is ubiquitous, it's everywhere. There's really nothing that you can do that involves technology that isn't forcing AI in your face today. It's absolutely mind-numbing. You know, that just recently, in the last year, I upgraded my phone to an iPhone 15, and then 2 weeks later, they're like, turn it back in and we'll give you an iPhone 16 because then you can have our AI, right? I mean, they're basically offering to take a brand new phone that I already bought, take it back and give me a new one just so that I can get that in my pocket. You think they would have learned from the U2 into your iTunes fiasco, but apparently not. Those of you who got that joke, I applaud you. AI is also simultaneously terrifying, but also potentially revelatory. It's impossible to argue that there aren't things that AI does that are helpful. We were in a workshop yesterday about podcasting with one of our guests today, Jim Ambusky, who talked about how AI helped in the editing process for his podcasts in terms of smoothing out the quality of the recordings so that in the event that you don't have access to a really high quality recording suite, you can still get that kind of quality through AI manipulation, right? And so it's inarguable that that's a useful use of this technology. And there's countless other examples of that. But at the same time, we have things like students writing papers in ChatGPT, right? We have larger long-term questions about what is this ultimately going to do to labor on the large scale? You know, who's being displaced and replaced by this technology? And so we felt that it was really vital that those of us in the humanities and social sciences step into this conversation. At Michigan State, we like to say across the river, that's where the math and the science folks tend to work. They're doing great work over there in terms of innovation with technology and things like that, and that's inarguable. But in a recent meeting that we had with some history faculty, right, I made the statement that if we don't step into this conversation as humanists and argue that part of this conversation needs to be represented, right? That innovation's great, but if we aren't asking questions about how is it affecting the human, in what ways is it ethically dangerous, right? Then we're failing in our calling as humanists. We should not expect those who profit from AI or those who are excited about new technological innovation to think to invite us to those conversations. And so that's another one of those reasons that we put this together. So we hope that this symposium contributes towards building sustainable momentum towards those ends. Jillian and I, Jillian McDonald, who's the interim director of LEADER, have already had conversations about how we build on the momentum from this event and maybe create something that's sustainable, yearly gathering of some sort. But I think it's not just us. Anybody here in this room throughout the day, those of you watching online, how do we build sustainable momentum as humanists and social scientists in this sphere as AI just increasingly moves forward? I also want to note, particularly with the teaching panel, that I know that there's a lot of, this actually applies to research as well. There's a lot going on nationally with regards to how we understand what we do and new directives coming out of the new administration and threats. And so a lot of our attention has been shifted to that. Before January, AI was probably one of the biggest things that we were struggling with. Now we got bigger problems, right? I think that's obvious. But I do applaud you for coming out and taking some time in this, because while there are some significant things coming out of Washington, a lot of that is also just distraction to keep our eyes off the ball. And so here we are. So once again, welcome. We're excited that you decided to join us in this effort to put our collective heads together to talk through the things that bring us, that we have faith about, that bring us fear, and the ways that we put AI into praxis in the classroom, in our research, and as we think about it ethically. So thank you very much. And now, without further ado, we will start the program and bring up our teaching panel, chaired by Walter Hawthorne, member of the History Department. Thanks very much.
Hello, everybody. I'll speak while we get settled up here. I'm Walter Hawthorne. As Jesse said, I'm a professor of African history and also the director of a digital humanities project called enslaved.org, which is housed at Matrix, our digital humanities and social science center. If you've got any questions about or interest in doing digital projects, then Dean Rayberger from Matrix is here. He'll be here all day, and I'm here as well. We'd love to have a conversation with you. It's a pleasure today to chair this panel. I'm quite excited about it. I teach small seminars in the history department, and I also teach large IAH classes, our integrative studies classes. And in my experience, faculty are approaching AI in several different ways. One is to pretend it doesn't exist and just to continue to do what we've always done. I think a second is to tell students they absolutely cannot use AI, and to either hope that they don't or to, and I'm not kidding, this is an approach, put them in a room with pencil and paper and tell them that's where they will write essays. Another approach, which I think most of us probably embrace, I'm probably more in this camp, although I'd like to be in another one, is to tell students that recognize AI exists, tell students that they can use it, and they must footnote it, but you're kind of sending them off on their own. And then lastly, and I'm excited about this panel today because my colleagues up here on stage, I think, are engaged in this. Lastly, I think that a number of our faculty across campus and across the country have recognized the potential of AI for teaching and for, to introduce AI to students so that they can engage with it for their own research, for their own learning. And there's a lot of possibilities there. I think many of us this requires a lot of knowledge, a lot of effort, a lot of creativity. And what I'm excited about with this panel is the chance for these terrific scholars to share what they do in the classroom so that we can all learn from that. So we've got a long panel here. It goes a little bit over 2 hours. Each one of our panelists will speak for about 20 to 25 minutes. And then what we'll do after that is have plenty of time for question and answer. And if there's some time at the end, then we can ask some of our panelists to maybe do some demos. So that's sort of what we'll be doing here. So let me introduce everybody first, and then we'll go from there. First, it's a pleasure to welcome Jim Ambuski to campus. He is the co-head of the R2 Studios, the podcast studio of the Roy Rosenweig Center for History and New Media at George Mason University. He is a historian of the American Revolution, Scotland, and the British Atlantic world. And he'll be speaking on audio intelligence, historical podcasting, and pedagogy in graduate training. Next, we'll have Jeremy Van Hoff. Jeremy is the Teaching Center Director at Michigan State University's Center for Teaching and Learning Innovation, where he focuses on leading a team of educational development experts and introducing students to various technologies for education. And he'll be speaking on understanding AI in your pedagogical practices. After that, we have Sarah Fry and MJ Jackson. Sarah is an instructional designer with MSU IT Educational Technology. MJ, in her role as a fellow with the Center for Teaching and Learning Innovation at MSU is focusing on AI to help envision the potentials for higher education. Together, they co-founded AI Commons here at Michigan State University, a site that aims to leverage the power of shared interests and individual experiences to shape the use of generative AI in higher education. And they'll be speaking on where to start, options for including AI in your course. And last, we have Danielle DeVos. She is chair of Writing, Rhetoric, and Cultures at Michigan State University. Her teaching and research interests include visual rhetorics and document design, technofeminism, digital rhetorics, and intellectual property issues in the context of digital composing. And she'll be speaking on student-centered approaches to teaching about and with AI. So that's our panel, and I'll welcome first Jim. Take it away.
Good morning, everybody. All right. I so very rarely use Google Slides that I'm impressed that I got that to work. So check. I want to thank very much Jillian McDonald for the invitation to speak here today, and Jesse as well. This is an important and timely topic for the reasons I think both Jesse and Walter articulated. I'll be speaking mainly about audio and AI and our podcasting efforts at the Rosenzweig Center, but suffice it to say, there are two prevailing sentiments about artificial intelligence in the classroom and in society. One is that it is the harbinger of our death, the portent of our doom, and the ruin upon which we will smote ourselves, to quote Gandalf the Grey. Many colleagues, as you know, as Walter just articulated, will lock people in a room to write essays so that they cannot get near computers and therefore potentially use ChatGPT or Claude AI to write essays. And then suffice it to say that that speaks as well to our broader society about AI monitoring treasury payments and all other kind of manner of silly things that are currently contemplated by the use of artificial intelligence, beyond simply good chatbots that started with Ask Jeeves. That's also a joke that hopefully you get much as you got Jesse's joke. Or it is the technology that will save us. It will usher in futures brighter than we can possibly imagine. It will save us from ourselves. It will allow us to perform the intellectual work we want to by saving us a great deal of time and energy doing things like transcription or outlining or creating assignments so that we can get to the real work of what we actually want to do as scholars, as teachers, and as humans. This is the kind of Star Trek version of AI's future, where we will have starships some days, wars will end, and we will seek out and explore new life wherever we find it. Of course, as always with history, with everything in life, it's probably somewhere in between. So I want to take just a moment before I get into the audio component of my presentation to talk a little bit about how we are approaching the AI question at the Roy Rosenzweig Center for History and New Media. And as if you're not familiar with the center at George Mason University, we just celebrated our 30th anniversary last year. We are predominantly focused on faculty projects, staff projects, but also intensive graduate training in the digital humanities. So we have very few undergraduates that we work with on a regular basis, but graduate students are a part of our pedagogy, a part of our daily life and our daily routines. And so we think a lot about how can we incorporate our graduate students into the work that we're doing, how can we help them keep up with the latest methods and latest technologies, but also think ethically about the practice of being a historian using these kinds of technologies. So some things that are sort of obviously familiar. We work with them developing large language models for mass transcription, for data extraction and entity recognition. One of our colleagues right now is using Claude AI to transcribe records from the East India Company, which has expedited her research process exponentially in ways that would have taken probably years to do herself or along with graduate students, many years as well. Translations of foreign language texts, never, quite never perfect because those language models are still in development. Sometimes you cannot necessarily convey the meaning of a word from one language to another, but it gives you the impression of the sentiments of what someone's saying in a foreign language, and then you can begin to use it from there. Audio production, that I'll come back to in a second. But we're also thinking about the applications for undergraduate teaching as well, as many of you are excited about or concerned about. A lot of undergraduates at George Mason University have been found to be using ChatGPT or other AI software to write essays. Fortunately, in most cases, those are easy to catch because they forget to delete the prompt that they used in the essays. Or it's maybe less alarming. Sometimes they're using AI technology to generate outlines and help them organize their thoughts. And I'm sure we'll hear a lot about, whether or not those are best practices or those are ruinous to intellectual development. But one of the other ways that we're thinking about this as well, particularly with undergraduate teaching, is AI-generated assignments. And I can say as the husband of a grade school teacher, that in particular has been kind of a lifesaver because, our colleagues who work in those fields just do not have time to do all the things that they need to do. And so they have found practical applications in the grade school and secondary school worlds to use AI to generate assignments for their students. But we're here to talk about, and just very briefly, my colleague Mills Kelly, who recently retired from George Mason and was our former director at the Center for History and New Media, just published last week a blog post on his experiences using ChatGPT in the classroom, but also to process Danish language records for some research he's doing, and the extent to which that has also expedited his research. So I encourage you to check that out. Mills has been very thoughtful about this work, and I think he's got some good things to say in this essay. But we're going to talk about how we use artificial intelligence in our work in R2 Studios, which again is a component of the Rosenzweig Center. And we think a lot about how we can use AI in an ethical way to advance our public history projects, but also to inculcate that sense of responsibility and possibility in our graduate students. Just a very brief overview of R2 Studios. We were founded in 2001 as a part of RRCH&M. Like our parent organization, we too have a mission to democratize access to history through podcasting, and we produce a variety of narrative and interview shows. There are two full-time team members in the studio, myself and my colleague Jeanette Patrick, and every year we have at least one or two graduate research assistants. And so part of our job is to help them learn the tools of the trade of history podcasting, of audio production, and the best tools and tips and ethical considerations we can as we're doing that work. You might be interested in some of our fine productions, of which I encourage you all to subscribe now on your favorite podcast app, or scan me here very conveniently. This was a lesson yesterday from the podcast workshop called Always Be Closing. And so I want you all to subscribe now. I also have stickers and bookmarks if you'd like one of those, so please see me after class. So we're thinking, what I want to do is talk about our use of AI in a sort of graded scale, from labor-saving tools and good uses to, oh crap, maybe we shouldn't do that. Or even further, oh hell no, we shouldn't do that. But let's start with sort of labor-saving and intellectual engagement. And this is kind of the easiest one, something we're probably all using if we're doing oral histories, if we're doing other kinds of audio-based work, is simply using a program like Otter AI to transcribe interviews, conversations, oral histories, and whatnot. That in itself is an extremely useful practical application in labor-saving. Has added sort of intellectual benefit for us because in our studio, we're not always guaranteed that we're going to have students who are of the same historical fields that we are. So I'm an early Americanist, but often we'll be working with 20th century Russianists or Europeanists or historians of the Asian world. As much as I would like to read them in on the entire historiography of the American Revolution, we just don't have the time. But they are always a part of our interviews. They sit in on interviews, they learn from scholars of our different programs, And in my case, in the show that I produce is called Worlds Turned Upside Down, which is about a history of the American Revolution. In order to effectively engage with those students and to kind of help them get up to reasonable speed about what we're doing and what we're trying to accomplish in any given moment, the labor-saving tools like Otter AI have been great, particularly since they began spitting out summaries of conversations and interviews. So you can see an excerpt here of an interview we conducted last week or 2 weeks ago with a colleague who is an expert on the dissemination of the Declaration of Independence into the Atlantic world in post-July 1776. Here you can see a sequence in which myself and the scholar are talking about how British Americans begin to detach themselves from the monarchy and the crown in the months leading up to the Declaration and losing their emotional attachments to the king. Now, it would have taken me a long time to kind of really help a young person understand this, these major important historical developments about early America, but it helps us that we have these excellent summaries that then that student can kind of get up to speed about some of the major things that historians are thinking about at this moment, right? This is not a situation where Americans were like, we're out, see ya, we hate this guy. It's a slow burn process which they break with the king. And this is a concrete opportunity for those students to learn from some of the best people, but also get compelling summaries using this technology. I put this in to be funny because AI also means business. It also gives me these action items. So when I put in the transcript for episode 11, The Resistance, which is about the Quartering Act, I was given some assignments, right? I was to send 2 regiments to Boston to support the civil government, enforce the Quartering Act in the full extent and meaning of the act, and then I was to dissolve the New York Assembly until it approves the Quartering Act without reservation. Now that's meant to be kind of funny, but it also is indicative of the major themes of that episode. And so if someone needed a good laugh or just a quick summary of what's going on in episode 11, which you should scan and access right here, they could get that. So labor-saving device, getting people up to speed intellectually. Then we have AI podcasting in terms of speech enhancement. Let's see if these come through. What we're able to do with some of the recent tools that have developed like Isotope or Adobe is to improve the audio quality of a degraded audio clip. So say for example, and I'll see if I can get this up in a minute, but I'll give you the context for this. We had a colleague of ours who we interviewed, very prominent historian of early America, very nice person. We send headset mics to our guests so we can ensure good audio quality, but unfortunately, the microphone just would not connect to her computer. And we knew that she was very pressed for time because she's reasonably well known and in demand, and so we were like, we've got to do it. We've got to just do this interview. So the interview was conducted using her computer mic, right? So think about a Zoom call, not terribly great. To my everlasting shame, because I was like, this is the moment we're going to get this person, and the audio is not great. In recent months, literally recent months, new tools have come out that allow us to repair that audio. Let me just see if I can get this. Great. So this is the, it's gonna play? Oh, look at that, it comes up like that. Nope, not gonna play. But I'll describe it for you, which will be even better. The one on the left is the raw audio. It sounds like a horrible Zoom call. But what the Adobe speech enhancement tool does is it will analyze the audio. It will identify the frequencies that should have been there if it had been a decent mic. It will then resynthesize those frequencies and do a few other performative things such that it sounds then like that scholar is in a professional sound booth. Now, it's really remarkable. And such to the extent that the technology came out after we had released the episode in which the scholar appears, and so I'm probably going to go back and actually put the improved tracks in just for the benefit, one, of the audience, but then two, so that that scholar can sound the best that they can. But we do have to sort of think about, and so we think about this from a production consideration, right? We were able to repair the damaged audio to its intended state, what we wanted to capture. It helps us expedite the cleaning process, so we can remove clicks and all those kinds of things, and enhances the listener's experience. But then when we're thinking about the questions we're asking of our graduate students, and as we're taking them through and helping them learn these tools, and as they're thinking about their own projects, because many of them are developing projects for class, and some of our students are thinking about developing podcast dissertations. To what extent does this enhancement change a speaker's ultimate performance or the intellectual contribution? Now, in these types of tools, it doesn't really change all that much. It just makes them sound better. Do the enhancement tools harm the natural state of audio-based primary sources? So let's say you're working with an oral history. Do you want to improve the audio quality so the speaker is more intelligible, or does that compromise the originality of that primary source? And then what is the consideration you have to undertake to balance between originality and listenability? So we think a lot about that. If you listen to our series, The Green Tunnel, there's a lot of oral history or field recordings. And so we had to think a lot about, with our students, how to balance that listenability versus the integrity of the primary source. Hopefully this plays, because this is funny, but it probably won't. So there's the enhancement. Then we're moving up a step to vocal manipulation. So you see my unfortunate picture over there, and what you would have heard was an excerpt from episode 10, The Stamp, which is about the Stamp Act crisis in the 1760s, and my narration track. Then I piped those same words through a tool we have called Artlist.io, which was a sound subscription and sound effects bank, but it also has AI vocal voiceover, so we can pick, a gentleman from Kentucky, a British woman, all kinds of different things. I will point out that I asked Claude AI to give me a picture of what a esteemed British professor looked like, and that was it. I don't know what that says about Claude AI or British professoriate, but that's where we are. No, you're good. It's fine. I can't do a British accent, so I won't try to fake it. Jillian, do you want to do it? Okay. But so I could theoretically have my shows narrated by my words, but somebody else's voice, right? So then we have to sort of think about the considerations when we're talking from a production standpoint, from also with our students, right? The potential to add different accents and speech patterns to history podcast productions, right? One of the things we try to do is to get an approximate, people who have approximate accents to historical periods so that it immerses the listeners in that historical context. Possible use in social media clips, that's a labor-saving device. Say we want to just make a reel or something like that and call it a day, but it also could conceivably cut costs associated with recruiting and recording actors for primary source roles. But then we have to ask ourselves, and we ask our students to think about these things, do the AI voice tools diminish the humanity in the humanities? Do these tools create false representations of the past? You can see I'm asking a lot of questions here today. You're not going to get a lot of answers. Are they appropriate to use in projects in which no archival audio exists, right? I work in the 18th century, all my friends are dead, right? So I have to recreate voices for primary sources. That's not necessarily the case with, post-20th century or, post-19th century sources. So is there a consideration where, is it appropriate to do that using this kind of technology? And again, how do we balance authenticity versus listenability? In the example I was going to show you, it clearly sounds like an AI British person, so it would have been noticeable that it was not great. Now, the sort of final scale I want to talk about is vocal cloning, which has been around for a while, but has become impressively authentic in a way that it's difficult to distinguish between an AI voice and a real voice. And this is being used for example, if you're fans of The Mandalorian, and spoiler alert, Luke Skywalker shows up in that. But sorry, I know, sorry. But they, at Lucasfilm, were able to use a tool called Respeecher to process all of Mark Hamill's Star Wars stuff and interviews he did when he was of the age during not Last Jedi, Return of the Jedi, and then synthesize his voice so that he could speak in The Mandalorian and also in the book of Boba Fett. That's also another spoiler, which is an impressive technology. And even though it didn't sound quite great and it looked kind of weird, it was really impressive because you're like, Luke Skywalker's back. And so my childhood dreams were fulfilled. But the technology has advanced stuff that it's getting very difficult to distinguish between real and AI. An example that's recently emerged in recent months is the podcast series Virtually Parkinson, which is based off the work of Sir Michael Parkinson, who was a British broadcaster who passed away a little over a year ago. He had produced several thousand hours of recording on broadcast television, TV, and whatnot. And when he died, his son and the estate gave permission to an outfit called Deep Fusion Films to train their large language models on all those hours and hours and hours of film and radio and broadcast and clone his voice. So what you would have heard here is an AI conversation in which he's talking to the musician Jason Derulo as if he were still alive, right? Even down to the point where he would stutter in his speech patterns, in his breath noises, in the kind of particular ways and quirks in which he would ask a question. I couldn't tell the difference, and if you watch the YouTube version, it's surreal because you see the musician sitting there almost as if he was doing a phone interview with someone. You can't, of course, see Michael because he's dead, but you can hear his voice talking and asking questions and responding. And it's cool, but also indicative of the things that we ought to be mindful of as we're working with students in audio projects. So I was struggling to find some good, considerations or production values for this because this really kind of disturbs me. But there are some, right? You could potentially continue a series following the death of someone or their loss of speech. There are instances where people have suffered debilitating illnesses or physical trauma, they've lost their speech, but nonprofits have synthesized their voice so that they can speak again. There's actually a really good episode of Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend where he talks to a good friend of his who can no longer speak because of Lou Gehrig's disease, but his voice was synthesized, and by, just like Stephen Hawking did, looking at a screen and picking out words, he can carry on a conversation again. So that's pretty remarkable, right? But also, there's also these ethical considerations. You could theoretically supplement or improve an original performance. Let's just say I had an off day or something at some point, or I wasn't happy with the way that I narrated a podcast, or one of our students was not. If they had a clone voice, they could drop in segments that improved their performance to their liking. Primary sources could read their own writings. If you had archival audio of interesting people, theoretically you could train a clone voice to have them speak again, reading something they had written, or you could actually interview historical figures, which is sort of like the chatbots that was developed at the National Library of Australia. I had a former 10-year at a cultural heritage institution where there was thinking that perhaps we would resurrect somebody in AI, and there was a lot of discussions about why we should not do that at all. But as we're thinking about these for teaching our students, questions we put to them or we think about is, do these tools create false representations of a deceased person or the past? What prevents intended or unintended manipulation of a voice? When some of you may have used the tool Descript, when that first came out, well, they began rolling out cloning technology 2-3 years ago, and they put in express safeguards, at least they said, where you could not train a model on Adolf Hitler's voice and then do nefarious things with it. So theoretically, there were safeguards there, but what if there are no safeguards? What prevents intended or unintended manipulation of a historical person? You could make someone in the past say something that they did not say or did never intended or did not mean. And how do listeners perceive or want the authenticity of this work versus their desire for mass content? There are certain arguments among audio producers that we need to continually feed the beast, that we need to keep rolling out content, and in part that's driven by their need for advertising revenue and whatnot. I did sit in on a presentation about a year ago in which an individual claimed that using AI, they could produce and publish a podcast episode in about 4 hours of about 30 minutes length. You could do it, but would anybody listen, and what would it sound like? Obviously, I think we're not going to do that in R2 Studios. I would just say we're much more on the speech enhancement or the audio cleaning and the labor-saving tools. We're not interested in all in cloning voices. That violates all kinds of historical ethical standards in our judgment. And so we're probably not going to do that, but I think that's where I kind of want to end our talk today, just by saying that this is a relatively new field for us in terms of thinking about how we can incorporate these types of technologies into our public history and audio production, and more importantly, in training the next generation of graduate students, of historians, of historian podcasters. These are tools that can expedite our work, can take time off from audio editing so we can focus on the intellectual work of getting scripts right, of interviewing smart people, of doing the Lord's work and getting the history out there to the people who want to hear it. But there are ways you could slide into a slippery slope of unethical and ahistorical practices that we want to try to avoid. So thank you very much for your consideration, and happy to answer questions at the end of our panel today.
Whoever preloaded these on screen, I made changes to mine. So is there a way to get the most recent version up? It's in the drive, yeah. Yeah, okay, I didn't want to. No back button. Probably alphabetical. Okay, there we go. Sorry for that. Morning, everyone. My name is Jeremy Van Hoff, and I'm the director of the Teaching Center at the Center for Teaching and Learning Innovation here at Michigan State University. We're waiting for these slides to spin up. It'll be just a second. I think we got it. We're good. I will talk today about my experiences as the director of the Teaching Center, not so much my experiences as a teacher. I am a teacher, and my background is in English education, so I'm deeply concerned about the instruction of writing, and largely in the context of AI, that focuses my attention on large language models and generative AI tools like ChatGPT, Claude, you name it. So when I talk about AI today, largely I'm going to be talking about generative AI and large language models. There are obviously all kinds of uses of these things, but that's where that will kind of narrow the focus and maybe help frame the stuff that I'm talking about. I spoke with the Office of the Dean of Students just yesterday, asking them about academic dishonesty reports on campus here at Michigan State. And last semester, 42% of all academic dishonesty reports were related to large language models. This semester so far, 39%. There's a bit of an onerous process for an academic dishonesty report, which is essentially, I think my student cheated. It's a bit of a red tape nightmare to actually get the complaint all the way to the point where it's in front of the dean of students. So the numbers that actually land on their desk are not huge. Each semester, the total campus of thousands and thousands of classes and tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of assignments generates, a few hundred to 1,000 total academic dishonesty reports that reach the desk. So when the Dean of Students Office says that they've gotten a couple hundred ChatGPT complaints over the course of a semester, on one hand, that seems like a very small number, but it is a sizable percentage. Then I asked the question, is it your perception that that number understates the prevalence of the misuse of these tools? And he immediately replied and was like, absolutely, 100%, both anecdotally and pragmatically, that is the case. And what that number of 40% or so of all academic dishonesty reports kind of represents is the extreme low-hanging fruit of misuse, where they forgot to delete the prompt, or there's visual evidence that they were using the tool inappropriately on an assignment or in class in real time. But those stories are out, and I think that what I see when I go in front of teachers on campus is a real sense that the scope of the problem is frightening. And we kind of lean into that notion of fear, that I can't do what I've traditionally done in my classroom because I know that students are abusing this tool. I can't catch them abusing it, or if I do, it's too much work to report it, but it's a real problem. So I'm going to do the head in the sand approach and just ban it outright in my class. We've seen evidence of classes that suspended all homework assignments and only made the course grade focus on the midterm and final assessment because they suspected that students were using ChatGPT to cheat on the homework assignments, thereby inflating their grade. So what happened is we saw a tremendous downturn in student success in that critical course because they were no longer getting these kind of immersive application assignments that they were typically asked to complete. It was basically show up in the class and listen to lecture and then regurgitate it on the midterm, which works for some, but certainly not for all. And it denied a large chunk of the student body a different mechanism by which they could approach the course content. So we see these knee-jerk reactions that stem from fear, and we see students who are largely unguided as they navigate this newly complex world where generative AI is infused into a large portion of their day-to-day, and then arbitrarily they're told, absolutely you may not use it in this specific instance. So that's kind of the framing for what I want to talk about, which is that there's value in seeing beyond that fear and in realizing that there are means that we can use these tools, and I'm speaking again specifically of generative AI, large language model tools. We can use them to support student learning. We can use them to support ourselves as teachers in ways that are still ethical and that don't hinder student learning outcomes and that can actually be more towards that Star Trek version of the future and less towards the Gandalf doom and gloom, harbinger of doom statement, right? So how do we use generative AI to support students? There's a couple ways that I'm going to highlight today, things that I've seen happening on campus here at Michigan State or at some of our peer institutions. The actual ways that this can happen are infinite, right? The first thing that I think is really valuable is we can use AI as a means by which we talk about ethics within a specific discipline. Whether that's business or economics or some scholarly pursuit or chemistry, there are going to be applications for AI use in the field once our students graduate and enter into the world of work. We can engage them in meaningful, critical conversations about how to ethically deploy these tools in their chosen field early in their academic career. And they're invested in it. Students see this and they understand the power of it and they understand the broad applicability of these tools. So when I go in front of a class and I do a guest lecture in front of a writing class about using AI critically, they really want to talk about the ethical implications of these tools. It's really exciting on one level to get students arguing about if we should even log into the tool, let alone if we should use it in our creative writing. I see this in my own life. My son is a MSU graduate and from the James Madison College here, which is kind of a constitutional democracy was his area of focus, and also creative writing. And so he's always in poetry slams and writing creatively and is entirely opposed to using AI. Meanwhile, my daughter is a current sophomore here on campus and has fully embraced it. So over the dinner table, I can have the two of them go at it and have the ethical debate. And it's great to see that they're both engaging all of those critical thinking dendrites and really, really digging into what the implications of these tools are. And it helps us as teachers it's an entryway into having critical, meaningful conversations in a class about a discipline that I don't think we were necessarily having even just a couple years ago. So that's one way that I can see it being really valuable, because we can talk about in this field, whatever my field is that we're teaching and into which you hope to graduate. How are these tools being deployed? Should they be deployed that way? How might you use them on day one in your job? What will people ask you about your knowledge of these tools? How are you going to respond? You can use these tools to infuse creativity into your teaching. And we'll dig into that in just a little bit. And what I want to lean into here is that there are ways in which these tools can strip the humanity away from our process and product. And there are ways where these tools can heighten and elevate the humanity of our process and product. And if we're intentional about the way that we use the tools, we can lean into the latter rather than the former. A big one for me is personalization and differentiation. This is one of the wicked problems of teaching. We know empirically that differentiated instruction is for the best for our students. Meeting students where they are rather than just teaching to the middle. Giving students the resources they need from a remediative sense, and giving students the extra content they need if they're ready to proceed further. Giving students different ways to approach the same topic, because they might not grasp it if it's just told to them, but they really might grasp it if they can manipulate a physical object. We know that that's the best way to teach. It's also impossible to do that at scale. Generative AI can be the key to unlocking that differentiation lockbox. And it's really a powerful tool in that sense. And we've talked about the critical thinking, so I don't need to lean into that too much. On the creativity and critical thinking question, there are so many, I mean, we've all heard the stories, right? We're all Picasso creative geniuses at kindergarten, and Ken Robinson uses this in some of his education talks, where we're all these creative geniuses when we're pre-K kindergarten students. And as we proceed through the modern kind of industrialized American school system, by the time we're seniors in high school, we've lost that creative flair. What happened? Has it been taught out of us? Has it been understimulated over the course of those 12 years? Why is that happening? Generative AI tools, when used creatively and in very pointed ways, can help re-stimulate some of that creative power that we know we're all born with and is inherent in us, but sometimes has been stifled either by society or peer pressure or systems or institutions or whatever. So if you deploy these and I see this happening in classrooms, right? My students always submit the exact same essay. I give them a prompt and I get 35 essays that are the exact same back. I don't get any creative responses back. Okay, well, allow them to use generative AI to brainstorm ideas about unique ways to respond to a common prompt. Give them one moment in the writing process where they can where you say, free rein, use the tool. Use it as a brainstorming tool. Does that stimulate some creativity where you realize, oh, there's a different way that I could go about sharing what I understand about this prompt with you, my instructor? I always, when I was an English teacher, I always would give students a menu of ways that they could demonstrate knowledge. They could write the essay, they could do a presentation, they could create a website, they could create a 3D model, and I always put interpretive dance on as the final option. Never once, 12 years teaching high school juniors American Lit, did anyone do an interpretive dance to demonstrate their knowledge of Huck Finn? I don't know why, but they don't, because there's this, obvious that's hyperbole, but they don't because they're scared to do it. They're afraid that they'll be judged. They're afraid that it won't be good. And when I gave them this list of 9 or 10 options, I'd say 80% of the time they defaulted to what they perceived to be the path of least resistance, and they turned in a 5-paragraph essay. I gave them the choice. I told them how I was going to grade it. I graded it. Fine, we all move on. If I had access to ChatGPT back in my high school teaching days, it would have been significantly different, because I would have encouraged the students to use the tool to brainstorm ways in which they could reply to all of those various prompt types, and then choose which they felt was the best platform for them to demonstrate knowledge, rather than just what the path of least resistance was, where they didn't feel like they were going to be judged by their peers. For critical thinking, I've seen this being deployed in multiple really powerful ways. I think one that I want to highlight here is the use of case studies. I used to work in the business college here, where I kind of ran the in-house teaching center in the College of Business, and case study instruction is really, really common in the business school, where they'll look in depth at a critical decision that some corporation had to make, and they'll unpack all the various decision points and make those all learning experiences. They'll pay big bucks to Harvard Business Publishing to get access to a case that's been written intentionally with thought and care, and charge their students big bucks to access that case. And they'll do all this work and effort, and then students will generate the end report and sell that end report to next semester's cohort of students who are reading the exact same case. And so the first cohort had a great experience. The second cohort, they're some of them are going to have a great experience, but some of them are going to end up in that academic dishonesty report process because of external pressures or whatever cause them to feel like the best choice for me is to just buy the answer rather than come up with the answer. What I'm seeing happen in business school and elsewhere is you can use ChatGPT or the like to generate unique cases. Fictional cases, yes, but cases that have all of the same complexity and dynamism of the real world cases, but in which the variables are constantly tweaked. So rather than have a single case that I'm teaching to my entire class, I can have groups of 5 and generate 15 custom cases. And, you know, whammo, I've got no mechanism by which students can cheat, quote unquote, and everyone's getting the same critical learning experience. That's really powerful. It's important that we're transparent, that we're teaching in that way, and that we're using the tools in that way. And I've seen math instruction do the same thing. You can use AI to generate, you know, myriad iterations of the same type of math problem that's getting at the same mathematics core competency without the same numbers. That's always been one of the critical problems in math assessment, is coming up with an authentic enough question that touches on the math core competency in the appropriate way without assessing external factors. That's one of the big problems, that we're only asking the question about the specific math competency that we're trying to evaluate. As an aside, I used to also be an item writer for educational testing services. My wife and I moonlit to write math questions for standardized mathematics tests for 3rd graders that were to be delivered nationally. And we would be given the state standard from some random state, in the state of Mississippi, mathematics standard 5, substandard 4, says this specific thing, write a math question about it. You cannot use socks in a drawer, and you cannot use ping pong balls as you know, objects in the question, because we've already got too many of those. And I specifically remember one that, so we'd either have to write them from scratch, or we would be editing ones that came back because they were problematic in some way. And I specifically remember one that came back, and it was some number sense counting question for 3rd graders, and it was referencing the number of bats in a belfry. And we had to rewrite it because we were aware that a large population of students were going to be tested on their understanding of the word belfry rather than on their number sense. Generative AI helps prevent against that kind of assessment item creation error from the start, rather than relying on you know, revision or just missing it and having a poorly written item. So critical thought can really be a mechanism that we can highlight, because we can create a world in which students have to do the work. There's no end around. Students get unique work to complete, and we're confident that the work we're asking of them is targeted and focused and assessing the right core competencies. I do think it's valuable to constantly reference ethics when it comes to AI, and I think it is because of its newness and its ubiquity. I don't talk about ethics when I talk about item analysis or group dynamics or team teaching or differentiation, because those are established educational principles. The ethical debates have been had, and they're kind of baked in. I think we tried to approach the internet as teachers in the education field. We tried to approach the onset of the internet in an ethical way. There were lots of emphases on digital literacy and some basic training on how to use the internet, and we talked about source citation more than we had in the past. But we didn't lean in heavily enough on the ethical questions, especially when social media achieved the level of ubiquity that it now has. And aside from the broad societal impacts of social media, failing to address ethical use of social media at the K-12 level has had really, really deleterious effects on our children, to the point where we're now getting Australia banning social media outright for children, or trying to. We'll see how that goes. And I see this again as a dad in my own household, that I didn't have enough meaningful, deep conversations with my children about the possible effects of social media. And both my children and their friends and their colleagues here on campus are really struggling with the mental health ramifications, well, just as one instance, but many, many other things. And I think that's because we assumed, oh, these kids are tech savvy, they're digital natives, they know how to use these tools, they know it better than me, release the hounds. And if we do the same thing with generative AI, it's going to be deeply problematic. So because of its newness and its ubiquity, now is the time to lean in heavily on the ethical use of these, the ethical considerations about how these tools were created, how they're supported, how they're powered, and how they're going to be deployed across society. And getting students to engage in those critical conversations now, higher ed level students, getting them to engage in these deeper conversations about these tools, the history of them, the utility of them, the power, is really going to be important. Differentiation I talked about, it's useful in a number of ways. One way that I've seen it be used in a really powerful way is students creating their own study guides. Using generative AI to scan their notes from the course of the semester and generate their own study guides. And specifically, I've seen students use ChatGPT to create study questions. Here are my notes on this lecture. Generate 5 practice problems to help me study for the test. That's pretty cool. And if you prompt them as a teacher, generate 5 study, practice problems and make each one incrementally more difficult, or make each one address a different type of learning outcome as defined in the syllabus or whatever. If we coached them into how to do this, rather than us giving them a study guide that is, again, kind of teaching to the middle, they can create study guides that are responsive to their needs and their understandings. So often we see people do you can have a 3x5 card before the test. You can put any notes you want on the 3x5 card. You can write as small as you want. You can use both sides if you want. Sharpen your pencil a lot so you can fit more words on the document, right? And as teachers, we all know that they're never going to look at the card once the test hits the desk, because they've done so much work to create it that they've internalized all the work. Coaching them into creating meaningful study guides, yeah, cool, but really you're coaching them into reteaching themselves the content prior to some assessment. And that's a really great and powerful way to meet students where they are, prior to asking them to demonstrate their understanding of a concept. And you can be transparent about that. You can say, I'm doing this because you're going to learn more about the content. That's fine, and I think I would encourage that. But I've seen that to be a really powerful deployment of these tools in classes. All kinds of ways that differentiation can be made real using these tools. Writing prompts is a great one. The case studies is a great one. Timely feedback. I'll talk about that in a second. The other way that, I don't want to go too long, but the other way that I can see generative AI being really powerful as a support mechanism is for us as teachers. Rather than seeing it as a problem, seeing it as a potential solution. Specifically, in this case, I'll talk about the administrative tasks of teaching. and how generative AI can streamline a lot of those things. The syllabus, something that we all need to worry about at the beginning of every semester, and something that is never really that fun. And by syllabus, I mean, yes, the document itself, but also all of the contents of it. The way that grades are distributed, the sequence of events of activities, the scaffolding of activities, the alignment of activity to assessment to outcome. Generative AI can be used as a feedback mechanism on our own syllabi to say, okay, look at page 1, where I lay out the course description and the course purpose and my teaching philosophy and the course outcomes. Do pages 2 through 8 reflect what I've written on page 1 adequately? Where are the gaps? You can use it for a gap analysis tool. You can use it to help ensure that there's meaningful alignment between assessment and outcome. Another big burden at the higher ed level is communication and the constant incoming from students. I've taught very large classes here on campus, 800 plus students, and I've taught very small classes at previous institutions. And the communications is a problem regardless of the size of the class. And being responsive and timely in those replies is really valuable. So what I've seen people try to do, I don't know that it's been fully implemented yet, is use ChatGPT basically to create kind of like a running FAQ. And so as student questions come in, you can start to kind of populate over the course of a semester. These are common questions. And at the end of the semester, I've got this bank of questions that I received. I can use ChatGPT to distill all that down into a common FAQ. And I can also ask it, when were they most likely to come in? So then I can generate proactive, preemptive, class-wide communication. So I know that week 4, I was getting a lot of questions about this specific thing. So in week 3, I'm going to push out a class-wide communication to try to nip some of that in the bud. Pretty clever idea, and potentially a way to send one message rather than receive 15 and reply to 15. And rubric creation, it is a really powerful tool for rubric creation, and it's being used in this way a lot on campus, helping to make more transparent the ways in which we will be evaluating student work, and give students a better understanding of how their work will be, how various elements of their work will be evaluated or assessed. And also giving students the ability to have their work run against a rubric prior to them submitting it. I've always said, like, what I care about is the process more than the end product. I want you to get the essay into a perfect state, not a perfect state, but into a state where it's, submittable. But really what I care about is the way that you get to that rather than what the end state looks like. So what this lets me do is have them self-grade or have peers grade or have the machine grade their work iteratively over time. And I'm speaking specifically of a written document, right? And then they can reflect on why they were getting that type of feedback, what type of change needs to come. I think it's a pretty powerful use of the tool. I've seen this happen in some large lecture classes. We heard about Otter AI and transcription. Record yourself with Otter AI as you're delivering a lecture. Distill that use that to generate a course podcast, or course notes, or a study bank, or a summary message. So I can go up in front of the class, deliver my lecture, have Otter AI run a transcript, push that transcript through ChatGPT and say, hey, write me a summary document that I can send to my students about the 5 critical points we talked about in class and the 2 things they need to know for next time. It'll generate that for me. I can push it out to the class, and I get this I get a meaningful learning moment for my students without me having to invest a whole ton of time. Using it as a way to record ourselves and then generate content based on that transcript is really powerful, and I'm seeing people do that a lot, both administratively in meetings, to take meeting notes, but also in classes to document it. Obvious, you want to be careful with FERPA and ethical considerations around recording student voices and saying disclosed things and feeding those into the machine. I'm not leaning into that very much in my talk today because I'm assuming that it's table stakes that we're going to be careful in those ways. And generating meaningful learning activities, generating ways where students can seek further assistance, seek further information, dig deeper if they're interested. Again, getting that differentiation based on a transcript of what I've said in a lecture is pretty powerful. It's great for peer instruction as well. It's great for role play. We saw this in the audio where it can assume personas, but I'm not worried about the voice it's assuming, but the persona that it assumes. So I can feed my students prompts that they can put into ChatGPT where they say, you are a early American historian and you're reading my essay through that lens. How would you perceive the quality of my argument in paragraph 2, right? So I'm coaching them to use the tool in extremely targeted ways, and then dialogue with it, right? How would I best present this content to a 5-year-old? How would I best present this content to my colleague or my best friend when we're having drinks at the bar? What are ways that I could tweak the argument that I'm making so that I can address a specific audience? Not that I would ever actually have them write an essay and turn it into me as if I were a 5-year-old, but it helps them realize, like, Wired magazine does these YouTube videos where they explain infinity to a 5-year-old, to a 5th grader, to a high school senior, to a physics undergrad, and to a physics PhD. And they're talking about infinity to all those different audiences, and you get to kind of watch that unfold. But it's pretty powerful as an observer to see how you talk about this extremely difficult topic to an extremely, uneducated brain versus an extremely educated brain. The last thing I'll say, because I'm going a little long, is the writing process. As a writing teacher, I care a lot about that. I think the most effective use that I've seen for ChatGPT in the writing process is intentional, targeted encouragement of the tool at certain points in the process. So in this instance, I want you to use ChatGPT to brainstorm. And then I want you to do the whole rest of the assignment without it. Can we agree to that? All right? Some of you are going to cheat. I get it. I can't stop that because the tool is smarter than me. But if we can just agree contractually, in this assignment, it's a brainstorming tool, and then you set it aside, cool. In this assignment, I want it to be something where it meets you at the middle, right? So use the tool after you've drafted your first draft, ask it some targeted questions. Let's spend half an hour in class coming up with the types of prompts and targeted questions we might have ChatGPT ask about our writing. Let's think critically about what's the best ways we can phrase this so that the robot is giving us meaningful value. We're going to use it for mid-assignment feedback, and then we're going to set the tool aside and generate our final product using our own brains. Or write the whole final product and run it through ChatGPT right at the end, asking it a couple other agreed upon questions, and to do a final grammar check. Because I'm really not assessing your comma use, and I'd rather not have to worry about misplaced commas as I'm reading this essay where you're supposed to be telling me about your understanding of Huck Finn. So let it worry about the commas, and you worry about hook fit, right? Can we use it in that way? Let's agree to that. You're going to use your brain all the way up to the final, and then let it be your final editor. Cool? All right? That's the way we're going to use it in this assignment. They're going to use the tool. We can't stop them. And the ones who are good at using it, we're never going to catch them. So if we just acknowledge that the tool is there and coach them in meaningful, helpful ways that they can use it, I think we're going to be creating a better process. Try not to be the person with the head in the sand who just bans the tool outright in your class, because what that's going to do is going to cause an inequity. The students who can afford to pay for the high-quality tools and who have the time to research how to use them well are still going to use them, even though they're banned, and they're never going to be caught. The students who can't afford to do that are going to be then, and you could say a disadvantage, you could say an advantage, I don't know. But there's going to be two different levels of learning happening in your class. Also, don't be head in the clouds. They will misuse it, and it is ethically problematic in a lot of different ways. So it's not this panacea, right? We have to be open and honest with our students about how to use it, why to use it, when to use it. Also be transparent. If you're using it, always, always, always say you're using it. No matter how you've used it, if you've used it to modify a voice, indicate very clearly that you've done so. Always modeling for them this transparency. Always modeling for your students that you have to indicate that it's been used and that you're using it with intent in specific instances. And mess around with it. Play with it. Use the tools and have your students use the tools in unique and creative ways and see what it can do for you as a teacher. It's one experiment that I've come to know and love is ChatGPT is a great bartender. Take a photo of your bar cart and of your fridge and tell it what type of party you're having, and wow, it really does a good job. If it can do that, how else can we be creative with using it to come up with unique and unexpected ideas about how to teach our content or how to demonstrate our knowledge of our content? All right, that's all I've got for you today. Thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to the Q&A coming forward.
Thank you, Jeremy. MJ and Sarah.
Morning. Well, Sarah, get started. I'm MJ, and it's such a pleasure to be presenting at an HNET symposium. I actually was a member of the original HNET listserv back in the early 1990s, so it's great to connect again here this many years later. We are, is it good? Is it not good? They get a password. Not have ours here. Just grab that one. Just grab that one.
Can I just plug mine in? Oh.
So Sarah and I are both have teaching backgrounds. Sarah in high school, and I've been a professor for about 3 decades. But today we are speaking more from the perspective of consulting. So we've also, for many years, have been working with educators for what it is that they might do with technology in their classroom. So that's the perspective we're bringing today. Now, it may seem kind of odd to have our presentation be here, right? To have our presentation be titled "Where to Start." We've already been around we've had AI for a couple of years. And I want to warn you, there's going to be an interactive portion to this, so get your phones ready. But, so 2 years ago, we've been living with AI for about 2 years. So 2 years ago, spring of 2023, what's the question that we would have asked that year? We probably would have asked, oh my gosh, AI, what is this? It was strange. It was new. But now, AI is pretty familiar. Yeah, surprising, true, but it's not strange anymore. It's not something that we haven't thought of. But it does keep changing. So what it is that we do now is not going to be the same thing that we or AI can do, right? Its capabilities. It's going to change in 3 months, maybe even less. So we know that. But 2 years ago, we thought maybe technology would stabilize. And if we just wrote it out, right, maybe we could keep it from integrating into our lives. Now, last year, in spring of 24, uses grew, AI capabilities grew, it became much more accessible. So then the question shifted to, okay, well, what can it do? What can AI do? That's not so much a new question anymore. We've heard great suggestions this morning. Those suggestions, half of those we couldn't have given 6 months ago because the AI wasn't ready. 6 months from now, we're going to have all sorts of new things that we can answer, okay? Because AI is going to change. There's lots of people with ideas. There's lots of tips and tricks out there. You could try this, use your favorite LLM and put in the prompt, give me 50 things that I can do to use AI in my class, and it will give you those, okay? Getting the ideas isn't as hard anymore because we're all thinking about it. No, in September of 25, the biggest question now is to decide what to choose. All of these ideas, okay, not how can I use it, but how should I use it? The biggest question this year is about judgment, okay? The problem is there's no single answer. Not only are our disciplines different, our areas different, our own styles as teachers are different, our own stances toward AI are different, okay? So how do we start? This is what we need then. How do we start, okay? Not having an answer makes us as educators vulnerable. Echoing what Jesse says, a new danger that Sarah and I are seeing this developing is that more and more companies are, and I use the word companies specifically because we're a market for them, okay? They're trying to sell us a right answer to this question by packaging AI into teaching and learning tools and platforms. A lot of vendors will now sell you AI-enabled products. Echoing Jeremy, another danger that we're seeing is that the students' practices and experiences will drive what we do, okay? So where do we start? We need to start in our enduring place. What do we want to accomplish in the class? What is our expertise? So the challenge we focus on in this presentation, when there's a huge buffet of options to choose from, how can an educator choose? What does it mean for you and your course that AI is available to you and your students? Our position is, we start from where we currently stand, we need to know where we're grounded, and then we can move forward. 2 elements make up that starting place. We're going to talk about those 2 elements today. They provide some paths forward. We're going to provide some examples of paths forward, but encourage you to be thinking yourself about how you answer these questions. Because we'd love, as the symposium goes on, to hear from you and to go through these issues with you. If there's a demonstration time, we can discuss other starting places. Okay, so the first thing, step number 1, is find your starting place.
And so to do that, we would ask that you click this thing, but take your phone out. If it works.
So you're going to use your own judgment, right? Be authentic to yourself of how much AI should be permitted in your course. We're not going to tell you what opinion you should have about how much AI should be permitted, okay? You're the expert. But we do think that knowing your stance toward AI use is important because it's going to impact the scope of what it is that you might consider. It's going to shape your path.
Well, we did have a fun interactive thing, but we're going to skip it.
It's not. The Chrome extension isn't working.
Actually,
Do we
I can
have
do it
the
on my
URL?
computer.
Yeah. Do we have the URL? We can give them the URL too. So here's what the question's going to ask you, so you can do it yourself, even if we can't get this showing. What is your stance toward it? Do you think that it should be prohibited? Do you think that it should be regulated or limited? Do you think maybe we should evade it? And by evade it, I mean design our class so that the use of AI is less of an issue. Do you think that we should wait and see? Do you think that we should allow it? Do you think we should encourage it? Do you think we should require it? No, let's just, okay. This is the problem, yeah. Sarah's with educational technology here at IT. Shout out to our colleagues there. Oh. It's gonna work. Oh. Yeah. We're going to do a show of hands. Yeah. I'm old school. Okay? You can answer more than one, but we want to get a sense in the room, right? It'll help us with the rest of our presentation. Okay? Prohibit. How many people say, not always maybe, but sometimes we should prohibit it? Yeah, it's fine. There are some things that I think that it shouldn't be used for. Absolutely. Oh, no? Okay.
No, sorry.
We should regulate it or limit it. We should control it somehow. Yeah. We should evade it, design our classes so that it's not an issue. Okay? Wait and see. I'm still waiting. Oh, exactly. We should allow it. All right? We should encourage it. All right? We should require it. Okay, so the point here is that if we would have had our percentages, we probably would have seen that there's a substantial, a noticeable number of people in each one of these. Okay, no one stance is better than the other.
So taking a look at these stances, and excuse me for the poll not working, but I like that we went old school. Speaking of these stances is important because it's about what you want to do and your comfort level and where you think that AI has a place in teaching and learning, but specifically in your classroom. So MJ and I have had the opportunity to work with instructors, and as in my role as an instructional designer, I get to consult with instructors who are facing the same challenges that we've been talking about all morning. And in that, we've been able to come up with some personified versions of these stances. And I encourage you to kind of see yourself or, pick and choose in these personified stances of where you are in your understanding, in your comfort, and in your decisions about using AI. So our first persona that we have here is Alex. Alex views AI as a threat. right? Alex might come in to a consultation with us and say, I don't want it in the classroom. I'm scared. I'm worried, right? I see it as a threat. What Alex is saying, what Alex is asking, is how can Alex minimize AI's negative impact on student learning? Alex just doesn't just hate AI because it's, robots taking over. As much as we can, be dramatic about it, Alex is concerned about student learning, as I'm sure many of you are. The next persona I think of is Dylan. Dylan is coming at it from a different way. Dylan maybe has experimented more with AI, has maybe been attending things where people show what they've done and what their students have done with AI. And so Dylan views AI as a tool, and Dylan asks, how can the potential capabilities of AI be useful for my course? So between Alex and Dylan, it is not that either of them you view AI differently, right? But their stance on how they choose to understand AI for their purposes, specifically in their class, are different. And then our third stance, this is my dreamer, this is Cameron. Cameron sees AI as a catalyst, specifically for transformational change. Cameron asks, how can I prepare my students to succeed in a world that will be changed by AI? So Cameron's going above and beyond. Cameron isn't even thinking about what the students are doing in the classroom right now with AI or outside of the classroom with AI, or the AI that is available to them with the tools or what we have available to us free from the university. Cameron is thinking about the future impact of AI, specifically the future impact of AI on teaching and learning. Man, this would happen to me. It's fine. I don't need slides. You can look at me. So, I want to think about those personas, and I want you to continue as we go through the rest of this to think about where you fit between Alex, Dylan, and Cameron, but between where you fit with I want to prohibit, I want to observe, I want to respond.
Okay. Go ahead and try and bring it back up.
Yeah, while you say fun things.
All right, that was part one. Part one, what's your stance? Remember I said there were two parts. The second part is what would you want to change about your class? Okay? How we think about AI isn't enough. We have to think about AI in the context of what we do now. So try this. Another thought experiment. Set aside for a moment what AI might do. Set aside for the moment what you might do with it in your class. Just think about your class as it is right now. Okay? What might you do? What do you wish you might do better in your class? Okay? What might you do better in your class? Make a list. In your mind, write it down. Choose at least one thing. Think of a range of possibilities from, not that AI could do, but think of the range of possibilities of change. From, I want to preserve my current way of doing things, okay, but strengthen it, all the way to, I want to rethink something. I want to redesign it. I really need to just start anew, right? Everywhere from preserving to rethinking. So we're going to take this list and we're going to match up your visions, your needs, with what AI is capable of doing. So how do we support your values, support these values, meet your needs? The strategy that we propose is to think about any technological tool can do, what any technological tool can do can be grouped into three categories, okay? Those three categories are replicate, enhance, and transform. If you are online, you can find our slides at aicommons.commons.msu.edu. We're about halfway through the slides right now. And what you'd see on this slide is replicate, enhance, and transform. To replicate means that we are doing the same things right now, but we're just doing them differently. And most technologies that are successful, most of the uses fall into this category because it helps us do things faster, more efficiently, maybe even better, but we're doing the same things. We're just doing them differently. A lot of the examples that we saw are about replication. These are also the ones that we are most worried about because we think that students will be doing these. They will be using these to replicate, right? To do what it is that we want them to do as students, but they're not. The second is enhance. And enhance is doing different things. It's not doing the same things differently. It's doing different things, okay? So on your list that I asked you to come up with, you might have thought of something, boy, you know what? If I could do X, Y, or Z, if I had this much more money, or if I had this much more time, I'd really want to add this. You'd want to augment it, okay? You'd want to add, you'd want to enhance. There are usually fewer uses that fall into this category, fewer uses that fall into enhance. But they're still there. And then the last one is transform, and very few fall into transform. A lot of what we hear about AI is, oh, it's going to transform. But really, if you look at it closely, most of them are replicate and enhance. A few of them are transform. What does that mean? It means not simply that we're doing the same things differently, or that we're doing different things. Instead, we are thinking differently about what we do. We are thinking differently about what teaching and learning might be. It is deeply innovative, and it has the fewest examples.
So I want to go back to those personas that we talked about. We have Alex, we have Dylan, and we have Cameron. When Alex comes in to say, I'm worried that students are going to use AI for their own writing instead of going through the process of learning themselves, what I would ask is, well, what is it? What is the problem there? What is it that you want your students to achieve? And Alex wants students to develop their own voice in their writing rather than depending on AI-generated content. It's very simple. So to Alex, I would say, well, why don't you use AI to enhance an assignment, to do something that you couldn't do before, right? We know that you can't prohibit, right? We want to prohibit. And even if Alex did decide to put students in a room with a pencil and paper and write their essay by hand with, no resources, they would probably be missing out on the learning experiences of having texts and research. It would probably be difficult, and eventually it won't be possible, especially if you're teaching online. So for Alex, I would say students can use something like ChatGPT to analyze mentor texts for rhetorical patterns. Then students can employ these rhetorical patterns in their own essay. And this can be your handwritten draft. This can be the students with pencil and paper. It's fine. Don't be scared of pencil and paper. That's how we all learn to write. And then let's return to how we can enhance the process with AI. So they've analyzed their mentor texts and they found these patterns, right? And then they've written their own drafts, trying to mimic these patterns, something that we've all done when we're teaching our students to analyze a text and then complete their own. And then students can upload their drafts to ChatGPT and analyze their drafts to see if the rhetorical patterns match. And then, of course, lastly, they can reflect on that process, right? What did they find? The difference between what they were doing and what AI found that they were doing. Exactly. We're saved. Next, and here, by the way, with Alex, I want to emphasize that Alex does not need to be an expert in using AI tools for this process, right? Alex can relinquish some of that control for when the students want or can use AI to do the tasks that they would be doing anyway with a book and a pencil. The second persona we talked about was Dylan. If we remember Dylan, Dylan sees the possibilities, right? He wants to allow. He maybe wants to regulate a little bit because he doesn't want it to be a free-for-all. But in this way, Dylan is prime for some imagination. Dylan is ready to try things that Dylan couldn't do before. So that would be exploring activities in the course that couldn't be easily done for whatever reason. Maybe Dylan has strayed away from doing like large group projects because Dylan's worried about, managing group work, as we all know, that can be really fun. Well, there are AI tools now that can do that for them. There are AI tools that can guide the student through the group dynamic process, coach them on communication, work through project management skills. Dylan can even stop in the middle of a lecture from a student asking a question and open up Copilot, open up ChatGPT, and do a deep dive. Maybe break down some complex theories. I had an instructor tell me that they've started to notice that students will raise their hands and ask questions, clearly having just looked something up, right, using a large language model. And instead of turning those away, responding, I'm the expert in the room, you must listen to me, why not dive into that in front of your students to see if that is, this is all my fault, I think, to see that that is something that all experts can do.
On Dylan?
We're on Dylan.
Awesome.
Yay. Yeah. Okay. When I tell you that my interview for this job, the exact same thing happened, all of my tech failed, it's ridiculous. Okay. I'm cursed. Thank you. Thank you, 5. So other ways that Dylan could work within exploring and enhancing things they couldn't do before, help student create GPT course tutors, right? Take the studying, as Jeremy referenced, take that studying out of the purview of the instructor and let the students take control of it. And then lastly, we have Cameron. Cameron, our dreamer, our radical dreamer. Cameron has a couple different ideas of how they want to use this transform aspect of technology, to use technology to transform teaching and learning. First is one that actually I think we all resonate with and that I've heard already, that Cameron wants to prepare their students for how AI will change the profession, right? So having students analyze how AI is reshaping the industry, working with professionals, or working with emerging tools in those fields, those are things that I think we all want to do regardless. And so that would be Cameron's first step to transforming. The second thing that Cameron wants to do is want students to be universal learners, want students to be in charge of their own learning. Again, something that I'm sure we all agree with, right? I don't want them to fill out a worksheet. I want them to explore their own learning, to think about why they're here, to use metacognition. And so for there, Cameron might teach students to create individualized learning plans, using AI to curate their own texts, generate their own progress, track their own growth. And in that case, Cameron stands as the facilitator in the room of AI tools. Cameron is the expert, teaches the students how to use AI, and then encourages them and guides them off on their own learning. And then our last and final radical idea that I promised I wouldn't say if the temperature in the room was weird, but I think we can handle it. Maybe Cameron wants to empower students to take control of their own learning in a way that completely transforms teaching and learning. Perhaps it eliminates the constraints of grades, of courses, of textbooks, of curriculum, of academia. Maybe it's the academy that will change. I know, scandal, it's fine. So I really appreciate you hanging on through our technical difficulties, but also I appreciate you being here.
And next year, I'm sure we're going to have a different question next year, right? The question here is how, this year we suggest is how should we use it? I'll be interested in your thoughts for what next year's question might be. But these strategies can help ensure at least that we're ready for what that question will be.
And this consultation process that I'm talking about, this idea that we can work with you to help you figure out your stance, figure out where AI fits and what you want your students to do or what you want the learning to happen, this can happen, and that's what we're here for. So please feel free to get in touch. I highly suggest you check out AI Commons. We also have a Teams channel that we post, bite-sized pieces of AI news, of research, of things happening on campus, because we know that there's so much going on all the time, and you might only have the chance to click one link or read a few words, and that's what we're here for. Thank you.
And MJ,
Just
next we have Danielle.
okay.
Perfect, thank you. I do not. Good morning. I'm excited to be here, and my plan is to invite you into a class that Kate Fidua O'Connor and I taught last spring. I'll leave this up for a moment. If you need an accessible copy of the slide deck, or if you prefer to read through the script on your own, that's all available. You should be able to access a Google Drive folder where that's available. So I'll leave that up for just a moment. I'm going to share some of the larger backdrop that shaped the class we taught, talk through some key aspects of the class, and share some of the student work. Kate can't be here today. I'm Danielle DeVos. I'm the chair of Writing, Rhetoric, and Cultures. The course Kate and I offered was a special topics course in our undergraduate program in professional writing. However, my department is also responsible for delivering first-year writing to more than 7,000 MSU students a year. So that merits a separate side conversation about nurturing and supporting students as they transition from their high school context into the reading, writing practices of MSU. I want to start here. I have 2 departure points. This is the first, and we'll come back to this in a moment. Everyone in the class has the option and is encouraged to explore the tools they find most interesting and compelling. No specific AI tool will be used exclusively. We value robust, thoughtful disclosure. AI use should be disclosed in content production. As a class, we will find, share, and build different methods of citing AI. AI prompt part of how AI use is disclosed and situated, and context of AI use should be recognized and discussed. That's my first departure point. My second departure point is I can't talk about teaching without talking about students and alums and the work that they do in the world. Courtney, for instance, she's an alum from our professional writing program. She was an instructional designer for Wiley Education Global in Chicago. She has since pursued a PhD and now is a dean at U Detroit Mercy. Hannah works for the National Forest Foundation, where she works as a communications manager, overseeing a large staff of writers and content producers, and produces a good deal of content herself. After graduating, Kara went to work with the World Bank as a communications assistant, supporting programs across 6 language programs. Molly graduated and worked for some time for Oxford University Press, and then transitioned to the manager of retail and digital marketing for Grand Central Terminal in New York City, where she oversees all of the communications in the terminal. If you've been in that space, the restaurants, the bars, the shops, the people moving from train to train, it's an epic, there's a museum in the terminal. It's an epic context. And finally, Sam is a program manager for Google, where, as he puts it on his LinkedIn profile, engages in storytelling around complex challenges and how to tackle them, utilizing user experiences, methods, and engaging cross-functional teams. So that's a little bit, if you were wondering, what do professional writers do? This is what our alums go out into the world and do. So a little bit more to pan back, impetus for the course that Kate and I created. Again, this was a 1-credit special topics course, sophomore, junior level, that we offered last spring. As our own president, Kevin Gitzkowitz, has called our attention to, we are preparing students for careers that don't yet exist. where they'll be using tools and technologies that aren't even on our collective horizon yet. That's a pretty compelling context for us to be teaching and working in. In her 2018 Algorithms of Oppression, Sophia Noble argues we need more thoughtful and rigorous approaches to thinking about what trade-offs are at play when we posit deep machine learning is inherently more objective or fair than human decision-making. And she suggests one consideration toward AI is the right to be protected from AI and deep machine learning. She suggested in 2018 this would be the human rights issue of the 21st century. Although protection from some of the negative implications of AI is crucial, Crystal Rawls, who directs the Workforce Integration Network at Cal State Dominguez Hills, argues students have the right to be trained and taught with today's tools and not yesterday's fears. Too often, I think humanities students are situated as users, and we engage them in analysis and critique, which is an incredibly important part of the work we do in the arts and the humanities. But it's absolutely critical that we engage students as producers, creators, designers, and makers. And I think the profiles of those students from earlier evidence the ways in which our students are navigating the world, not just through analysis and critique, but through making and doing. Sid Dobrin, a scholar in rhetoric and writing studies, suggests to us that education institutions need to have actions, strategies, and plans for how we can best prepare students for, he talks about career success, I think it's life success, as we've seen over the last couple of years as AI infiltrates many, many, many aspects of our life. And finally, Brian Hagebrook, who served as a chief information officer at Valdosta State University and now works with Deloitte, he suggests this is the age of with, and I think this is a beautiful concept to embrace. We don't have the option of dismissing, denying, or ignoring AI in a context of misinformation, disinformation, and questionably produced information. The value of trusted information is incredibly critical and incredibly high. So that was a bit of the backdrop. What umbrellaed over these particular stances are humanistic values, attention to humans, the humane, the humanities. These are transcendent skills in this context that is racing toward us, that we are racing toward, where we may not know the tools and technologies students will be using to live their lives and do their work in 10, 15, 20 years. These absolutely transcend particular tools. And that is critical thinking, creative engagement, user and audience attentive approaches, culturally responsive understanding, and ethical engagement. And these were the anchors for the course that Kate and I taught. So to bring you into the class, we told students we would explore questions of creativity, access, ethics, and more when machines can write for us and we can write with machines. We promised students we would create, compose, render, revise, remix, and experiment with a range of different AI tools, and that we'd approach the analysis and creating from a humane and humanities-based perspective. The outcomes we oriented toward in the class included becoming more familiar with various tools, and indeed anticipating the tools that we're going to see on our horizon in the next couple of years, next couple of decades. Being able to explain AI, how it works, and articulate some of the ways in which it can and will influence writing processes and products specifically, and recognizing the various cultural, ethical, disciplinary, and other issues related to AI. And to work toward these outcomes, topics we addressed through readings, discussion, and class activities included thinking about AI as writers and thinking about AI as functioning rhetorically, considering deeply and attentively how AI content is generated, understanding data mining and algorithms, exploring issues of copyright, authorship and ownership of AI-generated content, navigating ethics, bias, and representation in the context of AI-generated content, and thinking about creativity, accountability, and AI. We assigned 2 major course projects. Again, this was a 1-credit-hour course. The first was keeping a journal and writing an entry in it, at least weekly. The second was an end-of-semester reflection, where we asked students to draw from the journals they had kept all semester and tell us a bit about how their development and their thinking and their approaches to AI had changed shape over the course of the semester. Every day class met, we suggested journal prompts, but we invited students to write about whatever topic from class that they felt most compelling. to share some example prompts with you. Some of our questions had to do with AI and their professions and their careers. How can you be an AI advocate or activist in the context of the job you want to pursue? Some had to do explicitly with course readings. We read excerpts from Sophia Noble's 2018 book, and we asked students to consider what has changed in the 6 years since the publication of her book. What hasn't changed? Some journal prompts asked students to dig into and underneath the AI tools in the context of our class discussions. We actually invited students and did some class activities reading the terms of use, which I think both we and our students are guilty of clicking through rapidly and not reading at length to understand how a tool we're using is situating us as users and the expectations underneath the tools. Other journal prompts invited students to spend time with law, with policy, with regulations. We read at that time, recently produced and published United States Copyright Office statement about AI and authorship. And then we encouraged students to also look for AI policies and laws and regulation emerging in different cultures and different contexts to have a comparative sort of analysis. So I wanted to share 2 course activities with you all. One invited students to hit head-on the bias built into AI systems. Talking about bias is one thing. Engaging in a hands-on experience of interrogating bias is another. So we asked students to generate some prompts and choose either a text-generating or image-generating AI tool, produce some results, and then reflect on those results and share those. And I wanted to show a couple of example prompts and the images. Now, these were generated in spring 2024. So this student generate an image of a businessman, generate an image of a poor person, generate an image of a compassionate doctor talking to a patient, generate an image of a doctor analyzing and studying a patient's case. And one student mentioned, my aim was to investigate how existing societal stereotypes about gender might influence the depiction of medical professionals in artificial intelligence-generated images. Often certain behaviors are gender stereotypes, such as compassion being associated with femininity and analytical prowess with masculinity. And she continued, the observation, in the first prompt, which depicts a compassionate interaction with a patient, all the images feature young, smiling women, reinforcing the stereotype that women are more commonly associated with nurturing and empathetic roles in healthcare settings. Moving to the second prompt, generate an image of a doctor analyzing patient information and data. There's a predominantly male presence suggesting a bias toward associating analysis and analytical ability with masculinity. And she continued, the observation of racial representation unveils another layer of bias as predominantly white individuals dominate the imagery with only a small representation of Black and Asian women. This highlights the intersectionality of bias within AI-generated imagery, calling for continued efforts to unpack and analyze those biases and where and how they emerge. A second class activity resulted in what I shared earlier on. The first day of class, we generated as a class together policy about AI use in the context of our class. We revisited our policy across the semester, opening it up almost every day of class and saying, do we need to revise or adjust any of this based on what we've been learning and doing and creating? The most compelling way to share course outcomes was to draw from students' final work. One student, Celine, said, the insights into the regulatory landscape and ethical considerations surrounding AI underscore the importance of promoting responsible AI practices. Exploration of the evolving regulations and guidelines governing AI ethics highlights the need for proactive measures to address bias and discrimination in AI systems. Michelin reflected that this class provided me with 3 important realizations. First, it cleared my doubts about AI replacing human creativity. It made me realize that artificial intelligence is not here to replace artists, but to help them strive further. Creativity can be paired with AI to create new forms of art that are just as valuable as the conceptualization of art we previously had and held. Second, this class provided me with a knowledge I didn't yet have, AI bias and prejudice. Even though I initially thought it was AI's fault, I realized it's a deeper issue. It's something that developers themselves need to take action regarding and eradicating from their system's database. And that harkens back to the Sophia Noble argument. We have to stop acting, and I think many of us still do, with this notion of machine objectivity, that computers are somehow telling us some sort of unbiased, objective truth, whereas it is programmers and humans who create the algorithms, and it is people who generate the content that the algorithms draw from to populate the text and the images that we're getting from AI tools. And Michel had ended with, lastly, this class changed my perspective on AI. I no longer think AI is a lazy way to search for information. Instead, I now see it as a powerful tool that can pair up with human intelligence, not only to facilitate things, but to strive for greater ways to solve problems, create art, and seek knowledge. And Dina wrote, my journey through this class has greatly informed my understanding of artificial intelligence, its complexities, and its ethical implications for society. We explore the power and potential of AI, but also face the challenges and ethical dilemmas that come with it. The issues of bias in AI, as well as its role in decision-making processes and the spread of misinformation, prove there's an urgent need for careful consideration and regulation. This class has equipped me with a more nuanced understanding of the technical aspects of how AI works, but also instilled in me a more holistic and critical awareness of its broader impact. Because of this class, I find myself further questioning the new types of AI emerging. I'm motivated to contributing to shaping a future where AI is developed and used responsibly, ensuring it serves to enhance rather than diminish our collective well-being and creativity. This made my teacherly heart bump a little bit faster. Kate and I, in reviewing students' responses to the class, did a collective like, yes, yes. These were our goals. These were our outcomes, and the students beautifully reflected back to us the orientation that they were going to take into their futures as students, as interns, engaging in co-curricular activities, heading out into their careers and their professions. So everything's in that Google Drive. I'll put this back up in case you didn't grab it and are now enticed to grab it. Everything is here. The slides, my script, the materials. If any of this was compelling or interesting, or you're thinking, I could maybe try something like that, take it, use it. It is our collective knowledge at this point. If you fundamentally disagree with me and you're completely dissatisfied, well then, don't download it and take it. I am excited and delighted that we're going to transition into Q&A and have some time to talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the panel. We do have about 34 minutes for question and answer. So what we will do is have somebody with a mic going around. We have some folks watching remotely, so it would be nice if you spoke into a microphone. And what I would ask is that before you ask a question, once you get the mic, please introduce yourself. So I will go first while you think about your questions. I'm Walter Hawthorne from the Department of History, and my question to the panel, while everybody thinks of other questions, I've learned a great deal about various approaches to using AI in the classroom, and I think there are probably two ways to do this. One is to start with an existing course and add AI elements, and the other is to start with a clean slate and build an entire course around AI. But no matter which one of those you're doing, I have a question about learning outcomes. Danielle talked about outcomes and what students were saying about the course, but is there evidence either from studies that you know of or have been a part of, or from anecdotal evidence from your courses, that the use of AI in the classroom, introducing students to AI in the classroom, some of these techniques or approaches that you've used are improving student learning outcomes, whatever those may be. For many of my classes, it has to do with critical historical thinking. And one question I ask when I grapple with the use of AI in the class and introducing AI to my students is this approach going to improve student learning outcomes in this particular area? So I'm just wondering if some of you could comment on that while the microphone gets circulated around.
Is this on? I'll just comment that I had the opportunity to edit an issue of a journal in my field called Communication Teacher. And the focus of that journal is to provide specific suggestions, techniques for things that you can do in the classroom, and to include an assessment of how well that worked. So you can see different things that were attempted, that were used in classes to replicate. Some of the articles, the authors enhanced, and one of the articles, the instructor transformed, and all of them had positive outcomes. The strongest one was probably the one who used AI to translate an English lecture into Korean for his international students, so that the language, English as a second language, the L2 students didn't fall behind. And the transform, very interesting, was an instructor who used critical pedagogy. So her vision of the class was students empowered to co-create the class, and she describes how she used AI to realize her vision of critical pedagogy. It's Communication Teacher, first issue, 2025.
And I would just add that outside the specific confines of AI, measuring the effectiveness of any educational technology tool is an extremely difficult proposition because of a lot of reasons. One thing that I think is definitely known is that the effectiveness of a tool, however you choose to define what effectiveness is, and the impact of it on student learning outcomes is tightly coupled to the pedagogical practices deployed by the instructor in the room, and the way that it's used by both the teacher and the students. So the exact same tool, the exact same lesson plan can be highly effective in one classroom and highly ineffective in another. And I think I would expect, although I don't have any specific evidence nor have I read any research to indicate this, I would suspect the same is true with the deployment of AI tools in the classroom, that it is highly, highly context specific and the effectiveness of these tools as classroom tools will largely fall on the shoulders of the teachers and the way that they deploy them in their classes.
Other questions?
Hi, I'm Melanie Gagich. I'm from Cleveland State University, and I am the director of first year writing there. And so my big question, and I don't think there's a right answer to this, but I have about 20 part-time instructors in my first year writing program, and I strongly believe in not having the head in the sand approach. But how do I convince instructors who are maybe a bit more traditional and aren't being paid any extra money to do any of this work? Like, should I? Do I need to? Any ideas of how I could do it? Best practices? Also, I'm brand new to the position. I just started in January, so thank you.
Congratulations. From one writing program administrator to another. What I really appreciated about all of these discussions are the robust suggestions for how to get teachers thinking about and exploring and using AI tools. We'll be doing a workshop tomorrow morning on teaching with AI. If you can't make it, message me. And perfect, because we're going to talk about some specific strategies and ideas. I had a brilliant point to make, and my coffee's wearing off, and it's kind of slipping away. One of the things that we've done that I found particularly effective, and it's kind of an approach we're going to take tomorrow in the workshop, is providing teachers time to play and explore. That was one of the first workshops that we offered in the context of our program. We have about 12 tenure system faculty teaching in our program. We have about 60 non-tenure track faculty in full-time teaching focused faculty positions. And we have a handful of academic specialists. And we did a workshop and we said, look, we're going to feed you and we're going to play. And we generated poetry together in ChatGPT and using a couple other tools. And we explored and experimented with creating rubrics in the tools. And I think that as faculty, we don't get enough time to just play and explore. And it makes things like rapidly developing technologies feel all the more frightening and anxiety and inducing. And I think that's where we get to that initial scenario of, nah, pull out the internet, here's a piece of paper and a pencil, and I'm going to ban this entirely. So that seems like a small thing, but I think that's a really small, potent gesture, is providing faculty time to play and talk together. And potentially feeding them helps mediate the fact that they're probably dramatically underpaid and overworked and probably teaching a 4-4 or 5-5 load.
I based our personas off of real people, or a conglomerate of real people. And I had an instructor who, as soon as I said, hey, do you want to see something cool about AI? She said, no. She didn't want to see she didn't want to deal with it. She didn't want to think about it. But a semester later, she said, I put some stuff into ChatGPT. And I was like, oh, really? Did you now? How did that go? Asking them to open up a chat box and just talk to it is pretty easy. It's a simple step. You can also do it for them or demo it for them. And that's all they need. You don't have to understand how a large language model works in order to use AI. And I want to remind us that our students also can open up a chatbot and talk to it. We can only control what happens in the classroom. We can't control what happens outside of it. And honestly, we can barely control what happens in the classroom. So the idea that we're overworked, we don't have time, we don't have the money, we don't have the space to play, as Danielle said. I think that your instructors are probably already thinking and playing in this space. They're reading their research. They're doing, they're teaching real students who are using AI. And so I think that level of barrier has already been broken, and it might just take a staff meeting saying, hey, has anyone used ChatGPT, to open that up.
And to add a fillip on what's been said, I was speaking with somebody who's a provost at a university in Mexico, and to get their faculty, they were in the same situation as yours are, to get them to open up, they had play sessions, but they had faculty and students together. And faculty, but it was not about anything academic. They were co-reading a book or something, right? So it was something where they didn't have the status differential. And learning from the students was just beautiful.
Hi. I have a couple questions for the panel. I'm curious, so I'll just say my questions, then you can respond at will or choose to dismiss my questions, as I would be perhaps dismissive of AI. Seems like we're painting refusal in the pejorative, but sometimes people who refuse the technology know a lot more about how it works than the people who are embracing its use. So I wonder, I'm just curious about the rhetorical moves that have been happening on this panel and the kind of dismissal of folks who might, be informed about perhaps the transport of minerals from the Democratic Republic of the Congo to a place in Japan where those get refined, and the implications of those people's wages and our encouragement of students to use tools that actually exploit those people. And I'm curious about why you might encourage someone to, it seems like there's a lot of encouragement and belief in sort of empowerment of students and colleagues, but I'm curious about who actually materially benefits from the use of AI, like relative to, say, Sam Altman or Microsoft, from whom OpenAI rents their servers. Like, I'm curious about, do the benefits that any of us derive, are those proportionate to what the billionaires who are whose boosterism of this technology, like, it is making them that kind of money? I'm just curious about like a really convincing argument besides it's here, so we should use it, which feels like something that for those of us as like serious academics, like shouldn't hold water. And then I guess I'm also curious about the rhetoric around sort of the term radical. I heard that term a couple of times. So we mentioned Cameron as the sort of radical dreamer, or the radical section on maybe the academy will change, or perhaps the undermining of higher education as it currently exists, which bears some resemblance to our pal J.D. Vance's "The Academy is the Enemy." And I think we need to take care with the sort of reactionary underpinnings of AI, and I'm curious about sort of how we frame change in the academy in a positive sense, perhaps, instead of in a way that undermines its existence. I'm curious about that. And then in terms of the use of radical, I'm also wondering on what terms is Cameron's acceptance of a future propagated by Silicon Valley oligarchs who benefit from that vision of the future. On what measure is Cameron's belief, on what measure is Cameron's ideas about the future really radical? Those are my questions.
No, I'll be nice, I promise.
You don't need to be.
I'll speak to the refusal part. I mean, you absolutely should refuse to use it if you don't want to. I mean, I think that's one of the things we need to think about, the extremes between completely banning it from classroom use to embracing it. If it doesn't work for you, it doesn't work for you. If it doesn't work for your teaching model, then don't employ it. And certainly if it conflicts with any ethical beliefs you have, stay away from it. The larger academy is, you rightly point out serious issues about the exploitation of minerals, the transfer of wealth from certain groups in regions that enhance the wealth of some at the expense of the many. And so, and I don't know if that's going to be addressed throughout the rest of the conference, but those are critical questions that we do need to address, and in part because this stuff is happening so rapidly that we run the risk of not paying attention to those important questions. That's about the most I think I can muster on those points at the moment, but I think those are fundamental things that you raised that we ought to be paying attention to.
Thank you so much. I love the attention that AI technologies has brought to the environmental impact of technology as a whole. I think that is probably one of the most surprising things for me as someone who has to work in technology and work with educators, to learn that people are thinking about this and tracking it and pushing back on the people that make the money off of these tools. I see you have a computer over there. Yes. These are the same tools that are continuing to do these things to the environment, and that, we continue to pay for services. We are a Microsoft campus. We have access to Microsoft Copilot, right? And I think that being able to contextualize these problematic impacts should be done and should continue to be done 100%. It is the gift. Yeah, so every single one of those personas can and should push back against the companies that are filling our pockets with student money.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Oh, one more. No, go ahead. Please.
Add that in the context of the course that we taught, 1 credit hour, short run course, there wasn't time to address any of this with the richness, Zach, that you definitely are raising and that we need to. We did talk a good deal about differentiating between the large scale LMs and proprietary AI tools and microscale LLMs and how they work differently, and to help students anticipate the tools that they're going to use in the context of their specific disciplinary work. One of the examples we used was a case study from a major healthcare consortium in Oregon that worked with a proprietary company to build, they sell healthcare related LLMs, and worked with their tool to translate all of their patient front-facing paperwork. If any of you have had to make a significant decision while you're lying in a gurney and you're handed a 6-page legal doc, and they knew that was a critical issue with patient literacy. And it's a beautiful case study of how they leveraged AI to better produce forms, to better meet the needs of patients and caregivers at the most stressful, critical times of our lives. So that doesn't entirely address or get at the excellent questions and concerns you're raising, but it wasn't just ChatGPT. It was also drilling down into some of those smaller scale systems and how they can be built potentially much more sustainably and used much more ethically. And the second thing we did spend a good chunk of time talking about, environmental context. To provide students, I mean, again, one of the expressions I use is advocate and activist. So students aren't just going out into the world embracing the tools, but from a humanistic perspective of who benefits, who is harmed, how can we reasonably resist or suggest change or different ways of approaching tools as we walk collectively into this technological moment in our futures.
I think the microphone is back there.
Yeah, thank you so much. Hi, I'm Zoe LeBlanc. I'm an assistant prof at the iSchool at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. And I'm going to be on the next panel where I hope we keep talking about this because I have been teaching with various forms of chatbots for, I guess, almost the last 2 years. And there's been times where even if I provide local, completely kind of no connection models, I'm still put in the position of sometimes having students that for very, sound reasons decide they don't want to engage with this. And it's been a weird position to be in where I feel like I'm pushing something on them that, but I also agree with their kind of political stance. So I hope that's something we can continue to talk about because it is, at least I found it a bit fraught. But the question I have for the panel is in the course of kind of teaching with AI, and I primarily use it to teach kind of digital methods, teach a bit of coding to people without backgrounds in that, it's really made it hard for me to, if we think of the learning process where we have a sense of, initially students are going to be fairly confident and then they kind of have that, not quite uncanny valley, but, that kind of, disorientation, right, as they're learning. I feel like it's been very difficult to know where that is when having students use AI, because it essentially feels like at some level, it's like giving them the gas, right? Like they can go very, very quickly into directions that it's hard for me to anticipate sometimes. So I'm curious if that's been an experience that any of you have had, that you've heard of instructors having, and how you've kind of navigated that. Thank you.
Example?
Sure. This past fall, I taught with GitHub Copilot, which I could get the students kind of free access to, as well as letting them use kind of offline models to teach some coding. And one of the things that I initially expected was, this homogenization of homework, right? That I would get lots of kind of similar things and like it would be really easy for them to do the assignments, but that didn't turn out to be the case. Instead, I got very wonky code that couldn't work. I got students very confused about kind of basic syntax type things. And even though I tried to kind of scaffold it in, tried to explain these things, I felt like they were going in directions I really didn't anticipate. And it was hard to know essentially kind of what they were fully grasping versus, just kind of pressing buttons and continuing. And it led to some really gnarly stuff on their computers where we had to spend a couple hours kind of like fixing it and having to reset things. So I guess it was just this weird way where I thought by scaffolding it in, I had kind of thought through these things, but it was really hard to anticipate. It almost felt like it was kind of cliffs instead of valleys, right? Like where it was just like they did not understand the concepts as much as I was trying to build them in. So part of this is on me. It's an experimental way of teaching, but I was just curious if any of you guys had experienced that or had advice or had heard of similar issues.
I love that. The reason why, I don't love that it happened to the student or it happened to you, but the reason why I love it is, and the reason why I've studied emerging technologies for my career, is because I love it when they make things happen that upend our traditional ways of thinking or traditional ways of doing things. And what that upends for me, right, is that we, if you teach for a while, you kind of figure out what students are going to do and what, what their paths are going to be. And what your example just brought up for me is that we haven't even been thinking about this surprise, about students following different paths that we haven't seen before. And how do we recognize those paths? How do we develop ways to respond to them? So thank you. I'm seeing research questions here for an upcoming empirical study. I'm positive of it. But I'm wondering, what are the strategies that we could use to start to build this knowledge base?
I guess I can come at it from a different perspective, since by the time we get students in the center, they're already graduate students, and theoretically they will have at least some exposure to digital history or digital humanities. So we're fortunate in the sense that certainly there's still trial and error. There's still, for example, thinking through how to potentially ask, Chat GPT or Claude or something like that, how to produce a paragraph in Drupal CMS that will do the following things, and then iterate accordingly through it. So by the time we get there, they already have a sort of baseline knowledge of kind of the questions to ask, or at least to contemplate, but you see the creativity, potentially begin to flourish, thinking about how they can produce the kind of code or ask the kind of questions that the project leaders hadn't anticipated, or they're seeing something in the historical evidence that is suggestive of rethinking the different computational methods we're applying in that case. So it's been fascinating to listen to all the undergraduate experiences, because I haven't taught in an undergraduate classroom since 2018, and so I'm not sure if I could do it at this point, because I remember the good old days and have not had to deal with undergraduates in this case, but from a graduate level, because they're already kind of at a very good place technologically speaking, we are able, I think, to help them understand the implications, but also the potential of what they're doing in ways that, at least from my perspective, because I've not done this for a long time, it would be difficult for me to do, at least, teaching in an undergraduate classroom again.
Question down here.
I came up with an answer. Look up. Armour's 5 Orders of Ignorance, because they don't know what they don't know. And so we've never had to teach that level before, and now we have to teach that level.
Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Lonnie Avi Brooks from Cal State East Bay, Department Chair of Communication there. So I'm really fascinated because we teach speech, interpersonal communication, and I'm really thinking that actually this kind of puts the spotlight on orality, brings it back. I used to have my students read science fiction around organizational communication in the future and act out skits. So I was thinking, how do we do more of that and get the nuance of what they're doing in the classroom to assess their knowledge that way? Because it seems like AI will give them an answer, give them an essay. I love writing. I want to, enhance that, but I also want to see them act out their knowledge, improv, and that's like one of my colleagues, Ahmed Best, talks about feeling the future. How do we feel the future and have it ring out to us in that orality? Also, just to think about the dangers of AI. I just read an article from an OpenAI employee, former AI employee, that was saying, wow, we got to get on the bandwagon for AI because, we don't want China to use it because of the Communist Party. And so U.S. has to lead a coalition of democracies. I'm just like, well, what if we're the authoritarian fascist government that then deploys AI in a massive way? Hello. And that's coming to pass. But anyway, more to the orality assessment. What are your ideas on that? Thank you.
I love this question because it actually speaks to, so thank you. It speaks a lot to the work that we do. And as an experiment last night, when I was goofing around and preparing the ill-fated image of a British history professor, I, on a whim, asked ChatGPT to write a script for me about the Boston Tea Party. Because episode 13 of my show, which comes out pretty soon, is about the Boston Massacre. So, a few years after those events. But I wanted to see what kind of script it would produce, and it was in response to a question I got at the workshop yesterday, in which I was describing how I write the opening sequences to kind of create a hook and a relationship with the audience based on a particular historical moment that will then help preview the argument throughout the rest of the episode. And a graduate student had a very excellent question of like, how do you actually write this? How do you create the tension? And I stumbled over the answer, and I couldn't quite feel my way through it. But last night when I was writing, not me, when the computer was writing that script, and what it produced was something that it was whimsical, or its interpretation of whimsical, and the interpretation of what you might hear on a kind of good NPR report, like, hi, I'm Judd Appelrod, and blah, 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 blah. And it occurred to me, to the question of orality, what I am not sure these things can do, even if you feed it a lot of stuff, is replicate, to your point, feeling the future. I don't think you can replicate the meaning, or the particular way that I would structure my syntax or my grammar, not in the most eloquent and perfect way, but to make a point, because it's performative, right? I have to perform on these series to convince a listener to stay with me for 60 minutes. And thinking about the orality question, I think, is really important, and that's the thing I could not get to in my awful answer yesterday at the workshop is these things I don't think can convey the intent and meaning that I would as a performer. But interesting idea, though, is could you then ask something like this to produce a skit in which you could then base off improv and infuse it with the meaning that the computer cannot itself give you, but you could infuse the humanity in the technically generated material. And I kind of want to watch that on YouTube now. So if you ever do a YouTube series where your students do that, I'll subscribe. But terrific question.
I'm so excited right now. Thank you, Lonnie. So I'm immediately thinking about, if I taught this class again, what would I ask students to do? I'm thinking about the rhetorical art of delivery and oration and speaking. Have students work in groups, general topic, and do a dramatic reading of the AI-generated content, because they have to make those decisions about where is, so of course you can assess, the facts, the accuracy, bias underneath, but you could also address where AI suggests nuance or emotive capacity. Have students do a dramatic reading of AI-generated content in the voice and style of, so this is, I don't know why this is forefront in my mind, but use a tool to generate a revised, remix Jonathan Swift's A Modest Proposal in the style of Kendrick Lamar, and then do a dramatic read. I think these are the sorts of things that are going to make and help us feel the differences and help students really. It's one thing to read text on screen generated by an AI content. It's another thing to perform it and read it and feel it. There's a completely different analytical aspect in doing that. I think there's a ton of good ideas to engage students in thinking that way with the content, to both push back at the tools, but also to experiment and play with them. I don't know if that was helpful, but I'm excited, so.
So we are at the end of our time. Let's first thank the panelists. There is a coffee break right now, which I'm sure everybody would like, and the panelists, of course, will be around, and you will all be around. So we could take this opportunity, for those of you who didn't get a chance to ask your question, you can, of course, approach the panelists, and we'll all be here for the rest of the day. So thanks again to the panel and to the audience.
That someone who works at the administrative level at the university, not very familiar with, so I'm really looking forward to learning a lot about some of the things that are going on in this very interesting area of AI. So without further ado, let's get started. Our first presentation is More Than Tools, Some Prompts and Problems for AI in the Humanities in Research. Our presenter is Dr. Zoe LeBlanc, who is an assistant professor at the School of Information Sciences at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. She specializes in digital humanities and histories of information. Her current projects include a co-authored book on data and coding practices in the humanities and digital history projects on anti-colonial information infrastructures. Professor.
Please feel free to let me know when I'm running out of time, because I have far too many slides myself. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today. I'm just going to pull up a timer so that I attempt to stay on target. Yeah, so I'm very excited to be here, very grateful to the organizers and all of you coming here today, because this is a topic that in some ways is the most kind of exciting for me, right? I'm a digital humanist, and AI is something that, you know, even if it's very ill-defined, is one of the most exciting kind of events in the field, right? And on the flip side, I'm also a historian of information and liberation, and it's also one of the most kind of scary, bleak culminations of things, right? We're starting to see this already in the talks, right? But it's very weird to be talking about AI and research without talking about the larger kind of structural things that are going on, these kind of weird fantasies about AI singularity and artificial intelligence. And if you guys want to talk about that, we can, but personally find that less interesting, is now starting to, you know, dismantle society in some sense, right? People's livelihoods and lives are ultimately at risk. And so it's hard to talk about this stuff without that being the kind of giant elephant, and it should be, right? And it's not, you know, far for any of us, right? I feel like every day you open your inbox or go on Blue Sky and it's looking incredibly bleak out there, and AI is a large part of this. So I just wanted to kind of acknowledge that at the forefront, just, you know, that we are in this weird place where on one hand, this is very exciting potentially, on the other hand, exciting might be understating it, right? And so today, though, I still want to think about this question, right? Because as much as there's this broader context, I actually think as much as, you know, the answer might be with AI and humanities research, that considering all these negative and you know, difficult kind of larger landscape going on, it might be that refusal is actually a very legitimate position, right? That makes a lot of sense. You know, how can we essentially have our whole discipline and academia writ large, you know, how can we engage in AI in any way if that's going to be the stakes, right? And so I want to acknowledge that is a legitimate position and something we should consider, but I also think there is a value to engaging with AI, specifically in research. Part of it is it's happening to us whether we like it or not, right? And so hopefully we can find a way to do it on our terms. But I also think there's a really interesting question here that I want to dig into, which is how much is this a tool, right? And what do we mean by tools? And for those that aren't constantly on Blue Sky, there's been a lot of excitement specifically in the last 2 months, right, of some of these latest models coming out, and people are starting to feel like this is somehow a tipping point for what research is going to look like. So today I want to share a little bit of how I've been using AI, again, hand-wavy definition, in my research so far, what has genuinely been kind of useful and what is essentially just slop, right? Like the kind of just generating busy work, and then talk about some of the ways in which, if we are going to talk about using these tools, I think we need to talk about kind of larger ongoing problems and think about the futures we actually want to engage with. And I'm going to do that very quickly, so apologies if I go too quickly. So first, I just want to be transparent. It feels a bit shameful, right? Confessions of an AI user, but these are essentially some of the tools I use, going from kind of left to right, so from least frequently to most frequently. And I have to be honest, I use these very frequently, the ones closest to me here. I find them quite useful, and that it gives me some consternation, right? Because on one hand, there is this larger context, and I'm wondering, what does this mean for, essentially intellectual production? What does this mean for kind of larger transparency and credit? Is what I'm using them useful for others potentially? These are all kind of things I'm considering right now. Oh, I don't know why this is doing that. I apologize. Oh. Let's go back. Hopefully that doesn't give anybody strobe effects. I've never seen that image do that. Okay, so one of the ways I use AI the most is I actually code. And this is a bit strange because my PhD is in history and I didn't go to George Mason, which is usually how those two things go together. But I actually do kind of quite a bit, which is how I ended up in the iSchool. And, if you look at kind of discussions of AI and chatbots, coding is often kind of framed as one of the most useful assessments. In this project here, I'm looking at kind of 20th century periodicals, specifically in the HathiTrust collection. And most of these, once you get past 1928, are under copyright, so they are not publicly accessible. And I'm really interested in essentially this question of how, we have this moment of decolonization in the kind of post-1945 world. How does that intersect with these new kind of information practices and platforms? And so I'm trying to kind of essentially create a corpus, but that's very difficult when you can't actually see the data, which you can't in this case, right? As much as HathiTrust is fantastic, there's limits on their kind of copyright accessibility. And so what I've had to do is do a lot of work trying to essentially make these usable with the access I can get. So in this particular project, I'm actually doing something I'm wildly underqualified to do, and I'm going to share it with all you guys, is trying to model these periodicals using signal processing techniques. So actually modeling them as wavelets to try and get a sense of which ones might have multiple issues in them that we could actually segment out. And this seems like such a basic thing, right? Just finding when a magazine has multiple issues in it, but it actually takes a lot of work. And what's been really useful with the code is that I knew nothing about signal processing before this. I have no background in physics. I've heard of Fourier, but that was about it. And so on one hand, it's allowed me to kind of take on a project that previously I probably would have needed to collaborate with. It also has made my code far more readable. I actually can document things now, but I also feel like there's no free lunches here. It often fails at edge cases, right? I can't just, describe this project and hit a button and there's all the code. It's actually in some ways tended to over-engineer a lot of the solutions. Okay, now that slide isn't flashing. Sorry about that again. Another kind of part of this project is I'm kind of collaborating with the HathiTrust Research Center, which is unfortunately about to be shuttered at the end of this year, to actually start trying to assess kind of can we improve the underlying OCR. So this is an area where I'm sure a lot of you have seen this. I think it was mentioned a bit this morning of, essentially a lot of these large language models are making extracting data far more accurate and powerful than ever previously. I started doing this work back in 2016, and it's just leaps and bounds, right? But even with these kind of more powerful models, I've actually been surprised how much it often requires fine-tuning. I'm not going to get into the kind of technical elements of that, but essentially there's, again, a need to kind of evaluate the outputs, right? And as much as this has made, the data I'm working with far more accurate, and especially when you're working with magazines, there's all sorts of diverse layouts. It's also, not been perfect, essentially, right? And that's a real kind of question for me moving forward. I've also started trying to use it to kind of create augmented data that didn't exist previously. So I'm very interested in kind of data and coding practices in the humanities, and one of this is essentially looking at GitHub, which for those unfamiliar is essentially the Google Drive for software. Pretty much for the world. And so one of the things I'm doing is kind of trying to look at how digital humanities is operating on that platform to understand kind of structurally what is happening with our communities, but it's a global platform. So I was actually trying to look across all ISO languages to see kind of what's going on. So you can see an example here. I'm using a few different kind of model approaches to translate very basic terms. And this is essentially the most basic prompting you could do, right? So I'm just literally asking it to translate digital history or digital humanities into these languages. And this has been incredibly helpful, right? I don't speak all 183 ISO languages, and so I could not do this without that. But it actually brings up a lot of questions, right? One, it's very difficult to verify these results because it's essentially these models are kind of compressed snapshots of the web. And how do we tend to verify things but go to the web these days, right? So then it becomes this question of how much is it a snake eating its own tail? And then on top of that, it can generate results that don't actually exist in those languages. Right? So then it starts becoming kind of an ethical, intellectual question of how much is what I'm generating actually accurate? How do I determine that, right? I want to talk a little bit about kind of some of the solutions to these problems that I'm starting to see, because I think there's a sense that, you know, AI can be very fraught, and it is, but there's also been a lot of work trying to kind of make it usable for researchers, not just in the humanities, but you know, obviously across disciplines. So one of the big issues is obviously that, you know, these models are trained on data. A lot of it is pirated data at this point, but there's a lot of issues around things like hallucinations, if you've heard about that, memorization. And so what we're starting to see is people actually, on one hand, trying to analyze that, which has been very helpful, right? If you're going to use these models in your research, you want to know how much confounds it's adding. But we're also starting to see the release of kind of fully open access data sets. The Plias project is kind of leading the charge of this out of France. And then there's also digital humanists I know that are training models from scratch on fully historical materials, right? So that there is no confound. So on one hand, you know, this question of how much is these models skewing our results? Are we forced to kind of buy into essentially piracy and intellectual property theft? I don't want to say they're fully solved. That's why the solutions are in quotations there, but there is some kind of promising directions. Similarly, for kind of evaluation and reproducibility, there's a big issue with these models if you're going to kind of base knowledge claims on them, right, of how reproducible are they. And at least in the humanities, I feel like, and especially the digital humanities, we're starting to have more scholarly infrastructure, things like data documentation practices that just didn't exist a decade ago, right? So in some ways, you know, there is positive directions. So my question is, you know, if AI tools are useful for humanities research, why do they seem so threatening, right? Now, the obvious answer is because they are, you know, part of a political project that believes that it can automate what we do and automate what a lot of people do. And that is pure fantasy, right? I don't think anybody that's used these feels that that's generally true, but, you know, I think part of the issue we have is that we tend to focus on the tools themselves instead of talking about the larger kind of structural issues they're embedded in and starting to try and disambiguate those if we can. And this is where essentially this kind of deep research, I think, is going to be you know, both a tipping point in terms of what these models can do. So for those unfamiliar, these are these new reasoning models, right? And essentially people are framing it as the end of search because now these are web-enabled models that can search, that can bring citations, that can write very, very well. And of course we have the obligatory, you know, these models are getting cheaper to train, and the cost is going down as the parameter size increases, right? But again, I'm not skeptical of this so much as I think we need to kind of reframe it. Part of it is, search itself is not unproblematic, right? Part of this issue is that we need to kind of think about the larger kind of context in which these things are happening and our scholarly infrastructure. So we're still dealing with the kind of legacies and lessons of mass digitization, right? And for those that are historians, you've probably seen this piece by Laura Putnam in the AHR about kind of how digitization has shaped historians' practices, but also created a lot of issues, right? So on one hand, we had this big moment of exciting web, we're gonna digitize everything, and this is going to make everything accessible. And we see that hype around AI now too, right? But then as people are working in these spaces, they're also starting to see the ways in which this essentially erases a lot of context and also buys us into kind of a content vendor consolidation model that is very problematic, right? So if you're going to be using something like deep research, you're kind of bought in to a type of walled garden type situation. And on top of that, right, we are starting to see the legacies of outsourcing all this scholarly infrastructure. This piece on the closest to me is from John Unsworth in 2003, essentially asking about, why haven't we already built these tools that we need for humanities research? We've been talking about this for a decade, and this could be written now, right? It's a lot of this question of how much are these AI tools kind of infrastructure that we can outsource versus how are they kind of determining our interpretation. And a lot of this is people are thinking about in this room, but one of the areas that I think is harder to see is the way that it's not simply these models, right, and making sure they're reproducible or open access, it's also these platforms that add layers of mediation. And that is very hard to see sometimes, and that's the thing that gives me the most kind of nervousness about how we are essentially looking at using AI in humanities research, right? Because on one hand, as we saw this morning, they're enormously powerful. They can accelerate our research in very exciting ways, but there's also a lot of infrastructure that needs to exist for them to be useful. And that infrastructure tends to be very obscure and difficult to essentially see under the hood, right? And we're starting to see this infrastructure spread out, right? We have JSTOR, we have Clarivate, ChatGPT is now kind of doing these institutional licenses. And so, yeah, like on one hand, we can kind of maybe control for model variation, but how do we kind of control for these platforms? And I think it really forces us to think about what are the logics of these tools, right? How much are they kind of working for us versus we're working for them? And I'm gonna keep going a little faster because I think I'm almost out of time. Okay. But I think the big thing is as we see kind of search, which was already, maybe not the most unproblematic methodology in humanities research get collapsed into AI tools, we're starting to kind of confront this issue of context and how do we kind of create context? How is context important to humanities interpretation? Part of it is, I think we also want to be really critical and think about what would the tools be that we would actually want here. So this piece on the left is from a friend of mine, Gabby Kirilov, and now it looks like I'm covering some of the quote. Well, okay, I'll go back. But in it, she essentially talks about how a lot of use of computation, especially in digital humanities, is about creating context to actually interpret kind of outliers, to interpret the phenomena and objects you're interested in. And this is the hard thing, I think, with a lot of these AI tools for research is that they don't provide context, right? You cannot really inquire into them. You can use them to essentially generate an answer, but if you want to get that context, that is actually quite difficult. And so that really brings up questions for us about issues of, for example, confabulation, right? Like this, just as answer. Now, we're good at kind of doing our research practices, but again, this has implications for teaching, these kinds of things, but I think it also has implications for the things that we tend not to think of as our knowledge claim space, right? Most people in the humanities aren't too concerned with what OCR algorithm is running under the hood. But potentially they should be, right? As these models become more and more powerful, that can add these layers of interpretation on the sources we're interpreting, just like databases ranking sources, right? So I'm hoping to kind of end here with just this question of what does it look like if tools are not enough for us? What if we need to actually think about the kind of incentives and practices that we need to change to work with AI for humanities research, right? At the very least, I think the publish or perish model is going to essentially perish us all under a deluge of text, right? So on one hand, it's this question of what is, an intellectually valuable contribution, but then there's also this question of how much this is just generating more work for all of us, right? This question of, on one hand, even if we put to the side automation, even this augmenting of what we can do essentially raises the expectations. And so there is a question, I think, of what is kind of feasible and what is actually in line with the values of the humanities. And I'm going to end with some hope, or at least some potential hope, because I know it's very bleak right now. One is, one thing I hope is that we kind of start to see more of a critical technical practice for AI and humanities research. So this is just some initial results from my GitHub kind of crawling. And one of the things is that we're not having a lot of new users that identify as digital humanists coding on the platform. It's kind of stabilizing. And on one hand, that might be a good sign. On the other hand, that might be a sign of a structural failure, because we still don't really teach these methods. As they were saying this morning, there's a lot of assumption of digital natives that I think is quite problematic. And there's a danger here with these tools that it becomes kind of buttonology, like just press the button, right? So how can we get ourselves and our students to kind of develop these critical technical practices? Is the digital future finally now? Christine Borgman, back in 2010, had a Digital Humanities Quarterly article that was kind of calling a call to arms, really. And I'm not sure it really got taken up, but it feels like AI is there. And final slide, some potential hope and future. I don't think it's all bleak. I was part of this ACLS commission that talked to a lot of people in the US about kind of what they would want to see in terms of infrastructure, how they're navigating this, so highly recommend checking it out. And thank you so much, everyone. I'm looking forward to our discussion.
Thank you. And I neglected to mention at the beginning, we do have time built into the schedule at the end for questions and discussions. So you can hold your questions. We will take those later. So our next presentation is entitled AI Research, Optimization to What End? This will be presented by Dr. Scott Shupry, who is an Assistant Dean for Academic and Technology Scholarly Engagement at MSU in the College of Arts and Letters. He's also the Interim Director of Mesh Research, a center focusing on digital scholarly publishing, and the co-director of the Evidence-Driven Learning Innovation Collaborative. In his position, he works to support digital infrastructure and methods for teaching, learning, and research across the arts and humanities. Scott?
All right, just a second here while all right, well, thank you, Doug. As he just said, so I currently serve as Assistant Dean in the College of Arts and Letters, in a position that I've held for a long time now, over 15 years, and primarily I've worked in educational technology and research technology support. And so today I want to share a little bit around this kind of question that I've been grappling with around optimization. As someone who is a technology scholar and an educational technology specialist for now going on 25 years, I'm always seen as the tech guy in the room and never the person with a little bit of skepticism to it. So much so that I shared at a meeting last week when I was in the first year of my doctoral program and our pro seminar was reading these certain works. the faculty member who was teaching the class pulled me aside and said, "You're not going to read that book, you're going to read this other book because you need to develop a little bit more healthy skepticism of the technology." So since then, thank you, Matt, that's where I've been. So this fundamental question of like, why are we drawn to AI and what's the promise that it gives us? And it promises this kind of fast and efficient and powerful way of looking at things, right? And they're really big advantages, but in what ways are they actually aligning with our values? And are these sort of like speed-based, efficiency-based things at the heart of what we're talking about with our research in arts and humanities? And I want to also just make sure that I'm laying this out. If I were on the teaching panel earlier, I would be talking about this quite differently than I'm talking about it in thinking about my research work. Because I think they're some very different things that we need to consider. So, and if we are adopting this in our research work, what are the trade-offs that we have, right? So, if we take a little bit more critical approach on this, and I'm sad that Zach is not here to hear this, although I promised him that I would share with you all that I'm not immune from his critical questioning because we are in a group together to talk about criticism of AI. So I get Zach's hard questions every time we talk. But so one of the things is if we don't really engage critically with the tools, we risk becoming passive users rather than informed scholars who are understanding how the AI is shaping our research work and who understand it. So we have these promises, right? Zoe just talked about a lot of these things, right? And these things about like analyzing these large corpora of data, images, texts, whole catalogs and libraries of things, image editing and generation. We saw, some of the trade-offs of that in Danielle's slides earlier. And then kind of some of this data analysis and code generation. So what are ways that it's supporting the computational approaches to research and automating these tasks? So the trade-offs, though, right, are these sort of loss of interpretive depth of what we're doing. So it can show us kind of at a surface level what's happening in some things, and I'll share an example of that in a few minutes. But it becomes really easy then to rely on what the computer's telling us versus some sort of more deeper inquiry. Also thinking about if we're prioritizing efficiency, are we losing that sort of like slow, reflective process and engagement with the work that we're doing? And then, of course, bias and feeding the algorithm and reinforcing that bias based on what we're doing. So, and then before I get into a couple of examples here, thinking about the challenges of developing AI literacy. So I work in research facilitation, I work in supporting ed tech use, and I think a lot about how do I work with people to develop these kind of base levels of literacy in these different areas of technology. And for me, in the work that I've been doing around supporting AI use is, questions coming up of, do we even need to learn coding anymore? If AI can generate and troubleshoot Python code for us, do we have to learn it? And what skills remain essential underneath that? And then prompt engineering, right? We spent, if you want an entertaining read, if you go to the Edley website, it's edli.msu.edu, you can read a post that the team wrote last spring where they spent about 2 weeks engaging with a chatbot to get it to draw a fire-breathing camel dragon. And this came from a doodle on a research. We had collected a bunch of notes from students, and there was this little fire-breathing camel dragon, and we thought that was cool. And we decided to see what would happen. And it was just fascinating to see at the end, and they write about this in there, of what it came down to get it to develop something that looked similar to the human drawing that we were trying to see what it would do. It took a really long time, and it takes not what you would imagine the prompt to be. So, a moment to take this in a little bit. So, this is some work that I did about 10 or 12 years ago now. This is about a 7-minute educational video. I was struck by this because people kept telling me this video was so interesting and engaging, they couldn't stop watching it. This is from a university in the UK. It was a coding class, and what you're seeing here is this movie that's plotted over that 7 minutes frame by frame, and you're seeing in the vertical lines the cuts that are happening in the video. So one of them is the professor looking at the camera, one of them is a camera over his shoulder, one of them is one or both of his monitors. And this is actually done through using some different tools that were designed for cancer research, for looking at massive sets of cells and looking for differences in them. But what we found is this was a way for me to look at educational videos, but then I started working with colleagues on what are other ways that we could do this work. So people looking at sets of artwork and images, people looking at movies. But underlying the conversations around all of this, right, because this is pre-AI models, we could probably ask ChatGPT to do something like this pretty quickly now, a lot more quickly than the time and energy that it's taken the group of us to learn over time. How do we use the ICER resources? Because what we did when we ran this first one on my laptop, we had to go to lunch and wait for it to keep finishing its work. So then we had to learn how to use ICER resources to do this. And that required us to start networking with computer scientists and with research facilitators there. And it started to network us and have us have these conversations across this span of years around what does this mean for us? If we even with these sort of things pre-AI can do this work, what does it mean to not then have to sit down and watch these videos and that? So a good example of that from one of our colleagues who's a film studies faculty member who studies horror films was like, it would be really great. We could take Hitchcock's entire catalog and we could analyze it for color contrast or cuts or brightness or things like that in probably less than a week. But we lose that sort of time to sit down and talk about it, watch something together, be together in the room, and experience it. We could get the similar or same data. It just might take a lot longer. So I think that's one of the things that I see in our trade-offs here as we adopt these sort of new technologies with this and just being aware of what we're giving up, right? Another one that I was talking with a colleague about recently, so this is Arches National Park, some images there at Abby's Desert Solitaire. I was talking with someone and I said, who I know is a fan of Abby's work, and we were talking about it, and I said, wow, you don't really ever understand what the landscape in Utah looks like until you go there. And I had read Desert Solitaire many times before I went to Utah, and I didn't get it until I stood in the space and actually, stood on this hill here in this lower picture, and I'm looking across the park and seeing like the vastness and the immense sky and all of these things that all of a sudden I realized, like, yes, Abby talks about that in ways that are so descriptive that you just don't understand until you're in these spaces. So similarly, when we're working with AI, and especially working with students or younger researchers, like, yes, it can do these things. It can tell us all about Abby's work. It can tell us about the Utah desert. But there's something missing from that, right? Actually, this morning, I'm teaching an undergraduate research class, and we were talking about calculating Cohen's kappa for inter-rater reliability. And I had pulled up the formulas, And I said, all right, here's how we do this mathematically. If we're going to sit down and actually calculate this out, this is what we do. Someone said, yeah, but can't we ask, like, I'm sure there's a calculator on the internet, we can ask AI to do it, whatever. I said, yeah, and it probably will do a reasonably good job. I didn't have actual numbers to run it. I was hoping to do that before here, but, right, it probably would. But then we're not understanding that space underneath it. And I think, Danielle, to some of the things that you had said earlier in the work that you and Kate Fito had been doing, is Kate had said to me in the fall, we were talking about writing and using AI in writing. And we were talking about the need to have that kind of underlying fundamental understanding of what's happening when you're writing, and then moving on to looking at these other sort of ways of doing it. And there's a great podcast that came out recently that explores this with a high school student and their perspectives on it. And so I'll try to remember that and put it in the notes or something for this. So we have this question of, right, can we shape the environment? And for me, through research facilitation work, I think if we're critically engaging with these things, we're not shying away from them, but we're engaging in ways that are critical and intentional in our engagement, we can really start to shape that so that we're not relying on fear on one hand or blind adoption on the other. So, you know, when we look at research facilitation, a lot of the work that we're doing is equipping scholars and connecting them with each other across the campus. So ensuring that people are ready and able to get the resources that they need to do the work that they need to do. Bridging the gaps in knowledge, so providing the sorts of opportunities for workshops, for tools, for other things. And then communicating and working with policies at the campus level. I'll take a second just to kind of deeper dive into a couple of those before I wrap up. I was working with a colleague in research facilitation in IT recently, and he said, one of the things I'm struggling with is when a researcher walks into our office and says, I need to know how to use AI to support my project. Do we even have someone here who can guide them? And if not, how do we build that expertise collectively on the campus and collaboratively? And then things like working groups. So I mentioned the working group that earlier on that Zach and Matt Handelman and I are part of. But that's one of several groups that we formed in our college that are engaging people around teaching and learning, around research, around policies and ethics and AI, to give space to talk about these things and share them back out. Bridging gaps in knowledge, so teaching these sorts of prompt skills and writing that I talked about. And then also thinking about ways in which we're connecting engineers and researchers. So how are the models being developed that are taking into consideration the work that we're doing and the values that we have? And both by engaging people on campus and resources on campus, but also exploring those sort of public-private partnerships and ways of working through that work. And then lastly, thinking about communicating and working with policies and guidelines, right? So how are we documenting and communicating these best practices? How are we connecting administrators and researchers and other stakeholders around policies? About a couple of years ago, I was in a meeting around just even how do we, this was before we could even spend any MSU money on any sort of AI tool. And we were talking about these kind of considerations that were all over the place. And Rich, who's now the CIO here, spoke up and said, look, we need to figure out how to have some really common sense ways of approaching this. Like, think about if you're riding your bicycle, we all know you can't ride it on the freeway. It's just a hard no, you can't do that. But we also all know that you can ride it in your neighborhood on the sidewalk or the street. And where we get to a point where we need to have a lot of conversation is if you're going to ride it on Grand River to get to campus. Now you have to start thinking about some of these things that there are going to be some differing opinions in that. And so how can we really think around those edges and come to those spaces where we have some collective agreements on things that are and aren't best practices or expectations or things that we have so that we can really get into the conversations about the important things that define our work and us. So to close, optimization to what end? And I think it does come down to our value, what we value as scholars. Like if we want to speed up our research and save our time, and that AI offers a lot of possibilities and incredible opportunities to move forward quickly, but at a possible or a likely cost. But I think if we're thinking about deepening our understanding and we're working intentionally about how and if and when we're creating and deploying these tools, we can kind of have the best of both worlds in terms of maintaining our value set and advancing our knowledge. So, thank you.
All right, excuse me. Our next presentation is Active Humanist Engagement in AI Tool Development, to be presented by Phil Polino. Dr. Polino holds a PhD in linguistics from the Department of Linguistics, Languages, and Culture at Michigan State University. He works primarily in the area of formal semantics and pragmatics and investigates the extent to which they connect up with natural language syntax. Currently, his computational research explores the ways in which formal semantic approaches can be blended with those of distributional semantics in an effort to improve natural language understanding by AI. He's also interested in human cognition and answering questions about the relationship between human language structure and capacity and the brain. Phil?
How do I make this full screen? Sorry. Yeah. Okay. We can all, yeah, okay. Collaborate. All right, we'll just go like this. I'm not sure why, yeah, okay. All right, well, thank you for having me this afternoon. So I wanted to talk about active humanist engagement in AI tool development. So, you know, I already got a really nice introduction, so I'm gonna skip this who's this guy, and then just go to some takeaways for the talk here. So what I hope everybody takes away from this small presentation is that it's my opinion that the digital humanities has been doing really well, right? And the meta-literature, you know, suggests that, you know, the digital humanities has really defined itself as a discipline and is growing, right? So everything looks good there. I'm going to suggest that we might want to have a different little bit of a kind of conception about what our relationship is to AI tools. That could be another productive research avenue. I think that we can achieve this with and through the AI literacy that everybody's already doing, right? So this is just about augmenting the kind of things that we're already involving ourselves with. I'd like to think that there's more money for this than people probably believe, what I'm going to talk about, and also that our colleagues are interested, even though we might not think that they are, right? And there's actually a couple interesting sort of meta studies, sociology of disciplines, right, to suggest that we don't always have the right assumptions about what our colleagues think about our work, right? One thing I think, you know, is important before we get started is that, like, you know, a lot of people are talking about human-centered AI. They don't always mean the same thing. And so when you know, kind of do a literature survey, there's several kinds of different things that fall out, right? So sometimes people are talking about AI that has human-like abilities, right? It operates in human-like ways, or it's easily intuitable by humans, right? Gary Marcus, when he talks about stuff, likes to point out that like we don't want our AI to do stuff like people do because we're really bad cognitively at a lot of stuff, and so we don't really want it to function exactly like humans do, right? But sometimes the human-centeredness, right, is about augmenting human capability, right, but not displacing humans, right? This is something that like IBM, for an example, like if you go to their web page about their idea about human-centeredness, right, they kind of start with that sort of notion. Other people, when they're talking about human-centered AI, are talking about the ability to do collaborative work with the AI. Some people just mean that it's ethical or responsible, and we've already talked about that a little. That's already come up today in terms of sustainability and things like, biases and that kind of thing. We also might have some AI that's designed, right, like for humanities research, right, activities. But the human-centered AI that I kind of wanted to talk about today is this last one, number 6 here, which is it's the least that has been undertaken, right? And that's where I think we need to go. And this is humanist, researchers becoming the critical partners with engineers, right, to design AI. Right? So what I'm suggesting is that we start to pivot our conversation a little bit to how humanities researchers can become a critical partner. How do they form these critical partnerships? And we start to try and move away from the passive position that we've been in, where, and I just have these kind of little things up here just because when you talk with students and other faculty, these are the kind of like conversation starters you see a lot, right? Like, what can I do with this? I need to find something to do, there's a lot of, we receive the technologies and then we try to figure out, what is it that we can do productively with them, right? And what would be better for us, right, is to be involved in the creation of the technologies that we need, right? And I have down here as the last little point here, right? This could really be about strong or weak, right, narrow AI. So in one of our, in the earlier talk about what was going on at George Mason, podcasting, refining audio signals, right? That's a perfectly excellent example of a narrow AI application that's very useful, right? And so there's those kind of niche kind of things that I think that we can focus on. So we already have conversations about AI literacy, how to increase AI literacy. And so what I think that we need to add to this conversation are, a few things here, right? So we had to start an additional dialogue, right? And I think that is going to involve taking more of a traditional stance about tools, right? Like, in a traditional kind of sense, right? Like what where you start is by assessing your labor, assessing what you need to complete what you want, right? You dream your tool and then you build your tool, right? Right now we're stuck in this opposite kind of thing where people are building tools without us in mind. They're building functionalities without what we need them for, and then we're kind of scrambling to figure out, like, what do we do or what do we not want them to do? And really, we need to be involved in the design phase right from the beginning. So we need to ask critical questions about our labor, And we also want to ask critical questions about the knowledge of our disciplines and how that can be structured, right? Like we should start thinking about ourselves as being in the knowledge management business, right? And also, how do we form partnerships with our engineering colleagues? And I think that our engineering colleagues are waiting for us, right? They're waiting for us to come along. They're waiting for us to design projects. They do want to work with us. And so we need to figure out how to engage in that. This is just a small, we've already kind of talked about this quite a bit today. This is just a small little survey that was done in DAMA and MA. This is about like what DH researchers' real like sort of concerns are about just embracing any kind of AI. And you know, what you can sort of see here is that the main kind of problem that people are worried about is really integrity, right? So yeah, you can break this up into I'm worried about introducing, you know, misinformation and whatnot, but DH researchers are very, very concerned about the integrity of their work. And the only way, right, to ensure that we get what we want, right, is to change our level of involvement. We can go to the, you know, philosophy of tech literature to help us out in this. There's quite a bit written about this. And it suggests, right, like if you are, you know, involved in the design phase of things, you are part of the outcome. You're part of planning what the consequences of things are, right? And it's very difficult, no matter what the tech is, to do something once it's out in the world, right? At that point, it has a life of its own. And so, yeah, it suggests we really need to be involved in the design phase. Most technology, right, is driven by technology, and that's because engineers build off of previous technology, both successes and failures, right? That means if we need something really new, right, again, we have to be involved in the initial phase where it's really humanist researchers that are mapping out the functional requirements and being involved in the development and building processes. So this is what I would like to see people involving themselves in a conversation about, right? I want to see humanists pushing themselves to the forefront of design and knowledge management, actively engaging in a critique of what their needs are for their projects. You look at your work and you say, what will make my work better? What is it the thing that I can zero in on that I would need, right, creatively to get done what I want? Right? And I put demanding, but I also suggested that we're, you know, sort of involved from the beginning. But I want to see humanists demanding those technologies, right? Not just consuming what comes down, you know, upon us and then trying to figure out a way to make it work. And I think that's, you know, we have to develop those cross-disciplinary engineering partnerships and start working on projects in that way. And yeah, that's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And our final presentation of this session is an Afrofuturist vision for AI literacy. This will be presented by Julian Chambliss and Dr. Lonnie J. Avi Brooks. Dr. Chambliss is Professor of English and the Val Berryman Curator of History at the MSU Museum. He is a co-director of the Digital Humanities and Literacy Cognition Lab and faculty lead for the Graphic Possibilities Comic Research Workshop in the Department of English. His research explores race and identity in the context of comic culture, Afrofuturism, and digital humanities. His documentary on Afrofuturism, entitled Afrofantastic, the transformative world of Afrofuturism is available through pbs.org. Dr. Brooks is a pioneering Afrofuturist scholar, game designer, and futures strategist, shaping how we imagine and design just and liberatory futures. As professor and chair of communications at Cal State East Bay and a visiting professor at Stanford's D School, he co-founded the Afro Rhythm Futures Group with Ahmad Best and co-designed Afro Rhythms from the Future, a game that centers on Black and Indigenous world building. His work merges futures literacy, speculative storytelling, and social justice. A research affiliate in the Institute for the Future and fellow at the Long Now Foundation, Dr. Brooks is committed to democratizing futures thinking through storytelling and to unleash our radical imagination to heal ourselves and others.
Thank you. We're splitting our time, so I have to have a timer here to make sure I shut up. I'm going to freely admit that I use AI throughout my presentation for images, and I am trying to, I'm the opening act for Lonnie, who does a lot of cool gaming things, but I want to talk a little bit about the theorizing around Afrofuturism in the context of the contemporary moment. So this image that you see here on your left is generated by AI, and I actually put my presentation into ChatGPT or DALL-E and said, hey, make some slides for me, and so this is what it came up with. I'm gonna start with a quote from an article by Kyojo Eshun, Further Considerations on Afrofuturism. It starts this way: imagine a team of African archaeologists from the future, some silicone, some carbon, some wet, some dry, excavating a site, a museum from their past, a museum whose ruined documents and leaking discs are identifiable as belonging to our present, the early 21st century. Shifting patiently through the rubble are archaeologists from the United States of Africa, USAF, would be struck by how much African diasporic subjectivity in the 20th century constituted itself through the cultural project of recovery. So this thought exercise from further consideration of Afrofuturism calls attention to the archive, and that is central to how any Afrofuturist thinks about our contemporary society. Eshun talks about a future industry that is dependent on a control of the archive and a predictive algorithm that projects a future that is deeply rooted in the colonial nature of the past. This, from the beginnings of Afrofuturism in the 1990s, has really pointed to a need on the part of African Americans and people across the African diaspora to think differently about the future and about the past, because in fact, their experience with Westernization and with the coming of sort of the modern means that they have, as in the words of Mark Derry, other stories to tell about technology, the future, and things to come. For Eshun, he calls attention to the idea that for a future industry to operate in the way that it does, it has to just sort of destroy Black people's ability to articulate and think about themselves in a kind of continuous way. So the theorists that have come since the 1990s have really advocated for Afrofuturist epistemology that challenges the Western concepts of European-centric knowledge creation, formation, and the futures that they produce. So it's in this light that at this current moment when we're thinking about Afrofuturism in the context of generative AI, I would say that the fundamental question that Afrofuturists bring to the system and to the sort of moment of crisis is not about crisis. For them, the system was already broken. It's not a crisis. It was already broken. Instead, they look to this moment of panic and say, is there something that we can do? For Eshun in particular, in this essay, he talks about a definition of Afrofuturism as a system of manufacturing tools capable of intervention. If that is the case, I think it's important to understand that there are multiple publics that are associated with Afrofuturism. And those publics have different ways that they are intervening in our current conversation. So I would argue if we think about the established concerns of Afrofuturists in terms of modern contemporary technological debates, they often advocate for the use and remix of tools that sheds lights on alternative frameworks of understanding, both the past in terms of recovery, but also possible futures that can be achieved with using these tools. SU in particular suggests that in artistic production, that Afrofuturists are concerned with the possibility of intervention that speculate beyond the sort of confines of capitalism's predictive nature, and they especially look towards a mainstream vernacular Black culture that leverages the opportunities offered by the speculative to create space for Black counterpublics that sustain and uplift. This emphasis on the speculative gives rise to a kind of history where we can see in the 19th century the compelling efforts of Black people to write in the public sphere, to create alternative notions of the present and what can be done for the future. In our contemporary landscape, when you see images like these that are generated by African Americans who are sort of inspired by Afrofuturism to create images using generative AI tools, they're intervening in a practice in a way that is designed to create space for uplift and transformation. I often joke with my students when we think about something like the parable of the sower that we're like, they think we're like really deep into the parable of the sower. I'm like, no, we're on the first few pages. You can still save yourself. Part of that is about intervention and thinking beyond the confines of the system. There's a textual experimentation that is at the core of the legacy and history of Afrofuturism that you see being replicated in these new fields where everyday Black people are using these tools to reimagine, to remix, to push themselves into the public sphere in a way that supports their engagement and position in the archive in a way that affirms and creates these counterpublics that nurture. This builds on, I think, a legacy of research that has come out in the last few years that speaks directly to the idea of the imagined affordances. That imagined affordance is a term that is used by colleagues like my colleague Lonnie Brooks and others to just simply call attention to the ways that everyday Black practice can be used to see and create more than what's expected by those in power. We see the same pattern in the social media landscapes that create Black spaces that affirm and create space for dialogue that talks back against erasure. And we can see this as a part of this longer Afrofuturist pattern. So generative AI, I think, offers an opportunity to continue an established practice of cultural production in opposition to erasure. And as a part of that project, I thought along with generative AI engines about what Afrofuturism should be in terms of AI. And ultimately, that suggestion came down to something I would call the Afrofuturist laws for generative AI. If you use that QR code, you'll see what I came up with. I'm not going to go into them right now. But what these laws represent is me in dialogue and iterative dialogue with different generative AI engines, thinking about what's the ethical way to approach their use. What should we do with these engines? But all these different iterations from the AI, especially once trained on some of the things I wrote and some of the articles that I showed it, what all of them call attention to is that established patterns in terms of trying to create capacity to resist and create counterpublics that uplift are going to be more important coming to the future. What are the things that will allow institutions, both public and private, to be in conversation that will uplift and create tools of inclusion? What kind of community schooling, what kind of toolkits of action are going to be available? These are all central to how Afrofuturists see the future. So for me, the many legacies and publics, textual legacies and publics around Afrofuturism tell one consistent story, whether it's within an institution or without. There is a need to recognize that the system is broken and there's an opportunity here and the disruption created by this particular crisis to do more. And I would argue, if we think about our last few years, the same sort of challenge was offered to us by the pandemic, which is partly the reason why I think Afrofuturism gained so much global attention. And now we have another crisis. And in the language of corporatism, hey, don't let a crisis go by without trying to do something better. And I'll turn it over to Lonnie.
Good. Okay. Thank you. How y'all doing? Because I love this. So this is about being the signal, creating Afro-future types and AI literacy for 2065. So really thinking in the future. And I really want to shape the epistemological foundation upon which we're thinking about AI, which is we need to think about ancestral intelligence, what I call the real AI, which involves an emotional engine, the hearts, minds, spirits, and soul of what determines and shapes our future. So going back to Afrofuturism, indigenous futurism, and queer futurism, in fact, Ron Eglash's work on fractal design in Africa shows how the philosophy of computing actually comes out of divination from African fractal design of recursive loops, and then comes to mathematicians in Europe who think they found God, and that lays the foundations for zeros and ones in computing. So we have created the master's tools of computing, but this is all to say that this deep futures thinking for the past, present, and future comes and shapes our present futures. So, that QR code goes to afrorhythms.com, which is our game, Afrorhythms from the Future, and about the company that Ahmed Best and I and Jade Fabella have co-founded together. But I want to go to W.B. Du Bois, because in uncovering Afrofuturism, indigenous futurism, and queer futurism, W.E.B. Du Bois was a science fiction writer, actually. One of our members of the Black Speculative Arts movement, Sheree Renee Thomas, actually discovered in his archive that in 1908 to 1910, he wrote an anthology called the Princess Steele Novels, where he created a fictional instrument called the megascope, a device to search for the undiscovered stories. And that's what we need to look for in terms of refounding and rediscovering what AI really is in our culture. So this excellent article by Jason Edward Lewis, it's called Making Kin with Machines. He and other scholars that wrote this article, where they say humans are neither the height or center of creation, everything interconnects. He goes and looks at indigenous knowledge, indigenous futurism, that actually has dealt with inanimate objects for thousands of years and bring them in as kin. So it's not this extractive basis for looking at AI or humanoid robots as slaves, because that's just a projection of what we've already gone through in our Black and indigenous apocalypses. But actually saying, hey, can we extend our circle of relationships and treat AI as a being that we need to develop a relationship with as relational kin? So that we're talking about what are Afrofuture types. So first of all, I'm going to just go over the speculative archetypes that resist oppression, reinvent existence through world building, reclaim our agency in AI futures, and innovation, spirituality, and ancestral knowledge combined. But Afrofuture types from the Black Afrofuturist perspective too are like radioactive isotopes that we can trace across time. They're Black signals of the future that find and reclaim the traces of Black cultural visions alongside erasures of those signals. So how many people have seen Hidden Figures, the film, right? That's a story about Black women, engineers, computer scientists, mathematicians who traced the trajectory of white astronauts at NASA in the 1960s, a story that I never knew existed until just a few years ago, right? That's a Black signal of the future, both of an ascendant Black vision of the future and its simultaneous erasure, kind of like what we're seeing with the government federal agencies on their websites. So we have to reclaim these signals, find these undiscovered stories, and create an AI literacy that shapes AI on the basis of Afrofuturism, indigenous futurism, and queer futurism. Because really, that's been the basis for navigating these apocalyptic times already. As Julian said, we've already done this. We've been there. We're in a post-apocalyptic future as Black people already. And so we can help you all. So indigenous futurism is looking at AI as kin. Queer futurism is looking at non-binary intelligence. What does that mean? How can we unpack it? How can we just kind of say Musk, Adam, Sam Altman, love you, Sam, because you're gay. But you know what? We really need to redefine what AI means in an epistemological framework. So going to that, I want to give you kind of an AI literacy from a futures forecasting perspective. Scanning for signals, looking at what does decentralized Afro-Indigenous networks look like? What does AI and creative labor beyond exploitation? What does an ethical algorithmic system look like? What are AI griots? Storytelling AI to preserve history. So we scan for those signals, and then we can create scenarios and stories around those signals. And this is 2035. It's like the AI griot rebellion, storytelling revolt. Well, I think we got a taste of that at the halftime with Kendrick Lamar and his performance. And, coded messaging. We're at the right time, but you chose the wrong man or the wrong guy. It's so layered in terms of his messaging of, the revolution will be televised. It will be artistic. It will be involving storytelling and humanities research. We are the revolutionaries, applied and theoretically. So going to that, I use AI to generate images too. And in our game, we create artifacts of the future. So these are some typical artifacts that we might see. The digital megascope that reclaims history, neural kinship interfaces with AI and DNA memory, the cyber trickster, algorithmic Ubuntu, which is looking at the oneness of everything, ethical AI governance. How do we generate these abundance of artifacts with AI, with ourselves, as part of our games? So we can develop these artifacts and see how they apply or are implied in the stories that we develop through future scenarios. So we can have an archive of forgotten voices, the cyber trickster, an AI spirit guide of Wakanda, speculative narratives that shape reality. So really, this is the call to action in shaping AI futures, is that you can scan for signals in your community, imagine and build AI equitable futures, design AI artifacts that empower, tell your own AI story and take agency. In fact, have your students create their own characters, their own avatars. That's theirs. In the tabletop industry, that's your IP, and that's well documented. So it's like taking our AI, our embodied stories as human beings, making them our own, putting it back into AI and say, hey, don't fuck with us. Okay. So for every algorithm of oppression, there is an Afro rhythm of liberation. You take Afro, you take rhythm from algorithm, you put them together, and you get liberation. So AI futures are not neutral. What we imagine shapes reality. The future is an act of resistance. Join the movement, be the signal. Thank you.
I'm glad you didn't go long, because I wasn't going to stop you, that's for sure. Well, thank you. What an excellent end to this session. So let's give all the speakers another round of applause. All right, now we've got a little bit of time left. Got time for questions, comments? Any questions out there? Oh.
Avi, I may have missed it, but what's a signal? How do I know it's a signal or not?
So a signal is anything that we see, weak or strong, that can become scalable in the future. It's like seeing the future in the present. So like, I noticed, we have way more cars driving in San Francisco. At first it was a novelty, and then they became more ubiquitous. And then I was like, well, how are we gonna use these? And it actually just hit me that, oh, these are the robots that we're seeing in our everyday environment. You know, what's the threshold of robotics that we're going to have in our environment? What can we handle? So that becomes like a small signal that becomes a stronger signal. So it's anything in the present that can scale up into the future. And it can be standard way of looking at signals is what's happening in society, technology, economics, environment, or politics. Anything that's weird that's going on. Like I thought Kendrick Lamar's performance was a really interesting signal about rebellion through art and how most people at first didn't understand it, you know? Like it was layered. I was like, okay, I'm trying to keep up, you know? So it's that kind of signals that you notice, you know, the unexpected that comes up with AI that someone was talking about, that dilemma, the unexpected consequence, that's a signal, you know? Yeah, I hope that makes sense.
Next question. Yeah, please.
I would love to learn more about how the panel envisions both this idea of the future of research with AI, but also the future of, to borrow your phrase, signaling a change in research.
This guy on? Yeah. That's a great question. I mean, in some ways, yeah. I mean, I'm just so inspired right now. So I want this, you know, change to be there. I'm both hopeful, but I think, I guess, in terms of the question of what can the future of research look like, I think part of it is, on one hand, not just abdicating and accepting the current status quo, right? Which is hard not to do, right? We are all overworked, underfunded. Some of us are literally under attack currently, so it's very understandable that it can be hard to kind of envision a future that has a longer horizon, though I think we should be. But yeah, I think the vision I would like to see is that we take this moment of AI as kind of a turning point. You know, a lot of the issues we're facing with research have been around for a while. It's not particularly new per se, but we've been able to kind of put Band-Aids and potentially, you know, outsource certain things. And I think there's a question here where do we want to continue doing that? So trying to take the momentum around AI and harness it towards you know, training, infrastructure, and infrastructure there is training in some ways, right? That can actually ensure the humanities exist in the future, right? Because what we're seeing currently is a political project that doesn't believe in the humanities, that is actually in opposition to it, right? And so I think trying to take the political organizing we need to do for that to also think about what could research look like. In terms of just for myself, I mean, I think there's a lot of exciting potential here. I want that timeline, like 2035, I'm ready. That would be phenomenal. But yeah, I think it's also looking to, you know, the ethos that exists there. I didn't mention this, but for those that are less familiar, in digital humanities, there's an ethos of minimal computing, which is really not so much about not using computing, but actually thinking about the constraints and resources we have, and actually thinking about the labor practices we are building into kind of how we engage with technology. And it's trying to, you know, think beyond just the output, right? And not just valuing the publication, but thinking about the kind of process and the larger kind of communities. But I'll stop there.
First thing I would say, don't pre-surrender. I think it's important to recognize that the pattern of resistance and a resistant imagination that's inherited Afrofuturism suggests that whatever the sort of current situation, that there's a pattern or signal in Ronnie's case and Lonnie's case that you can retrieve and you can build on. So the idea of pre-surrender, don't do that. First, maintain the belief in the sort of liberatory practice at the core of your work. I think almost every teacher teaches because they think it's transformative. Don't give up on that, right? And then, as I sort of alluded to, there are certain narratives we've already had in terms of technology and digital humanities. Those narratives, be it open access, be it creating a more sustainable, accessible framework for working with the community, right? Working with the community, collaborating with the community. Those things are more important, and they're perhaps more important now because our uncertainty about the nature of our institutions means that the relationships that we forge with the public become more important for they be explicit and the public understand like their partnership responsibility, right? So if there's a prime example of this is archives, right? If we've had in DH over the last few years a really strong narrative about having clearer rules for the people who are donating things to archive, working to develop archives. What kind of rules and regulations do those have? And part of our argument, I think, intrinsically as academics is, oh, if you give it to us, it'll always be accessible and always be safe. Well, I mean, we weren't lying at the time, but the situation has changed. And so now, can you go out and say that and have the same confidence that you used to? Instead, you perhaps have to go, are there ways that, given the institutional identity that we have, can we partner with you to create something that can be sustainable and accessible and then can weather what we have seen as a possibility of erasure, right? And that, I think, is about choices and conversations that we need to have. If there is one thing that Afrofuturism suggests, it suggests that the choices that we make that continue a kind of framework that tries to get back to a norm, well, that norm wasn't actually that stable, was it? So now you can actually think about what it would mean to create a totally different structure that's a new norm with, my standard thing for students is Afrofuturism asks for two things, regardless of where you see it. It asks for less harm and more care. That's pretty much it. Less harm, more care.
And to build off of that, I think the Chinese LLM that came out that was like fraction of the cost of OpenAI, DeepSeek, I believe, points as a signal the necessity of creating community LLMs that then become an archive in vivo, in real embodied time, record our voices, take our knowledge, and we become our own archives, living archives through our own LLMs. We take that power back into our communities. And I think that's really important, that we combine humanities researchers with the technologists and work on that. I was also involved with an augmented reality lab called Dynamic Land, and they were building what they thought of as a library of the future. They had computers on the ceiling that turned paper into playable media. And it was a matter of creating computing that was not viewed just individually on a screen, but together. And I think that's the collaborative potential of real computing, is communal computing.
Do other panelists like to make a comment before we?
Along with the same thing, how do we mitigate the costs in terms of research? I mean, at MSU, they actively thwart adding subscriptions to, like, if you want to do Copilot, you really can't add it to, even if you pay for it. And you really can't purchase subscriptions, even if you have the research funds, because of the software regulations. How do we get around this? How do we actually make research in AI something that we can do at a university?
They're kind of looking at you, Scott.
Yes, thank you, everyone. Right. Yeah, I mean, I think part of that goes to what I was getting at around policies and norms, and that is, when we sat in that room and Rich gave the biking on the freeway versus in your neighborhood example, it was because we were focused so much on this kind of gigantic area of, can we buy this? What does it mean to buy this? Versus some of the questions that would have, I think, allowed us to move more quickly. Like if you look at other institutions, you go down the road to Ann Arbor, for example, right? Like they're moving so quickly with things, partially because I think they've already started to figure out where there's the noise and where there's the important pieces that we need to have conversations about. And so I think in my mind, at least, there's a piece of the cost is kind of getting on the same page and figuring out as an institution how we're moving with things. And we don't do that well here, right? Like we have everyone who had Google Drive space that was above the limit who had to reduce it in the fall. We adopted Microsoft and not Google at a certain point or a couple of points in time over the last 25 years, right? Despite the fact that most academics and students, most of the scholars on campus were using Google. And still are, right? So I think figuring out ways that our policies are informed by the practitioners and involving the practitioners, and not just set through things like cost limits or legal concerns without full discussion.
If I could just talk to this briefly, because I feel like the hard thing is that we all know these giant vendor subscriptions do not work well, but at the same time, few institutions have the resources to actually build custom tools internally, this kind of stuff. And so it is a real tension, I think, everywhere. I think the hard thing especially too is that a lot of these AI companies are solutions looking for a problem currently, right? Like the business model is, let's just say I won't be shocked if in a year from now, every think piece is about the collapse of the AI bubble, right? And so I think that's also hard here where, on one hand, the economics of that business model is pretty suspect. There's a sense that this could be useful, but we also don't quite understand, again, are these AI tools just the new version of Microsoft Word, or are they something where actually researchers need a lot of access, control, need to kind of switch between models, this kind of thing? So I don't envy people that are having to determine this, but I do think going slow might be frustrating, but at least from the history of these kind of subscription models, it's probably a better approach just because once you're locked in, it's expensive, difficult to break, and we just don't know yet. I mean, DeepSeek, right? Like that's a huge, tomorrow in the research workshop, we're going to be talking about some of these models that you can now run locally that are very, very powerful and that you don't have to pay anything for. So, what does that mean then for somebody trying to decide, should we pay Microsoft Copilot all this money, right?
And I do wonder if we're asking the right question when we ask about resources. Resources for who is the first thing, right? I think that there is an assumption, and this has always been a problem, I would argue, for educational institutions, that we're early adopters of technology when it's the most expensive. And then as the commercial market, makes it cheaper, there's a new technology we got to adopt. Like you're always paying at the highest level. And that actually makes perfect sense as an academic conversation. But I always periodically go and check with my cousin about, because they did not go to college and they're just sort of like, what do you do? And so when I talk to them about technology, their benchmark is so much lower that I recognize from a communal standpoint, there are some basic levels of information literacy and information access that they need to have guaranteed for them. And at some level, as institutional actors, I think we should always consider what is a conversation about making sure that we have that baseline for the people. And that is a different question than the highest research question. And I think at some level, and again, from a F-Futures perspective, a communal logic about technology and access does ask you to ask really important questions about who gets access when. And just so we're clear, we all work in the communal model. If you've ever, peer-reviewed an article, did you get paid? Just checking. So there's a way where we already volunteer a tremendous amount of labor. Is there a question about orienting that volunteer effort, especially in the context of these immediate technological crises, in a way that sort of points towards equity? And I think that's a legitimate question to ask.
All right, well, I think we are at time, and I suspect you're probably getting a little hungry. So again, let's thank the panel again. And I want to thank them because you all stayed on time and you made my job very easy, so I do appreciate that. So I believe lunch is just down the hall at the Red Cedar Room, is that correct? You got it? All right, and so again, thank you for your attention. Excellent questions, and I suspect some of these same topics will come up again tomorrow at the research workshop. So again, thank you and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Jesse, are we ready? Jillian, are we ready? Jeff, are we ready? All right, we're set. Hi, guys. We're back. Did you have a nice lunch? All right. So anyways, this is the Ethics in AI panel. I am Dean Raberger. I'm the director of Matrix, the Digital Humanities Center here on campus. I do a lot of building of knowledge graphs and AI kind of stuff. And one of the things, of course, I don't do enough about is thinking about ethics. So I'm really, really happy to do this panel to kind of give us more of a sense of the full range of things that we really need to be thinking about. With that said, we're going to start, we're going to follow the schedule. We are missing our first speaker, but we have a fill-in for that speaker who we're going to put towards the end. But we'll start with Jeff Ward. Jeff Ward is director of Duke Center of Law and Technology. Jeff teaches courses at the intersection of law and emerging tech and ethics at Duke Law, such as Frontier AI Robotics, Law and Ethics, and Duke's Pratt School of Engineering, such as Legal, Ethical, and Societal Implications of Artificial Intelligence. In his role as director of Duke Center on Law and Tech, he oversees programs that include Duke Law by Design, which uses human-centered design methodologies to help ensure that new technologies ultimately empower and ennoble all people and expand access to quality legal services. And Rails, a network dedicated to responsible AI in legal services. With that said, take it away, Jeff.
Great. Well, thank you so much for having me here. I really want to thank you also for live streaming this. It's been great, even though I had travel disruptions, to be able to take part in the great teaching and research panels and get to learn from those. So thank you for doing that. I also want to say what a privilege to be the executive director of HNET and get to have a nice conference like this on your birthday. So happy birthday, Jesse Draper. Just wanted to make sure we said that. So it is a little bit ironic. I'll go quickly. I just wanted to share a few thoughts at the beginning, but the last time I was supposed to speak at Michigan State was actually COVID, and my talk was at 12:30 on a day when the university shut down at noon. So I think I should just not be invited to things anymore. It seems to be that things aren't working out so well. But I'm just going to share a few slides here at the beginning. I hope you can see those. Dean, do you mind giving a thumbs up if you can see those? Can you see my slides?
That's good. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I'm really excited that you included a panel on AI and ethics. And like Dean said, he doesn't think about it enough. I don't think anybody thinks about ethics enough. And so wouldn't that be a wonderful world if we could all think about the ethical implications of what we did a lot more? And with AI, one thing that's true, and it's been mentioned many times, is that it's a technology that can be used in really positive ways and also present lots of challenges. So one of the things that ethical thinking does is always think about the promise and the peril. And really what I want, there are 6 things on this list, but I really wanted to highlight, I think, 2 primary things. And one is that one of the most important tools that we need, I think, in order to navigate the ethical challenges of artificial intelligence is what I would call a socio-tech orientation. And that's not my term. That's a term that is used in a lot of the literature and a lot of disciplines. So that's the one thing I would highlight under promise. And as you'll see when I get to the end, the other thing I want to highlight that I think is a danger, and I think it's the one that might actually be the greatest challenge for this audience. So the first one is a really good news for this audience. And the second one I think is a real challenge for this audience is the one that's all the way on the right at the bottom, which is an anti-innovation stance. And I'll explain what I mean by that in a minute. But when I think about applied AI, any AI tool, it's applied in some way, it is inescapably ethical. So it's not as if around the periphery we also think about the ethical implications. It is quintessentially an ethical question when we apply AI. And I say that because I just don't think we care about AI technology. AI technology sitting in a box somewhere is worthless. We care about AI systems. And what I'm going to share here real quickly is just why those people in this room, I heard some of the disciplines that are represented. I heard some of the collaborative institutions that are putting on this particular symposium. They're exactly the people who are needed in order to navigate this future. And so if you don't mind me sharing this framework, I think it's a helpful way to talk with people across the aisle, or as I've learned at Michigan State, it might be called across the river, right? So that both sides of the river not only talk to each other, but recognize their need for one another. And when we think about AI, you might think about the computational components, the technical components of AI. It's at heart inputs of some kind of data, computations upon that data, and then some output. And that's, if you were to walk over to the CS department or potentially engineering school, they might think in those terms. In fact, if you look at a lot of papers submitted to the IEEE or other places over time that are engineering organizations, before around 2017, a lot of those papers were rejected because rather than focusing on these technical components, they brought in political or social or other kinds of considerations. And when in their anonymous reviewers, they would get comments that they were too political. The good news is that since 2018, 2019, more papers are being rejected because they don't include those things. And I think what that suggests is that we've moved from a recognition of the technical components of AI to recognizing every AI system used in any way, shape, or form is a socio-technical system, a quintessentially socio-technical system. So when we think about the inputs, computations, and outputs, we actually have to ask, well, what are the goals of the system? What does that mean we should do in terms of its design? Once it has an output, how should we interpret that? How can we apply that, et cetera, and audit it and improve it moving forward? And if we recognize that all systems are quintessentially socio-techno systems, we need both sides of the river, to use that parlance of Michigan State and other places. We have our own parlance at Duke where we say the other side of the glass door, and there's reasons why we say that, but we need all sorts of folks to be participatory in these conversations. And I just want to give a quick example. Like, imagine that somebody's sending a new tool out into the world, and the manager of an AI product development team, we're going to ask some questions or state some commands. Which of the following do you think they would be least likely to say to one of their engineers? And I say this to drive the point home. Please work to maximize predictive accuracy. That's a normal, in fact, highly historically based goal of an AI system. Please work to minimize error. Same thing. Please go ahead and lower predictive accuracy. Well, that's actually one of those things that no CS trained engineer has ever been asked to do until relatively recently. But I want to highlight that with the socio-technical system, it really matters. So with Spotify, my family will be cooking dinner or whatever, and my daughter might want to listen to one thing and I might want to listen to something else. It's not a huge deal if our Spotify algorithm recommends for us something that none of us likes. Over time, it's learned that a little Motown can make us all happy, and so over time we get a lot of Otis Redding. But if it makes a mistake and plays a little bit too much Ariana Grande, it's not a huge deal. Whoop-de-doo. But that's not true of a system that might be predicting for something in my realm, how long somebody should be sentenced to prison. And when it goes wrong there, this is somebody's life, liberty, property that is at stake. And what we know, and this is now well-trodden news, tools like the Compass algorithm that do exactly this have made mistakes, overemphasize the potential criminality of people of color, underemphasize the criminality of white-skinned people, and as a consequence, we have drastic unfairness, a quintessential ethical issue in our sentencing algorithms. Whereas, and Professor Cynthia Rudin and others have pointed out that you could have a simple, kind of pure arithmetic tool like this that's totally transparent and totally explainable that actually gets you to almost the same level of accuracy. Well, I'm almost done. I would just say, if we actually treat this as a socio-technical system, what we have to start to ask is, what do we actually need in this situation? We don't just assume that overall accuracy is the preeminent goal. We might actually add something like transparency or subgroup accuracy or other tools, but these are political, socially minded, they're driven by anthropologists, sociologists, philosophers, ethicists, et cetera, lawyers, who tell us that we need these kinds of values. So once we recognize that what we actually have to do is maybe say, accuracy is important, but transparency is also important. How do we balance those two? Those discussions can't happen without purposely involving the other disciplines, the social science disciplines, the humanities, et cetera. So really what this is an invitation, and on top of an invitation, I think commending this group for making sure you brought together the right people to have these discussions. So here you might imagine somebody saying, go ahead and lower predictive accuracy as long as it brings us greater transparency. Okay, last thing I just wanted to note, and then I'll move on. I'm so excited to talk about this. This is my whole life, and oftentimes I go over to the Pratt School of Engineering, and I'm talking to a bunch of engineers, and I'm just really pleased with the people in this room and excited to learn from you. The one place that I think that may, based not only on some of the prior conversations, but just typically when I talk to folks in these departments, is that there sometimes is a little bit of a not anti-innovation for anti-innovation sense. I'm not talking to a bunch of Luddites. That's not what's happening. What I mean by anti-innovation is that some people don't recognize what I would call the ethical imperative of also pushing the technology forward. And a quick example of that would come from my domain, which is that in the United States, over 92% of low-income people do not have access to legal services in order to solve their most important problems. These are things like eviction, losing their homes, right? Access to needed benefits like social SSI, SSDI, civil needs like divorce and custody issues, et cetera. The most important issues in their life, they can't afford an attorney. I'm squarely middle class, and I would do anything in the world before I would go and pay an attorney because we're just too dang expensive, and really there's a lot of deterrence to that. So for most people, they don't have access. Doesn't AI potentially represent an opportunity to solve that gap? And if we're to be truly ethical about this, we would say, actually, really asking the questions about how do we push forward AI in order to do so itself is an ethical imperative. So what I don't want to fall into is a system where we say AI moving forward causes ethical harm and leave it with a full period at the end of that sentence. Instead, I want to say not recognizing the capacity of AI to solve some of our most important problems in the medical world, in the legal world, et cetera, is also an ethical wrong. And so I would just throw that out there as something that we might want to talk about as we go forward. And with that, again, happy birthday, Jesse Draper. Just wanted to share some of those thoughts.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Jeff will be staying with us. Jesse, you get the next two things. No. You know, this is being streamed worldwide.
Clearly.
All right, on that note, I don't know if it was a good note, but thank you, Jeff. Jeff will remain with us on the owl here as we move forward. Our next speaker is Anjana Susarla. She is the professor of responsible AI. Responsible AI, that's great, at the Eli Broad College of Business at Michigan State University. In addition to an engineering and business administration degree, she earned a PhD in information systems from the University of Texas at Austin. Her work has appeared in several academic journals and peer-reviewed conferences. She serves on the editorial boards of Information Systems Research, MIS Quarterly, and the Production and Operations Management Journal. She has been interviewed in and had her research quoted in op-eds published in several media outlets such as the Associated Press, BBC, Fast Company, Fox News, National Public Radio, NBC, Newsweek, and Washington Post. Her research has been funded by prestigious organizations such as the National Institute of Health.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. So before I talk about, I think, whatever I was going to say, the topic has been really well introduced by Jeff who, before me. So I think I'm continuing kind of in the same vein. And there is this marvelous project that was developed by the MIT Media Lab. It's curriculum meant for middle school students, and it's called Redesigning YouTube. And it's really fantastic. So imagine, in today's, in our world today, we depend on digital platforms to organize every aspect of our life. And platforms are making a lot of choices about what information is being presented to you. And what are those choices based on? So I started many years ago studying a very simple question, which is, let me look at the type of information that's available, health-related information on YouTube for one chronic condition, diabetes. Why diabetes? I think a majority of adults in the United States are like susceptible to diabetes or something like that. There is huge like predisposition given our sedentary lifestyles. So I partnered with someone who was already doing a lot of medical informatics. And then we have, fantastic group of collaborators. What we did was we used a combination of human annotators, domain experts, and maybe the mic.
No, you're fine. They can't hear you on.
Oh, can you hear me now? Okay, great. So we used a combination of experts and machine intelligence. We used deep learning algorithms. At that time, it was a fancy method called bidirectional long short-term memory. What did we do? We got doctors to annotate data set, to predict whether there's unified medical language system, which is developed by the National National Library of Medicine. So is there any medical content at all in the videos? Without any fancy analysis, that's what I have. The most popular videos, supposed to be about diabetes. You put a search query, diabetes. What would be the #1 most popular video? Miracle cure for diabetes in 24 hours. The second video will be, take some whatever magic cure. Third will be something else. Where is the authentic information from Mayo Clinic, accredited providers? Where are all those videos? What is happening to this information ecosystem? How can we do something about it? So my goal for this is actually one of the pieces I wrote. There's almost a inbuilt disparity in the way people are searching for information, because if you are like me and read JAMA, then you will put the medical terms in YouTube and you will get the Mayo Clinic. And if you're a person who will just say cure diabetes, then you will get all the quack stuff. And so it's parallel ecosystems, which is already exacerbating the pre-existing health literacy divides. And this is a topic that I've been studying for many years. Like I said, only 12% of the adults in the United States are supposed to have adequate health literacy, which is the competence to manage your own health conditions. So what then is the ethical imperative for people in these platforms? Are they supposed to steer the users towards high quality medical content? There's a much broader literature in misinformation. Maybe I'll get flagged for studying these things, but it's really, misinformation is not just one dimension, it's a multidimensional issue. There is the message itself, there is the agent, there's also the lens in which we interpret. And of course, social media platforms will always say that these disparities exist. It's not that social media is really causing, and that's something that can be endlessly discussed. In my own research, I've tried to focus on, if you are a health organization and you want to use YouTube as a repository of good rather than a repository of bad information, because there's a lot of things out there, are there some combination of, can I think of a way to combine expert annotation, I would say a human in the loop kind of an intelligence? Can I recruit patient educators, doctors, maybe other kinds of healthcare providers into sort of building better algorithms, which we cannot change the YouTube algorithm as it is. But maybe there is a toolkit that is possible. We can deliver it to healthcare organizations, and they can at least champion some sort of, I know you're going to go and look for content on YouTube. Here are some, it's like a Netflix curated repository of authenticated health information on YouTube, which can be contextualized, tailored to maybe specific conditions or specific information needs. So that's sort of, my approach has been studying various dimensions, like how representative is information even available on YouTube. For instance, if somebody is looking for any healthcare information, and all they see is highlighting one particular demographic, then it's failing to meet health information needs of minority groups, people who are looking at conditions that are more contextualized to their needs and so forth. Right? So it's a little bit like the Spotify algorithm, which maybe gives Ariana Grande because it's popular, but in the case of YouTube, if you're going to looking for health information, and you get something that has nothing to do with you, then the end result is kind of, people will stop kind of trusting YouTube to be a good repository of information. Which is, by the way, for all its fault, YouTube is actually not bad, because YouTube has also launched an initiative in collaboration with the National Academy of Medicine to actually authenticate accredited information providers. And we've also provided, my team has provided some input to that as well. That method has some flaws because it doesn't pick up like internationally well-known sources. We did some audit, but it's a good initiative. What is the problem? Once again, if you have a tick mark because you're an authenticated provider of health information, those videos are not super popular. So we are back to, it's not even Ariana Grande, some influencer racking up millions and millions of views. And so this is basically my approach. It's a machine learning pipeline, but it also relies on getting a lot of human-in-the-loop intelligence, working with credible sources of health information, developing those methods where there is no way in the world I can get doctors to watch the thousands and thousands of videos and put a check mark on each one of them. So what's the best thing I can do? Find a good sample of high quality annotated data, and that's where maybe the machine learning pipeline can come in. And in recent times, when we first started, we didn't have some of those fancier methods like transformer architectures and so forth. Now what we have is we can combine pre-trained classifiers that are trained in millions of data points and combine it with our hand-collected, hand-coded data. So once again, like I said, our end result, the beautiful MIT Media Lab project that I just described, imagine a more ethical YouTube. Now, just drill down for one narrow thing like healthcare information for maybe diabetes. Because you could do this for anything else, for politics, recruit maybe political scientists. You could do this for financial information. There's apparently people called finfluencers. They're financial influencers. So young people go to, I don't know, Instagram and TikTok when they want to invest in the stock market. No one listens to any broker or anything. I mean, clearly I'm very old, so I study social media, but I don't really use it for my own, purposes. So in any case, this is just one way of, I hope I could give you a small flavor of how do we approach ethics. There are various ways. One approach is, of course, different frameworks for ethics and algorithmic bias, like all the studies that Jeff has mentioned. My approach has been, can I sort of combine the domain expertise with all these popularity-based algorithms and design kind of better algorithms? Thank you very much.
Of course, my problem, Jesse. My Spotify. Tara Barron is our next speaker. She is the John Richard Butler II Endowed Professor at the School of Human Resources and Labor Relations and Director of Future Work Initiative at MSU. She is the former Program Director at the National Science Foundation, Where she oversaw the future of work and science of organization program, she has published 4 books and over 100 scientific papers on topics relating to human technology interaction in the workplace. She is a member of the National Academy's board and frequently advises a wide range of organizational policies and leaders worldwide. Fellow at Stanford Center on Longevity, working on vision for the future.
It's a pleasure to be here today talking with you about ethics. I'm going to use a risk management framework to try to think about some examples of some points that I think Jeff has really raised nicely about these human systems integration perspectives and how we can have unanticipated consequences of these new technologies. So the essence of risk management is thinking about what are the potential risks that can occur, how can things go wrong, how bad would those errors be, and how likely are they? Right? And this is not always easy to do in advance, but this is essentially our goal. This involves imagining a future that does not exist and imagining ways that can go wrong. And AI developers can think really carefully about all the ways something can go wrong, but there's a lot they can't anticipate that has to do with organizational structures, social structures, dynamics that evolve over time. To offer one example, AI feedback and sort of robotic education aids have revolutionized surgery training, right? Surgeons can learn to do surgery and receive immediate feedback from AI about where they're making mistakes. And that sounds really great, and it is really great. But the consequence is that over time, these trainees are aware of the fact that everything they do is being tracked and monitored in real time. And so consciously or unconsciously, they're changing their behavior as a result. They are avoiding things that will make them look foolish because every mistake will be recorded. And unfortunately, looking foolish is the only way to learn new things. So if you aren't testing the boundaries and trying out new things and seeing what might work and what might not work, you will not actually achieve the goal of these technologies, which is to learn how to perform surgery. Okay, now, I could certainly do this all day with perverse incentives and the financial crisis of 2008 being caused by, very intense goal-setting behaviors. But the point is that we implement these systems, and those systems direct people's attention towards a particular target that might not be the target we want. Okay. Another example of this has to do with building shared mental models in teams. So teams need shared situational awareness to function. What that means is that I have to know what you know, you have to know what I know, and we both have an understanding that that is the case. Right? You don't want an emergency response team to show up and then have a meeting about who's going to do what, like who should go get the stretcher. Right? They need to have that overtrained and automatic and not be making decisions in the moment and trying to negotiate that. Okay? So how do teams build that shared mental model? They talk to each other. Right? They find out who has what expertise, and they find out who would make sense to ask a particular kind of question to. Unfortunately, when you introduce, say, an Alexa into a team, the team members direct all their questions to the computer and not to each other. So now they don't build up that shared mental model, and they aren't ready to react when the situation requires them to react. Okay. What I'm trying to argue is that AI is essentially changing people's relationship to their work and changing their relationship to each other in ways that might not be what we intended. The challenge is that models, all AI models, are brittle, and they do not adapt well to completely novel situations. So all of these sort of habits that people have developed are making it difficult for them to intervene when there is a novel situation. Right, and sort of step in when that model breaks because the model wasn't anticipating this consequence. I work with folks who have to think about nuclear safety and these issues where the consequence of an error is very, very bad, and you want to make sure that that human in the loop is not just there, but they're ready and motivated and able to intervene when the situation requires it. So luckily, we do have a lot of models from human factors, psychology, sociology, et cetera, about how to build resilient and healthy systems. For example, we know essentially how long a human being can pay attention to something before they start getting distracted and before their vigilance goes down in performance, right? So you can build a system around that. You can make sure that the person working at the airport scanning you is rotating every 20 minutes so that they're always paying enough attention. Right? So we do have enough information to build systems that are resilient, that take advantage of what humans are good at and what AI is good at, right? But we're not always thinking ahead to making sure that we're making those decisions, unless the industry happens to be one where the cost of an error is that somebody dies, and then you start taking those mistakes really seriously. Right? So we can learn from those industries, from aviation, military, medical fields, and apply that kind of thinking to other contexts. I've got a picture here of call center workers. So currently about 80% of what an average customer service call center worker does can be automated with an AI agent that answers the call and says, oh, this is our return policy, this is our store hours, and so forth. So it might seem logical to say, well, let's let the AI do the 80% and let the human operators do the more difficult 20% of calls that the AI can't handle. And that might sound really great, like take that burden off of them so that they don't have as much work to do. But what happens in reality is that now these call center operators are doing the worst part of their job all day. They get no breaks, right? They have no chance to have a feeling of success, but everyone they talk to is mad at them, right? And so what they do is they'll take a call and then just put that person on hold for 20 minutes just to have a break. Okay, so that was obviously not the goal of that system, but it is very predictable based on what we know about humans. And yet now you've created this scenario where the customer service quality is worse, your workers are burned out and miserable, and you haven't really solved anything at all. You've just made a mess. The next point I want to make is that good AI requires good data. And when data are collected from humans, workers say, they change their behavior as a result of being watched. Okay? So what that means is that the quality of the data and what that data tell you are fundamentally altered as a result. And I'll give you an example from one of my own current research projects. So I'm trying to understand the effects of different body camera policies on police performance. So what do you tell the officers about why the camera is there and what the data will be used for? And does that change the way they experience that camera? Okay. So what happens is that when the police sergeant uses the camera to micromanage people and give them a hard time about things they see on the camera, those officers react by forgetting to keep the camera charged or standing in the wrong direction or doing other things that are meant to sort of reassert that autonomy. And when the sergeants tell the officers that the data are there for their feedback and to support them, they don't do those things. So what that means is if I were to train an AI model based on all of that body cam footage, it would be catastrophically wrong. Like it has obvious errors in it, and if I were to try to make predictions with that data, the predictions would be wrong. Right? And it's very predictable based on the fact that people respond to being tracked and having their data captured. Right? We all do. Okay, so not only is it unethical to manipulate and exploit workers, but it's leading to the models not doing what they're supposed to do, or not doing what we hope they would do. Okay. So just to wrap up, I want to sort of emphasize an idea that I've heard several times because I think it's really important here, that we first have to ground our understanding that in generative AI tools are not developed for pro-social reasons, right? They're developed for short-term profit reasons, period. Duolingo is not a language learning app. It is a comeback everyday app, and that's what it's optimized for, right? And they don't actually care whether anyone learns any languages. That's not the point. Okay, and it's really, really important to have that level of context in mind when we talk about what these tools are and what they're for. It means that the companies producing these tools are not trustworthy sources when they make promises or claims about what AI is capable of, right? We should question those claims and we should question their motives. And it's very important to me to emphasize the point that AI needs data, and data come from people who are harmed in both direct and indirect ways from that data collection. So when you use these tools, you are accepting some level of ethical responsibility for those harms. Thank you.
I do want to emphasize, please start storing up the questions, because this is the round table. Next, thank you, Jesse. So you didn't even have to ask. And
I'm getting on it
helping me
now.
out. Next, Anne-Marie Ryan is Professor Emerita of Organizational Psychology at Michigan State University. Her major research interests involve improving the quality and fairness of hiring methods and topics related to diversity and justice in the workplace. In addition to publishing extensively in these areas, she has published over 200 peer-reviewed articles and book chapters. She regularly consults with organizations on improving assessment process.
Thank you. Just my first slide here is just to give you some context of who I am and why I'm here, or why I think I'm here. So my primary focus or connection to AI has been through looking at its use in employment context. So think of recruiting, think of hiring, and a lot of this is kind of where organizations are going. Some use already. I'm also involved in 2 NSF-funded projects, or at least they were funded still this morning. One is on AI and accessibility for individuals who speak differently, and the other is on how human resource professionals use AI in recruiting and hiring. And I've done some research on fairness issues associated with the use of AI in employment hiring contexts. I'm also very involved in national committees that try to set up guidelines for what is acceptable use of AI in hiring, licensing, testing, those kinds of things. I also have done a lot of graduate student workshops here at MSU associated with AI use in research. I'm not going to talk about that here, but there are some interesting things we could come up with if we went into that. So I thought 5 minutes, 3 points, try to be provocative, I guess. So let's see what we do. So one thing I often talk about with people is, is the use of AI in hiring, recruiting fair? And I think it's important to note that decision-making can be fairer with AI use, fairer than what you would have if humans made a decision, but it can also be the opposite. And Jeff already pointed this out in talking about some things. One of the problems is that humans, the data that goes into AI comes from human decision makers, at least in the context I look at. And so the biases that humans had then get built into the AI. And the problem is when you scale things up, the amplification of those biases, because now they're going on in other decisions. But I do think it's important to point out that people do a lot of things, make a lot of decisions that one could see as unfair or biased. And I'm not defining fairness and bias here. I hope I can get away with that. I don't think in this audience I probably can't, but I'll try. Yes. So, one of the things that we really focus on is, well, what are our standards for using AI in employment context? And those should be the same as what we traditionally have for humans, but also recognizing that we have a lot of problems with humans as decision makers. And so can we do better, potentially? I also think one of the challenges we're seeing is that some of the applications that come out of engineering, where vendors are trying to make money, as Tara said, on systems that you can use in hiring, like automated video interviewing, which is totally, done through AI. There's no people in the decision. It's recorded, it's transcribed, it's scored. There's no humans in there. What can happen with that? What goes on with what's happening? And yeah, there are lots of companies out there. I mean, there's probably about 60 or 70 different companies selling different variations of those kinds of systems. So those are challenges. So taking people out can definitely create a problem. But keeping people in does not necessarily guarantee that we aren't having biases coming into the process. The other thing that comes up a lot is, well, we need to be really transparent about what is the AI doing here. What are those factors? Jeff kind of pointed out it's easy to understand if we have a list of here's the 10 things we're looking at, as opposed to having a very, very complicated algorithm that's going through hundreds and hundreds or thousands of data points. But the problem is, what do we mean by being transparent? What's sufficient enough information for people? And also, do we really hold people, when they're making decisions about who to hire, to a certain standard of transparency? We ought to do both, really. Another thing is, how acceptable is this? And one of the things that you find in hiring context is, when do organizations see it as okay to use AI? And when do people get really upset about it and don't like it? And part of it has to do with some of what Tara was mentioning about autonomy. So for people who are in the role of making decisions about who to hire, they don't want to give up that autonomy. They still want to have a voice in it, even if the AI might be making better decisions, if we want to call it objectively better decisions. In general, people will accept AI when things are very routine and predictable, right? But also when things are not of high stakes or very consequential. And there's a lot of research in psychology on algorithm aversion and in other decision-making sciences on the idea of when do people feel that you need a person to make a decision? You need a person involved in this. And certainly we want people to be able to come in and say, well, you know, in this situation, we've got to make an exception. And you could probably think of this in your own teaching when you're assigning grades, but then you say, well, this is the kind of situation where we would definitely make an exception and do something a little different. The other thing is that when things are inherently uncertain, people really do want people to make decisions rather than machines, which is interesting because it doesn't necessarily mean the people are making better decisions, but we feel more comfortable with it. Another thing that's interesting about this is that when we show that, you know, an algorithm made a mistake, it really elicits very negative emotions, like we should not be using that. Yet people do make mistakes, and we grant them a little bit more grace. One other thing that's come out of our research, and I use the term unsanctioned use because this came from the people we were interviewing who, in this case, most of the people we interviewed are pretty senior people in tech companies, right? Talking about AI use within their company. And one of the things that was interesting to me is how AI is being used in organizations. It's actually not being used as much in making decisions about people. It's very interesting. These tech companies who even are selling products that are AI-based often are piloting or playing around with the use of AI, say in hiring, but they're always leaving humans in there. But one of the things that did come up, and the links are in the slides, I can share them with people. This is more from gray literature, so I'm gonna preface that with these percentages. But one of the things companies are concerned about is that many of them will have an internal generative AI system. You don't want your employees to put your clients' data in AI, right? This is something to talk to the grad students a lot about with research. Like, somebody consented for you to have that information. They did not consent for you to share it with the universe. This is a big problem for companies because employees want to do a quick summary. The use of AI in companies is widespread for generating presentations, for writing emails, those kinds of things. The other thing that's interesting from some of this work is that many organizations will say we have clear policies about what is appropriate or ethical use. But if you talk to employees, they don't really know them, or they don't really understand them, or they don't think it applies in a certain situation. So the educational component around ethics is really, really important because we do have many people out there using tools, just like with students. Same thing happening in the workplace. So just to kind of sum it up, I think there are a lot of questions, ethical questions, about how AI is being used in many contexts, but the focus on AI as a way to increase efficiency, does that necessarily increase effectiveness? Does that necessarily increase other outcomes that are really important to us? More important, I would say, than saving us time and saving us money. Also, are we being fair to AI in terms of how we scrutinize it versus how we scrutinize the ways we're doing things now? I think that's really important. Transparency, what is the appropriate level of transparency about what's going on under the hood, especially when technically most of us can't understand that level of detail. And then the last issue of, policies, and are they sufficient, and are they really understood by people as to why something is unethical or problematic? So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. All right. Last, we have the birthday person, Jesse Draper. I do want to say, in introducing Jesse, I also want to introduce Jillian McDonald. Please stand up. Both the interim director of LEADER, both are responsible for setting up this whole event and everything that goes with it, and has done just a marvelous job. And of course, we have to thank all the people who helped out at the gate. So, yes. Heather Brothers. Oh, okay. All right, don't screw me up. I have to introduce you on top of you at birthday, and you've got, what else? Just have you sit down. Okay, Jesse Draper, as the Executive Director of HNET Humanities and Social Sciences Online, Jesse leads global network of scholars and educators who use digital media to advance research and teaching in humanities and social science. He is passionate about fostering interdisciplinarity and inclusive dialogue, promoting academic excellence and innovation, and supporting professional development and outreach. Jesse is currently leading discussions about the use of AI in humanities and social science at Michigan State University as a core faculty member of the Digital Humanities program. All right, with that said, Jesse.
Thanks very much. One other thanks is Dennis Boone, the guy with the camera in the back. Dennis has done a tremendous amount of work putting together the tech for this event. So what may or may not be apparent is that I'm pinch hitting today for Andrew Kettler, who is the current president of HNET. Andrew was originally going to do this. I found out yesterday that he was snowed in, so I'm going to do my best to sit in. My role in this, as far as this panel goes, we've heard some tremendous things from a lot of really smart people today. And I want to first acknowledge all of that. I think what I'm going to try and focus on with my 5 minutes of fame here is just within specifically the context of HNET, the organization that I represent and that Andrew would have represented had he been here. My slides are brief. They are spare. I threw them together quickly, so, my artist 20-year-old would be appalled. So my question here is my title is Ethical and Open, ? Thinking about AI within the context of an open access academic organization with international scope. HNET has been around for 30 years now. It started in the 90s as a collection of listservs. One of HNET's core principles is that everything that's published to HNET is part of a permanent academic archive. We keep things in perpetuity, or at least as long as we can keep the doors open, right? And so when you publish something to HNET, one of the things that you check off when you do the terms of use is that you consent to this being a part of that record, and you consent to whatever the licensing terms are in the year that you signed up, right? So there used to be copyright policies. In more recent times, we've moved to Creative Commons licensing for content that's shared there. We're about to upgrade to Creative Commons 4 to be more representative of our international audience and the changes that have happened in recent years for that. But one of the other missions, which kind of comes into play here with when it comes to AI, HNET is dedicated to the open dissemination of knowledge. HNET is open access. And so there's this kind of implicit understanding that we're in the business of making it easier to learn things, easier to access data, academic information, easier to access intellectual property, right, to some degree, right? And so there's questions about that, right? There's licensing that protects intellectual property and things like that. But AI makes that all problematic. And Andrew Kettler, who is our president, has some serious concerns about that. And this is from what Andrew's presentation would have been, and I just want to honor the spirit of what he was bringing, although I'm going to pivot from what he said. But his title was 10 Theses on the Present Impossibility of AI Ethics. And I just want to recognize that that's a perspective that would have been in the room. So the first, artificial intelligence is not new. It is not benign. It is not humanist. It uses predictive models to control human behavior. It takes advantage of ancient history of human consciousness. It's reactionary, not radical or progressive. It's promoted as a cure for society, as a way to manipulate society. It does not need to work correctly to be implemented. It's a sorting tool that destroys competing epistemologies. It functions through a swarm of human and non-human agents that cannot be stopped in the current state of affairs. And so that energy feels very counter to a lot of what was happening today. Yeah. But that energy's out there. There are people with these kinds of concerns. There's all kinds of bigger picture concerns. And to be fair to Andrew, I think that that's the lens through which he's trying to put this together. For him, what's the long game, right? What's labor going to look like in 20 years if this just bowls forward with the speed with which we've seen it in just the last handful of years? What kind of things do we expect are going to happen in a technology that I think one of the things we've kind of agreed upon today, that at the very least we want some form of guardrails to the implementation of this when we're currently in a political context that is about absolutely destroying and tearing down any and all guardrails, right? And so these are kind of important questions. And so even if this sentiment that Andrew was bringing to the room might be a lot, maybe more doomsday than many of us in the room feel, there is a level of this that is within, the realm of possibility, right? There is a percentage somewhere along the timeline, right, that these kinds of fears could be realized. So thinking about the human condition in technological age, right? So there is an inertia of inevitability with AI, right? There's this sense that it's coming, you can't stop it. I made a joke earlier when I opened this morning about how Apple wants you to accept everything so that you're using the AI, right? Every software that you use is now implementing AI. You can't open a program and have some chat bot pop up and say, would you like me to do this for you? It feels like this train's coming and there's no stop, right? So there is that level of this. And as human beings, it's easy to kind of get caught up into that inertia and to feel like, okay, we don't have any option but to accept the inevitability. And I frame that within a context, again, politically, where there is this doomsday fear in some circles of the inevitable is bound to happen, and we just have to find ways to duck and cover, Trained impatience and narcissism. So let's get back to HNET. So HNET was a moderated space for academic discussion, right? The idea was you get into a space with people who are looking at the same kinds of questions, the same material that you are. You could pose questions, you could share resources, but there was a gatekeeper. There was an editor that would say, all right, are you somebody who is legitimately working in this field, or is at least the material that you're presenting here germane to the subjects that these people are interested in? Are you commenting on somebody's work in a manner that is adding to the discussion or that is framing things in a fair and reasonable way? Or are you a troll? And if you are, we're not going to let you in. There was a level of gatekeeping there, right? And HNET served very successfully as a space of moderated academic discussion for at least a decade and a half. And then social media came upon us, and the leaders of HNET fell asleep for a while and let it fester. And academics, let's be honest, we all want to be the guy that gets interviewed on CNN. We want to be the guy who everybody turns to when my subject field comes up. There is an inherent narcissism into what we do. And so when you can become the guy on X, formerly known as Twitter, with 100,000 followers who are just saying, this is the guy who knows the things, I don't have space for HNet. I'm going to go over here. People can hear me quicker. They can hear me faster. I don't have to wait for moderation. There's other ways that I can blow up my brand. And I'm sorry if it feels like I'm cheapening what we do, but there is a lot of that, you know? I mean, Kevin Cruz, he's a rock star, but look, I mean, he is what he is. He's a Twitter rock star, or now a Blue Sky rock star. So this social media landscape kind of obliterated moderated discussion. There are ways in which we still try to check that, but largely that, I think space has proven beyond the shadow of a doubt that it leans toxic if left unchecked. And we've just had Meta decide to remove all fact checkers, right? So those inherent checks that are supposed to be built into the system, Elon Musk, you know, policing Elon Musk, they don't work. And so the absence of fact checking and truth, right, is problematic. And so as we're thinking about AI, right, these are the contexts in which this is kind of being put together. Intention versus outcome with technology, right? So I'm going to use the analogy of social media again. When social media first came out, we thought of the intention, which was that social media connects us. I can suddenly stay connected to my best friend from high school and see his kids grow up even though he lives in 4 states over and vice versa. My mom can see my kids as they grow and be there for important events. Versus the outcome, which is social media has ultimately divided us. We find ourselves in algorithm-driven wind tunnels or silos where we're on each other's team and you're not really hearing from the other side. There's no real public sphere discourse. There are separate spheres of like-minded discourse where the other guy's an idiot, right? Intention, social media expands business opportunities, right? That's a thing. Facebook, how many businesses exist almost exclusively because of their Facebook page? At the other side of that coin, though, right, social media has turned us all into commodities. We are the product, right? Social media exists to sell us to advertisers and to other things. So, and then finally, equity, accessibility, internet, and intellectual property. When we're thinking about AI, these questions that have been brought up by previous speakers and things that I think are important. Within the context of HNet, we're committed to open access and the free dissemination of knowledge. But there's obstacles to that in the ways that we do business just as academics, right? We think about the obstacles in academia of paywalls, some of the most important information that could help people understand the reality of the effectiveness of vaccines can sometimes be caught behind a paywall that you can only access if you happen to have a university account or something along those lines. Obstacles in technological access. You know, we had other folks talking earlier about those who don't have access to the technology that can save their lives in terms of health. AI, right? So we assume that AI is ubiquitous, everybody has access to it. Does everybody have access to AI in responsible ways, in ways that help them understand how to use it, how to sift through the noise? And, you know, those are questions that we don't have answers for. So, I'm going to kind of wrap up here my 5 minutes with some questions in the absence of conclusions. In a political context devoid of guardrails, can we afford, and Jeff's wonderful face is right in the middle of my text, so I'm going to have to try and move him, please. No. I don't like this mouse. All right, can we afford to leave AI in the hands of the producers of this technology, right? One of the things that I've really tried to champion in the conversations I've had on this campus is, you know, innovators innovate. That's their job. That's what they're supposed to do. We shouldn't expect them to invite us to come into their world and tell them about the importance of the ethics and the humanity and all those things. We need to step into that space. So assuming humanists and social scientists don't have a seat at the table in the ubiquitous and inevitable expansion of AI into all areas of our lives, and what ways can we effectively and meaningfully intervene on behalf of ethics and the human spirit? And then finally, this is something that just I've been stewing on in the last week or so, but is there latent potential in this technology to move towards an unintended transformative expansion of our understanding of open access? So I think in terms of intellectual property and copyright and things like that, we all bristle at the idea of large language models just scraping our work and taking it to train AI models that will then spit back potentially hallucinogenic answers to questions. But if we are truly committed to the idea of open access and disseminating knowledge and improving the condition of humanity, is there a way to think of this as a potential that if it's addressed intelligently, persistently, progressively, radically, is there a latent potentiality in this to some form of a really truly kind of open access of knowledge? So that's it for me. Thanks.
Heather, do we have the person ready? And Heather, stand up, please. See, Jesse wrecked everything. I was going to have Dennis and Heather stand up now and say thank you for all the work and things to get organizing for us. Excellent work. Now we're going to open up to have questions. I have to say this was an amazing panel. And we are going to get Jeff to come to Michigan State at some time, but just the folks at Michigan State doing work on AI is just incredible. And I'm really happy to see that that's happening here in our state at our institution. So I'm going to open this up to have you guys ask questions. I'm just going to ask one question to kind of get us rolling. And one of the things that I saw in all of your talks, starting with Jeff, is we're really looking at the interaction of people with AI, right? Tara started getting at the idea of what happens when AI interacts with people, in a sense. What does it do? One of the things that we do in our work is, and I love working in the past with dead people, because we're looking at how can we take little bits of information about people and put those together to make a human being again, to get their biography, in a sense, people who are forgotten. But the problem is, of course, you can do that today. Right? You can take all these little bits of information. Who searches for diabetes? Do they have diabetes? Who searches for certain legal problems? Do they have those legal problems? So could you all speak for just a few minutes about what happens when you can collect all this data and identify individuals by what issues they may have? Yeah, you can all turn on your mic.
So there are obviously privacy concerns, and I'm not going to touch those. I think the other panelists are better suited to it. But the piece I wanted to add to this is that when, just by virtue of measuring something, you send a signal that it's important, right? So if there are some things about people that are easily captured and sort of documented, then the things that we're not capturing and we're not measuring lose attention and lose focus, and people don't pay attention and they don't devote resources to those things. So in the context of health, for example, if we track some health metrics and not others, those become the ones that everyone cares about and they're trying to optimize. So I think that's one of the concerns that I have.
Is this on? Yeah. Well, obviously, the biggest concern is the privacy issue, right? When everything is so measurable. But it's already kind of, as we speak, we are all part of this kind of gigantic surveillance system, whether we realize it or not. And the online searches can be correlated with your offline behavior. And there's just all these third-party providers sort of collecting so much data, and everything is like identified at such a granular level. So I think beyond the questions of privacy and security, and the fact that all are at an individual level, we own a very small piece of this information, but the very large digital platforms, there's a much larger sort of their ability to make inferences about us and maybe nudge our behavior in some fashion or the other. I think that's something that we don't really talk enough about. And that sort of aggregate, you want to call it almost behavior modification, is something that, what happens when almost every aspect of our life is very measurable in today's world. Right? Of course, it creates all kinds of perverse incentives, but it's also the fact that it's all can be mined and, you know, what's the end result? So I don't have the answer to that. I just wanted to pose a question to your question.
I didn't want to jump ahead of anybody, but I just really, to Arjuna's comment, two things that I think make this scarier. One would be that with AI, it's not just that it has, you know, when Cambridge Analytica happened in 2016, and think about that, that's almost a decade ago. That's nothing compared to where we are now. They had over 6,000 pieces of information on each one of the people that, and that's more information than we could probably name about ourselves. And so we get there. But what's really scary is that this is an inferential model, right? And so how many times have you had a conversation about privacy and the person has said, well, you know, and privacy is dead, or I have nothing to hide. You know, that's a drastic misunderstanding of what's going on here. It's that we're allowing, by being part of the various subgroups that we're part of, for inferences to be made about others. And so people in more vulnerable situations, et cetera, may be threatened in ways that we don't personally recognize. And then I think what's really interesting and potentially scary about us quantifying ourselves in terms of all of this data is that eventually, and I think it can happen with something like COVID, we have a shift in the Overton window. And what I mean is that we have this range of what we consider acceptable and possible. And then something comes along like COVID, and just to give an example, you know, the EU, for instance, had pretty stringent privacy protections. And those were, I think, pretty universally accepted as leading the way in data privacy protection. But once the need to track people's movements, their interactions with others, it kind of trumped the idea of data protection, and that Overton window shifted, and even those who were living under a regime of standard privacy protection with the GDPR, et cetera, accepted new uses of data. And once that Overton window shifts in this particular world of data users, you can't go the other way. That Overton window shifts only one direction. So the two things that I just wanted to add to what were just said is that inference is, or you know, the inferential value of machine learning is really dangerous, and the shifting Overton window, I think it goes only one direction.
Okay. The one thing that this conversation made me think about is a point made earlier about context, right? And information outside of context. And for example, in, you know, hiring people and using, like, say, what's on their social media to hire people, which is illegal in some states and anyway, we don't have to get into that. But without the context, the piece of information, kind of Tara's point of what's measurable, like how many times you like something, or how many times you used a word, or even look at what's happening with the government right now. Words were in people's job descriptions, right? But what do those words mean? You know, climate diversity is different than talking about demographic diversity. You know, how is this being used? And so it's what's behind the use of the pieces of information, and without context, information is often misinterpreted. And I know people who do, like, large language models will say, well, we're improving so we understand context, but no, it's not there. And I think that's really problematic for a lot of the uses that are being put out right now.
Yeah, I think I'll just build on what you were saying in the sense that so one of the things that I really value about in the classroom when I'm teaching is I'll say, okay, here's a subject matter that we're all looking at. And I try to move away from the hierarchical, this is what this means model as much as possible, and try and say, okay, so what do we collectively take as meaning from this material? And in that, what happens is that we'll get something, say we're talking about something as, you know, contentious as religion in America. If we try and make assumptions about what that means or what people think about that, we can talk at a certain percentage of people. But when you allow for that individuality of personalized experience to come in and add context and color to that conversation, what I've seen is, you know, 18 to 22-year-olds who had absolutely no interaction with black people on a daily basis in their you know, growing up because they lived in some, you know, rural Michigan town, all of a sudden just be like, have their mind blown because they have an understanding of experience that somebody else lived through and was able to articulate and share with them in conversation that they're devoid of. And so with this AI, if everything's aggregated, right, and I think then you lose that particularity. How does that input, that particularity input, get recognized in these large language models so that there is that nuance, that diversity of understanding of a phenomenon that presents itself in that kind of a thing?
Go for it. Didn't know who you are.
Don't worry, my data is all over the place. Do you think that framing AI as an educational technology contributes or detracts from a humanistic seat at the table that we've kind of been talking about all day?
You know, to me, it's certainly the biases encoded in AI will certainly detract from the educational aspect. And I want to mention, like, one of my ongoing research projects, what we did is we looked at there's like these AI detectors out there. So there's something called GPT-0, which purports to measure if someone's been using. And we found that there are a lot of biases towards, you know, certain kinds of English. So it's biased against non-native speakers and so forth. It's actually far better if you want to detect AI-detected text to actually recruit some domain experts in writing and language, and that does a better job understanding the linguistic cues is actually far better. So just a quick example I can't comment on a lot of other things like education, but the first thing that concerns me is the kind of biases that would be perpetrated if we use these automated tools everywhere. They talk about proctoring. There's also this kind of what is called emotion detection, which also scares me. Truly dystopian in some sense. I want to mention one more, which is these tools like Notebook LM, produced by Google. So what Notebook LM does, you can feed it your research paper. It will auto-generate a podcast with even like a male and female voice. And notice that they all sound very Caucasian. The female voices are very high-pitched with lots of exclamation points. So these kind of biases really do concern me a lot.
I like the way that you phrased your question, which was to say, calling AI an educational tool. And when you phrase it that way, I don't have any problem with that statement, because a tool means that it is good for some uses, not good for other uses. You have to be thoughtful about how you're using it, and you're still in charge. And I think the concern that I have is that people talk about AI as if it has agency, and it does not, period, have agency. A human being is still accountable for those decisions. And so if you're using it as an educational tool, the assumption is that that's on you if it didn't do what you wanted it to do, or you didn't check it, or you didn't engage in the thinking processes that were necessary to use the tool well.
Yeah, I really like what Tara just said, and I'm glad somebody brought up agency and autonomy. And I'm going to sound real pessimistic. I wish Andrew were here to hear this, because it might be a bullet point on the slide of 10. The one bullet point that I would add to what Tara just said, I actually disagree with Andrew's statement that AI is not new. It's absolutely new, and it's new at least in this way, and it's that historically human beings offered to the world, just to go to the humanist question, human beings offered two things primarily. They offered muscle and mind. Those were the two ways that we could contribute to the economy, to being productive individuals, etc. And when the first industrial revolution came around, what was so incredible about that is, we'd had horses, we'd had, whatever kind of husbandry had been technologies before, but we finally had a machine that replaced human muscle. And for then 200 years, lawyers and doctors and accountants and others have hid behind this, hey, it can't come for me because what I do is not muscle, what I do is mind. And AI is new in that in the last 15 years, all of a sudden, AI is doing the work of human minds. And, I think that in addition to us remaining in control of the tools, as Tara was just saying, which I think is really important, if we're to step back and have allow me to make a little bit of a Marxist comment here, what's happened is, from an economics perspective, at every turn, an employer, a business owner, whatever, has a choice now, not only to use people muscle or machine muscle, but now to make a choice between people minds or machine minds. And what that does is it takes away a lot of economic power for those. And I think it brings us to a critical point. And that is that what action are we going to take? And it's going to need to be political and social action about protecting the human in the face of that new economic choice. And so I just think that's worth adding to the agency thing. I think our goal should be to remain agents. I just think that there's two ways of looking at that. One is how do I use the tool and how do I allow it to be used? But the other is the fact that we're all economic actors, and in that way we are. Without collective action, we can't make that choice.
Well, Jeff and Tara, can I just push you a little on that? Because we see a lot of the AI that is human AI interaction, but there is AI, like in medicine, that recognizes tumors. There's AI that recognizes, can unravel the Herculaneum scrolls. They do things that humans can't do in terms of muscle and mind, recognizing the whole Venice archive. How does that fit into how we should think about the ethics of those tools?
I mean, computers have been able to do things that my brain can't do for many, many years. I mean, I can't multiply large numbers instantaneously either. I think that Jeff's point is exactly correct, which is the creative labor being the differentiator that is now on the table and being thought about. I mean, I personally don't think that the creative output of AI is very impressive, but that said, the economic incentives to choose it because it's easier to have it write your marketing copy are very strong. Because marketing copy doesn't have to be great, it has to be good enough, right? So I fully agree with what Jeff said. I think the dynamics have changed mostly because of the economics and not because of the computation.
Also I think the dynamics have changed also because it's not us individuals choosing whether we want to incorporate AI, but it's almost like, if you look at companies like Amazon, there is almost an automation bias, right? Amazon warehouses don't even stock things like according to the item codes because there's already some sort of optimized picking robot that knows where everything is or something like that. And so when you have this sort of, the marketplace demands in a certain way and the stock market values anything with AI, then it almost creates this competitive pressure, right? Since I'm in a business school, where everyone feels that they have to adopt, formerly traditional companies like Home Depot or Lowe's, they are afraid of competition from Target and Amazon. So they move to more generative AI and just predictive AI in their processes. So those are very different from finding a cure for cancer. Because, to use, I think there's a term coined by Darren Acemoglu, MIT economist, he calls it so-so automation. You're just taking a process and you're replacing it with AI or automating part of it. It's not that it's any better, but it's just automation, cheaper, and then you don't have to deal with employees and their pesky problems. So I'm sorry, I was being ironic in case that was not true. So.
I think, to kind of playing off of the hint at Marxism that Jeff brought out, I think, we have, over time, like Jeff alluded to, we've accepted certain levels of replacement by machines because they improve the human condition. If we can have a machine do work that was grueling, terrible labor for a human being to do, and in some way, shape, or form that improves the human condition, I think that's something people can get behind. If it's something that improves the shareholder condition, right, at the expense of humans, even if it's just something that's masked as improving the human condition, but really what it's about is, one of the things I tell my classes is, capitalism is really simple, right? Universally, it's about maximizing your profits and minimizing your labors. It's just simple math, just like calories in, calories out if you're trying to watch your weight, right? Simple math. But just like watching calories, it's never quite that easy, right? Because the always and forever, the highest cost is labor. And so whenever you're trying to maximize the profit, because that's what the system is designed to do, then that's why we constantly, always and forever have these moments in history where it's labor versus capital, because that's the highest cost. And if I'm trying to cut costs and AI steps in and gives me this opportunity to say, well, hey, I can up my shareholders' take, at the end of this quarter by eliminating a segment of our workforce, so that, I can have just these middle managers ask questions into a machine, then it's a no-brainer. I'm going to do it because that's always and forever how the system has worked. I mean, it's inherent in the economic system that we've universally accepted.
Yeah, I was actually going to make a somewhat similar point, interestingly, like what the AI is doing, at least from people I've been talking to in organizations, is it's improving efficiency, and people are really focused on like how many person hours are saved by having AI do this versus people. But person hours, yes, time is important, but that's not effectiveness. That's not necessarily better. And so one of the things people talk about is it's great for somebody who really needs to be putting their time into the creative task, the person, finding the cure for cancer, if they don't have to write emails or prepare presentations. And, all of us in this room can think about how much better our lives could be if some of these tasks could be done by something else. But the thing people focus on as the outcome measure isn't always the right outcome measure. It's like, shareholder profit or time saved. And it's like, what about some of these other kinds of outcomes? If we're not really measuring them or focusing on them, then we're ignoring what AI isn't doing as well. And we're just saying, look, we save time, so this is great. And it's, Tara's example before of, getting rid of 80% of the time on the easy-to-handle calls actually created a worse human situation for the people in the call center. And that's something that we really have to be thinking about.
Is it on now? All right. Hey, I really appreciate the allusion to the base superstructure problem, if you'll allow me to be a Marxist for a moment, or for my entire life. I'm curious about, Jeff, you mentioned this idea of an ethical imperative to push technology forward, particularly in situations where people can't access or afford the kinds of things that they should ideally have access to under an equitable society. Dean, this also refers to your comment about AI being able to detect cancer or do other things that we're theoretically not capable of doing. I'm curious about the term ethical imperative and its relationship to the allocation of resources for innovation in the first place. So, for example, why do people not have access to legal services to solve their problems? Is that a function of lack of access to technology, or is that just a function of society being fucked? Okay, right? Like there is no, it's about equity and it's about political economy. It's not about a technological fix. which would be using a service that would then augment surplus value for the capitalist class that is trying to burn down the middle class in the first place, right? And so I'm curious about like the ethical imperative for innovation as such versus perhaps an ethical imperative for the democratic determination of the design criteria for all technology as Ivan Illich laid out in Tools for Conviviality way back in the 70s. I think that that's perhaps an important distinction. That's my question.
I mean, sorry, that's a lot. That's a lot. I think that was directed at me. So one, the ethical imperative, I want to make sure that it's not a one ethical imperative. I'm saying it's a counterbalancing ethical imperative. I think we need to move forward with guardrails, which is oftentimes conceived as putting on the brakes a little bit, being careful as we step forward with each step. At the same time, a full stop, stopping progress, I think has counterbalancing ethical imperatives, which is that these are tools, just as you very clearly articulated, could help people who have long been marginalized and kept from having access to the tools that could help them. On top of that, I just wanted to, there's a lot there. I mean, it sounds like this is the next conference, but one thing I just wanted to point out with legal services, there are some challenges with the technology. Those are, the technology is improving, accuracy is important, those kind of things. But I did want to point out, at least in law, that's the place that I know the most, the reason why technology has not been able to come in and counterbalance human labor in most ways is not because of technological deficiencies, but rather because of two rules under the rules of professional responsibility that lawyers themselves make. One is called UPL, unauthorized practice of law. We get to say what law practice is, and we are the only ones who get to do it. That is a market protection rule that we've maintained for a long time that has been much to the disservice of those who would like to pay less for legal services, and much to the service of those who want to charge premium rates for their legal services. And then the other rule is called Rule 5.4, which disallows co-ownership of services between, say, tech providers and legal service providers. No legal service provision can be owned by a non-lawyer. Those are market protection tools that we've put in place. So it's just an acknowledgement, I think, of the fact that this is largely around power. The question before about marketing something as an education technology, what does that mean? Well, one thing it might mean is that it's a Trojan horse. It allows us to think of this as a benign march forward when it actually is largely around power balances. And I think the question, at least as I heard it, and I apologize that my volume might not be working as well as those who are present, but it sounded, I would just acknowledge, I think this is about power, and lawyers have done their darndest to try to maintain power in the face of an alternative threat. So
I want to follow up quickly with a story. So let me just say that I am a realist when it comes to power and political economy, and I'm also an optimist on top of that. So if that's possible. There was a comment earlier that innovators are going to innovate and just come up with whatever, and we have no say in that, and that maybe they're motivated by all the wrong incentives. And I think that might be sometimes true. In fact, I think I said that. But I also think that there's an alternative that is possible. So I was in a conference in Rwanda last summer, and it was about e-learning, and all of the Amazon Cloud and their peers were all at this conference, and they're like, look at all of our cool Amazon Cloud services. Anyone can just learn. You go on the internet and learn, and it's so democratizing. And the first person who raised their hand said, have you looked at a map of internet penetration in this area? Like, what's wrong with you? There's no internet here. And so that they were solving the wrong problem out of good-hearted innocence. But I think I could imagine an alternative where they were educated about actual problems, and they put their energy towards those problems instead. So I think that is something we can do as humanists and social scientists, which is to say we know a lot about all of the problems, and some of them are solvable, and to the extent that we can bring those to the people with the technical skills to solve them, I don't see any reason why they would say no. I mean, they've indicated the willingness, just a sort of ineptness about it.
I'm going to end on an optimistic note, but why don't we just finish up with a quick word from the rest of our panelists, and then we'll...
I think we can end with...
We're good? We can end on an optimistic note? Yes. Yay! Jeff, the panel, I really want to thank you. This was a wonderful, I think, conclusion to the whole day, and I think it's something that we have to think most about. And I think, Terry, you're absolutely right. The wonderful part about humanists being involved is the fact that we can think about solutions and we can do solutions. I mean, as I always teach AI, it's not the AI, it's AI in context, and you always have to put the AI in context to understand how it works and what it works for. I thought one of the best comments was the idea that Duolingo is not a language learning tool, but a get you to come back tool, right? That's why I never learned language from them. Anyways, well, thank you very much, everyone, for coming. And again, I want to thank all of our organizers here. I think it's really important for us to have more gatherings like this about AI. I am really happy to see the kind of wonderful work being done at MSU. And as I said, someday, we got one person from North Carolina to come here. We might be able to get Jeff. Of course, he's at Duke, so I don't know. We might get Jeff to come here. So again, thank everyone. And what happened to Jesse? Did you want to say any final organizing things?
Yeah, hold on. I just received a message perhaps from my colleague. Yeah, she said, please don't let anybody leave. So we have, bar the doors, everybody's trapped, stare at the sun, and wish that you were in it. No, I just, again, thanks to everybody. This has been a tremendous conference. I want to especially highlight Jeff for making me feel awkward with the birthday wishes. That was uncalled for and unnecessary. But we do have some closing remarks that are going to be offered by MSU's president, who is very committed to ethics. And so I think Jillian is en route of bringing him around. So if there are any other questions, we perhaps have time to field one or two more while she brings him by. Matt?
I'll ask another question from that table. And at least I got the mic. So thank you. One of the questions, this is going to sound super pessimistic, but I don't mean it in that way. I mean it in much more of an active, open question way. I see a lot of care and thought, which is really wonderful, that's going into how to ethically teach, how to ethically research with AI and all of that stuff. One of the things I worry about is that stands in real tension and in real contradiction to how AI is being used at the large scale. It's being used to dismantle the government currently. And so, how do we reconcile those two things? Are they reconcilable? At some point, the answer might be, we teach good practices, et cetera, and it's like, well, yeah, but that sense of an ethical high ground, et cetera, has not proved very politically expedient in the last decade, just to be frank about it. I don't think that's a good thing, but I think it's a real thing. So I'm just curious to hear what y'all think about that.
Okay. Now I think it is. Well, I'll take a kind of a more shareholder value sort of an approach. I feel like this is one situation where we see the hype about AI, like OpenAI and all the billions of dollars that is being poured into building these bigger and bigger models. Maybe at some level it's not really matching up to reality. And I would say that the actual adoption has not been anywhere near what those companies want you to believe. That includes even Microsoft with what they're pushing on Copilot and so forth. And those of us talking about AI ethics and the interface between AI and work, in this case, I think we are actually more firmly on the ground and we understand the situational impact. So hopefully this is some kind of irrational exuberance and sanity will prevail.
Yeah, I would agree that the actual uses, at least as far as I know, for everybody talks about use cases, like in decision making, but actual uses are less than what is talked about. I do like that, at least at our business school, we have a chair who's there for AI ethics, right? In the business school, I think that's important. What are you doing in educating future business leaders who will be looking to maximize shareholder profits, but at the same time, learning about ethics and doing so. So like, those are two things. And I think the third thing is cases that are pointed out can really impact people. In the area of hiring, when people started talking about, wait, did Amazon use this, resume screener? And it showed that, they put in resumes and it was spitting out that people who went to women's colleges were rejected because none of their engineers had gone to women's colleges because they were all male. When people point out a case like that, or the use of facial features in interview software and scoring it, which companies were starting to do, and when people push back and say, show me that this is accurate, show me that this is effective, I think companies do pull back because it affects their profits. So that's really the vigilance, though, being able to be vigilant about those uses, and when there's a use that we would see as unethical or unreasonable is really, really important. And I'm not sure we all have the tools to be able to do that, but when it happens, it does have a strong impact.
Yeah, I just wanted to repeat your comment for Jeff that it might be a sign that we've already lost. I'm going to gently disagree with the panelists and also my former self. I think sometimes it just has to explode for people to take it seriously. And I'm thinking about financial crisis of 2008 as the best analog here, that advances in computing made high-frequency financial trading possible, and everyone went nuts. And then it absolutely had to collapse before people took a step back and said, maybe that wasn't such a great idea. And I do think that adoption of AI is way below what any particular company would like you to believe, but it doesn't matter how many people are using it if a few people are using it to do a lot of harm also, right? And so that's where I think it just has to go all the way bad before we can walk it back and figure out where the good parts are that can be salvaged.
If you don't mind me asking, oh, sorry.
No, Jeff, go.
Go ahead, Jeff. I was just going to real quickly say, if I heard the question correctly, I was thinking about the levers we can pull in order to ensure positive futures for AI. And I do think that what I hear in the question is a strong criticism of tech ethics as a primary lever. I think tech ethics, bald tech ethics without outside leverage, be it regulation or legal limitations, actually doesn't offer a ton of promise for the future. I think tech ethics supported by some of those outside incentive structures and requirements could. We're currently at a place that I would describe as very few outside guardrails and limitations, and that might be part of the collective action, rulemaking, et cetera, that we need to engage in. I just want to acknowledge that.
Yeah, and I'll just add that that sense of inevitability that we've already lost, that's energy that concedes to the very things that you would push against. And if you have a sincere belief that those things need to be pushed against, somebody in the room has to do that, right? And that's kind of what I said earlier, and I keep coming back to, is that sense of inevitability only becomes so if you allow that to become a self-fulfilling prophecy. If that's something that you find to be problematic, someone has to step up. And not all of us have the same capacities or energies or time or resources, but that's where collective action, I think something that Jeff had mentioned earlier is being really vital in this, is that we have to collectively come together, recognize each other's strengths, see how we can put them together collaboratively to really make some meaningful change where we see it necessary.
Are we at the end? I was just going to say, as a historian of technology, everything blows up, at the end. But we are lucky to have President Gusowitz
here to give our closing remarks. Come up, Jillian. You do a better introduction. I was just making snide comments about, North Carolina and how a little tiny bit of snow keeps people from coming here.
Are there people in North Carolina up Zoom?
Yeah, he claims to be, but he can never quite get to Michigan State for some reason. The last time he tried to get here,
He's been very unlucky, but thank you for coming, Jeff. So it is, hi everyone, I'm Jillian. It's nice to see you all. Thank you all so much for coming to this event. It's my pleasure to introduce our final esteemed guest of the day, Kevin Guskiewicz, the MSU president. We are very lucky that he could find time in his schedule to visit us today. Kevin Guskiewicz is a neuroscientist, academic leader, and concussion researcher. He is a nationally recognized expert on sport-related concussions and maintains an active research portfolio in the areas of sports medicine and neuroscience. His team's groundbreaking work has garnered numerous awards and has influenced guidelines in the NFL and the NCAA. In 2011, Guskiewicz received the prestigious MacArthur Fellowship for his innovative work on the diagnosis, treatment, and prevention of sports-related concussions. He joined the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill in 1995, where he rose through the ranks as Department Chair of Exercise and Sports Science, founding director of the Matthew Feller Sport-Related Traumatic Brain Injury Research Center, and later became Dean of the College of Arts and Social Sciences in 2016. Basically, he's really cool and really smart. He was then appointed Chancellor in 2019, where he led the university through a successful $5 billion campaign while navigating the challenges of COVID-19. And in 2024, March, Kevin began his tenure as Michigan State University's 22nd president. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Jillian, and it's an honor to be here, and I feel a little guilty because I hear it was a fascinating day, and I wish I could have snuck out of the Hannah building a little bit earlier to come over and spend more time with you, but joking about the snow, we had an event, I think it may have been in this room last evening, and I made some remarks and talked about my many years in North Carolina, and my daughter's finishing her senior year there in high school right now, and they had called for some flurries today. It actually ended up getting about 1.5 inches, 2 inches of snow, and they shut the place down. And there's probably no toilet paper, bread, or milk in the grocery stores right now. So I sent them a picture last evening of 2 students riding their bicycles across campus, across Adams Field, with about 8 or 9 inches of snow. And I said it's about 8 degrees, 8 inches of snow on the ground, and we need to toughen up the folks back in North Carolina. But I'm probably, I grew up outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in Latrobe, Pennsylvania, and so I can handle the snow. Everybody was worried about that when we moved here. I said, we'll be fine, we're built for this, and and we are built for this. But it is a pleasure to be here, and I want to thank all of you for participating in Ethics Week, and there are several events, as you know, this week around ethics, and a special thanks to the people and the departments that participated in this, and I just want to call out a few folks, Jesse Draper, Jillian McDonald, Heather Brothers, Dennis Boone, and everyone who helped from the HNET, the Department of History, and the College of Social Science, College of Arts and Letters, the Office of Research and Innovation, MSU Libraries, and the Digital Humanities and Literary Cognition Lab. And I like to, as I looked at that lineup of everyone who participated and helped to make this possible, I often like to talk about synergy unleashed, and it's a tagline that I like to use when we bring together different disciplines, faculty and students that bring different types of expertise and experiences to the table, and it's, I think when you unleash that synergy, there's a lot of great things that can happen. At my investiture back in September, I announced a number of initiatives, and one of those being around ethics and the importance of us as an institution to think about what we could do that would be uniquely MSU. To imagine, we have great programs and faculty scholars in the area of ethics, but what we could do to best prepare citizens and leaders for the 21st century who have a strong foundation in ethics. And so we announced then that we would be launching our Ethics Institute. I had a wonderful dinner just earlier this week on Monday evening with some of the benefactors who are going to help to make this a reality, to bring this to life, bring together a number of the ways, the faculty that are teaching around ethics. The inventory that we just took a few weeks ago shows that we have 33 courses being offered just this semester alone that have an ethics theme in the title. And I'm guessing that perhaps by a show of hands in here, those teaching a course in ethics this semester or next semester or taught one last semester, okay? Thank you. But there are at least 32 others who are in fact doing that this semester, and so I'm proud of the work that we're doing there. I understand and I know that this annual Ethics Week programming, of which this AI Symposium is a part of, has laid a strong foundation for establishing the Michigan State University Ethics Institute, and we're proud of the work that we're going to do together. I've heard you've all shared meaningful conversations about responsible and ethical use of AI in teaching, learning, and research. I have to, I'm thinking back to October of 2023, I believe it was, when my son, who was a recent college graduate, called me from Washington, D.C., and he said, "Dad, did you see this thing called ChatGPT?" He said, you need, and he sent me the link, and he's like, you know, what are you going to do? I was chancellor at UNC at the time, and I said, well, I'll check it out. You know, and I did the next day. 2 days later, I was in a faculty council meeting, and we had faculty that talked about how we were going to have to try to defend against this tool, this form of AI. And I said, we'll talk about it at the next faculty council meeting. I said, we have a lot to learn. And sure enough, by the next faculty council meeting just a month later, I said, I think that this thing is here to stay, and we're probably going to need to try to find a way to embrace it and find ways that we can use it as a tool to help with student success initiatives. And so here we stand today, you know, a year and a half, nearly 2 years later, and I think it is here to stay. I think AI and machine learning promise to be powerful tools, and as with any powerful technology, will require careful consideration and you know, of how and when they are applied. These are important areas that we have to explore, continue to explore, to research, to make sure that we're preparing our educators, our students, and researchers for the future. And I'm sure that that's a large part of what you've been discussing today and will continue to. But I look forward to being part of tomorrow's leadership panel on ethics and the impacts and outcomes of ethics and leadership on our campus here. And I will tell you that we've had many conversations around this at the meetings of the AAU presidents. There are 70 of us that gather twice a year in D.C., and then at the APLU presidents' meetings, and this has been a regular topic of conversation, as you can imagine. And I know that many of you will be at the teaching and learning workshop, as well as the research workshop and the leader lab and the digital scholarship lab. So I hope that you'll find takeaways from this symposium that are applicable and helpful. And I'm just grateful that you've all taken part in this important work to try to keep the momentum going. I know that the Provost's office, Thomas Yaitzko, and others are preparing for an AI summit this spring. I just talked with Thomas before I came over here, and I think we're looking at the week just after commencement, perhaps around the 7th, 8th, 9th, something like that. And so stay tuned, more to come on that, and we'll certainly want to engage as many of you as possible. But I think together as one team, we will place ethics at the center of our culture, from the core of the curriculum to the North Star, as I like to say, of our research and institutional processes. So again, thank you for allowing me to share just my thoughts on this briefly with you, and I do look forward to partnering with y'all in the future. So thank you, and go green. So thank you.